so much for taking control of it. What is going on, everyone? And welcome into the College Football After Dark right here on the Voice of College Football. We have a lot to go over, a lot to talk about, and still a lot of good things coming up. But first and foremost, I want to thank you for tuning in. Please consider hitting that like button. It helps the show a lot. Consider subscribing. Check the SEC, the Big Ten channel, and all your other team channels out here on the network of the Voice of College Football. And tonight we have a lot of our normal faces and a new special guest. Yeah, that one right down below me. We'll get to her, but everyone, please, as usual, Tim, Sid Jackson, and so on. Please go ahead and introduce yourself. Where people can find you if they want to stalk you online.
Best way to stalk me online is on Instagram or on X at Tim_Prangley. And then here on Voice College Football USC channel, you can usually find me at least 2 to 3 nights a week. That's you, Jackson.
He's copying and pasting and typing stuff. I can tell he's really focused over there.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I get. Hold on, and done. Here we go. Well, Jackson Johnson, you can find me on Twitter. You can find me on Instagram, and you can also find me on YouTube, where I have some of my episodes of the Jacksonian, and I do a college basketball show on sometimes a Friday night, sometimes a Sunday night with Will and D. And I do college football recaps with Austin Williams, a.k.a. Sports Talk with Austin. And next Thursday, I will be releasing my next episode, The Jacksonian, with Derek Johnson, the host of Locked On Jayhawks. It's going to be a wild one, and it's going to be an awesome one. So stay tuned.
And now, Erica, this is where you come in. You tell people if they want to stalk you.
Sorry.
It's your first time on. It's your first time on here, so.
Yeah, sorry. Hi, everyone. I think a lot of you might know me already. I'm Erica Goldberg, Hawkeye fan. Not really as active as other people on here on the internet, but I am on Twitter or X or whatever the cool kids call it nowadays. You can follow me. My username is Eriquita0115. I talk about the Hawkeyes, both women's basketball and football on there, along with some politics sometimes, which you're not allowed to talk about here, but I talk about on Twitter. And also I post pictures of cute dogs from time to time. So that's pretty much me in a nutshell. And thank you so much for having me.
One question for you, Erica. Are there debates about the existence of the Great Pumpkin on Twitter?
Oh, God.
What? I do not know. I can't say that I've seen one.
I just wanted to have some fun on that one.
Can't say that I've seen one. Sorry to disappoint.
Just take another drink, Mike. There you go.
Oh, to me?
Come on, Mike. Yeah,
as always, you're not going to find me anywhere on social media. If you want to know where I am, I'm almost done with this, so I'll probably be about 10 minutes going into the kitchen, get me another 8 or 10 shots of Jack Daniels, and probably about an hour, I'll probably be in the bathroom throwing it up.
Yeah, and tonight I've gone fancy. I have a nice glass of simple Moscato, nothing much for the new year. So hope everyone appreciated their holidays, as well as obviously the new year tomorrow night. Hence the Saturday night edition again of the After Dark show. So cheers to everyone on their holidays and their new year coming up. But besides that didn't stop this last week of ridiculous bowl games that we had. Some not surprising and some a little more surprising than we thought they would be. So we will kind of rapid fire through some of these. But I think we have to start with it. We just saw it. I don't think anyone's shocked by it. Georgia absolutely just smacking the hell out of FSU. Absolutely just destroying them. Anyone shocked? Surprised?
No, I don't think anybody picked Florida State. Or if they did, they're a damn fool.
Florida State straight up was going to have troubles win this game. Losing pretty much their entire offense and their defensive line, and they're probably their best secondary guy. Probably not going to help you out against a team like Georgia ready to kick your ass.
Well, even at full strength, they had no shot at this one.
Oh, that's what I said. But then you lose your best players on both sides of the ball. And that's where you get a blowout like we just saw.
Well, it might have been a little bit less of a blowout if they were at full strength, but nonetheless, they were going to lose. I mean, that's just what
I
it
think
is.
Georgia wouldn't have put in the third string quarterback to start throwing it around in the fourth quarter if they'd been at full strength. But yeah, it wouldn't have been as bad, but it was
Well,
pretty.
What do you guys
Yeah,
think though? What if
so-
they had Jordan Travis? What if Jordan Travis was there, right? And their entire team. Then
they lose
you
by
might have
40.
a game. No,
No.
they weren't. No.
So
It wasn't a
So
game
I-
no matter what.
So what I've got here is the stat from college football matchups where he goes over the 5 largest margins of victory in the history of bowl games. So today, with the 63-3 victory that Georgia had over Florida State, they basically broke their own record. You know, as you can see, last year they had that 58-point win over TCU in the national championship. You can see the 2023 Citrus Bowl, LSU Purdue, and the 2018 Armed Forces Bowl. And I can't think of the 08 bowl that at the moment, but I'll get to it, where Tulsa played Bowling Green. I think it was Armed Forces Bowl. No, that was Houston Air Force. That's right. But that's another time for another day. But gents, well, what was your take on this being the largest margin of victory in the history of bowl games?
Wasn't shocking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, what's there really to say about? We all knew it was going to happen. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I was
listen,
just wondering how long Kirby Smart would allow the score to get run up.
I mean, he didn't run it
before
up.
he-
I mean, the starters were out in the second half.
Well, that's
Well,
what I
no,
mean,
the
but
court- no,
before
the-
he like totally called off the dogs. Like, all right, don't
I'm
score.
pretty
again.
sure. I'm pretty sure, and I don't have a huge problem with it, but I'm pretty sure he pulled the quarterback, but the rest of the offense was still in the game.
Oh,
Either way, yeah, I know it was there. They went into their. They know late in the fourth, it was their third string quarterback in reps. So I mean, it was a
And
repeat
which-
of last year's national title game where they put the backup in, just to throw it around a little bit.
And you know, there's been a bit of an ongoing debate as to what from some people as to whether this means, oh, well, see, Florida State shouldn't have been in. I don't think this changes the fact that Florida State should have been in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, that roster was just depleted. I mean,
Right.
a lot of the guys were like, okay, so it basically doesn't matter what we do here. We're basically punished for working hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree 100%. I was going to say the same thing. I think that the two things are mutually exclusive. And yeah, FSU should have been in the playoffs, even though it would have been, another massacre probably. But nonetheless, I mean, the fact is they got totally beat down by that Georgia team. And I couldn't even watch most of it. Like, I just was like, no, thank you. I'll pass. I have other things to do. But yeah, that was just a massacre. And I still think nonetheless, like Jackson said, that they should have been in the playoff game instead of Bama. But I guess there's arguments for both sides of that, but I think most people would agree that FSU should have been in. And I was also hoping, just to be funny and to maybe set some history, that FSU would just not show up and blow off the game. But that's just me being kind of, an idiot and jerkish, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, and both things can be true. I mean, they can both deserve to be there, and they both should have gotten the shit kicked out of them. Because, like I said, the history of the college football committee says that it's not always the 4 best teams. Because if you'd asked me last year who was the better team between Alabama and TCU, I'd have told you Alabama all day. If you'd have go back 2 years, which is a better team, Cincinnati or Notre Dame, even though Cincinnati beat Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame was a better team. I mean, the best 4 teams do not always get in. In fact, that's rarely the case of the best 4 teams actually getting in. And my feel is that if you're a 13-0 Power 5 conference winning team, you should get dibs over a team that goes 12-1, whether or not you're better than them or not. And Alabama is clearly better than Florida State.
And again, I'm on record for a long time saying that if you don't win your own damn conference, you should not play for a national championship, period. Here's my biggest point. Why should Alabama have to beat Georgia twice? That's my point. I hate the fact that, let's say you have it has happened. I know it's happened in history both ways. But why would you, what kind of taste would be in your mouth if you beat them and they beat you and you're 1-1 against a team and then they're ranked that they're the national champion because they won last?
Well,
I mean,
ask Alabama from 2011.
That's what I'm saying. There's definitely history from it, and so I hear you, but my point is it should never be that situation. They've had this whole playoff BCS poll system going all the way back. It's always been screwed up. Like, why couldn't they ever have you have 8 conferences and they have 8 conference champions and they played 8-team tournament? Wouldn't that have been the easiest way to do this thing? But they've never done that because they can't get their shit together.
Well, that's been the biggest argument with this is that you have a 4-team playoff, 5 Power 5 conferences.
Yeah.
So automatically someone probably, luckily they haven't had to deal with this that much until really this year for the first time. They haven't had that problem. But this year obviously was a complete flaw in the system.
Well, they could have done this. They could have, what I would like to have seen, they could have seeded them they want to, right? Because let's say in any given year, you know who 1 and 2 are, you know what I mean? We usually know who the 2 best teams are. But let's just say, so you can say, hey, listen, I could play myself in 3, 4, and 5, right? You could have a play-in game where 4 and 5 could have played each other, and then the winner plays, right? And then you have your seeding. You go from there. I'm not sure why that was never the case, but
that's far too logical. That's why a lot of the things that they decide to do aren't logical.
Actually, wait, hold on. The math's not on that, right on that. I guess you had 5 teams, and 2 play themselves in. I mean, I don't know why they never did that. That's what it should have been.
Well, they were trying to limit the number of games because I remember at one point in time the university presidents were absolutely against any type of expansion because they didn't want, guys, the students playing 14, 15 games a year.
They could always opt out. If you don't want anything in the playoffs, fine. Don't play the game.
Yeah.
There you go. There's your choice. Let's see how people opt out. Let's see how many presidents say, no, we don't want that money. No way.
What if for the regular season, we always start at week 0. Instead of like the regular season ending on rivalry week, what if the regular season ended on the first Saturday of December and then conference championship week was on the second Saturday of December?
Yeah.
Or we could just knock it down to 10 games a season. Basically just copy the FCS.
Yeah, it's I mean, everything that they've done is about, whatever they all say. Of course, they say it because it's the correct thing to say on their terms is player safety. So the running clock, for instance, this year.
That's the PR response.
It's to save time and whatever. That hasn't stopped necessarily the amount of plays in total from a lot of offenses or points. But at the same time, really, I don't even notice it anymore. So did it really do anything? No. Is there a real need for it? No. So, yeah, I think they're going to realize that argument for years has probably not exactly been the necessary.
Or just have the old bowl system and just have that we wanted for years, the +1. That would have solved everything as well. Really would have. It's either that or do 8. Take your pick.
Yeah.
So that's not a surprise. I don't think anyone was shocked by that. Maybe more the score than the outcome. But I'm going to skip over one and go for it because Tim is here right now. USC looking very impressive over Louisville, especially when your quarterback stepping in, as well as the defense actually standing up and taking ground, after which Tim would say it was an abysmal defensive season. But I was actually really impressed with the defense, the way they stood up and controlled Louisville.
Yeah, in that game, you got the biggest thing was everyone talks about how bad the defense has been, but the issue, because USC's defense back in 2022 was pretty damn bad as well. But the difference is that year they had a pretty good offensive line. They figured out the offensive line. They a situation where if you can. The whole idea in football is you don't need to have the best defense in the world. You just got to have more points in the game than the people across the field from you. And that's why a lot of people say, you need a great defense. You need a great defense. You do need an elite defense if you want to play at the highest level. I mean, if you want to be in the playoffs and win. But to win a lot of games, you don't really need a great defense. And we saw that from USC the year prior. The difference was this year, and Caleb's play and everything, was the offensive line was terrible. We thought that we could pull in a bunch of guys that were starters and wanted by a number of teams, including Alabama. Everyone wanted some of the guys we got. But you can't just throw together an offensive line. So you can live in the portal. But I was saying, in the portal, you can pull your skill guys. But the one thing you have to do through high school is recruit your lines, especially your offensive line, because these guys need to get reps together. You got to bring them up, and they got to practice together and get used to playing together. That's the key. A mercenary offensive line, the experiment failed miserably. And that and hanging on to Grinch was the reason why SC went to hell. But they figured it out because they got the left tackle situation sorted out by actually get the right side of the offensive line together by figuring out just moving, shuffling around, and that was a big difference in the game.
So after the performance that we saw from Miller Moss, how do you feel? Do you feel comfortable about the quarterback situation going into 2024?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was like 23 of 33, and about 3 of those were dump offs. So really, he was 23 of 30. What do you have? 6 touchdowns.
Yeah.
1 interception. At one point, actually, he threw that interception at the goal line. If he throws the ball outside or lives, or doesn't throw that ball, they were in a serious situation where they could have scored 7 straight touchdowns. And if our field goal kicker decides he wants to kick a 33-yard field goal, SC could have scored on 8 straight possessions. So yeah, that a lot was solved by moving Elijah Page over to left tackle.
And I know this seems like a way too early question, but do you think Miller Moss can be that Heisman candidate that no one's thinking about in the preseason, but then once the regular season rolls around, he's in that top 3 tier in the Heisman race next year?
I think if you're a quarterback and USC's winning, you're always in the running for a Heisman Trophy.
Especially if you're playing under Lincoln Riley.
Well, I mean that as well. I meant the Lincoln Riley part of it. Yeah, I mean, actually, quarterbacks USC also. We have a history of Heisman quarterbacks at USC as well. But yeah, adding Lincoln Riley, and then it doesn't hurt when you're being mentored by Caleb Williams all year, right? Or for 2 years straight, they were tight. And it doesn't hurt when you have your analyst or quarterback coach is Lincoln Riley and Cliff Kingsbury. So I mean, yeah, he's had he soaked it up. This is a smart guy. He soaked it up and he showed out. He's a true Trojan. He even said before, I don't care who you bring in. We were talking about bringing Will Howard, and he's like, hey man, I'm not portaling out. I'm staying. I'm a Trojan. I'm going to stay here, and I'll compete with whoever you bring in.
And I was going to ask about that because I mean, Will Howard is basically down to USC and Ohio State, right?
I think Ohio State, after what we saw, is got to throw about $1 billion at them, and I don't think USC is really going to throw that. Really, after what we've seen with Miller Moss, what USC needs to do is throw whatever money you throw at Will Howard, put that into a couple of Southeastern Conference defensive tackles, throw big bags at them, right? And get a 0 or a 3 technique, get just a big space eater, 330, 320, get something like that, and then maybe a top line left tackle after spring ball when the second round starts. Throw some money at a left tackle and a couple of defensive tackles.
And I will say, I was wrong to doubt the Trojans in the Holiday Bowl because I was like, oh, the opt-outs, that's going to hurt them. I see a lack of opt-outs from Louisville. I'm like, surely Louisville's going to have a great game. But USC, they not only showed me, they basically showed the rest of the nation, hey, we may have had a bad season this year, but we're going to end this season on a high note. And I saw the tweet from Mark Colkin from On3's We Are SC and Locked On USC, where he had a clip of the players being excited. They were basically celebrating after the game. So the energy was really high with the Trojans.
Well, when your preseason predicted to go to the playoffs, you start out 6-0, but then you finish your season, losing 5 of the last 6 games you have, and losing them in poor fashion, really. I mean, even in the close games, USC was completely outplayed. And the main point was just go back to the Notre Dame game, and the way that offensive line just got completely crapped on. I mean, that was your precursor. That's what the season is. What losing Dedich, to the NFL was going to be huge. Voorhees to NFL. There are 2 All-Americans we lost, and clearly we thought we could plug some guys in, and that didn't work.
Jordan Addison as well.
Yeah.
Jordan Addison.
I can't help but feel that 2024 is going to be a lot better. It's going to be a lot better than this year, because after that Holiday Bowl victory, USC basically got some air back into that hot air balloon. They're going to be. Oh man, I'd hate to be LSU.
Well, they're also getting thrown into the fire of the Big Ten as well.
Yeah, but I think
don't do that thing.
I think honestly, USC is going to be just fine in the Big Ten.
See, our issue's on defense, and you know what? It looks like the Big Ten doesn't have any offenses, so I think we should fit right in.
That's where I was like, all right, I'm going to skip a few games since Chad's talking about it and you guys are talking about it. Because
has Ohio State scored a touchdown yet? Has Ohio State scored a touchdown? Is Mark you out there?
Ohio State needs a quarterback. Ohio State needs a quarterback bad, because that game was atrocious. I think I said in our group text, it was like third quarter when Missouri completed the one long pass. I'm like, hey, there's passing in this game? Holy crap.
I felt like I was watching an Iowa offense. It was really strange.
Oh, there were Iowa jokes all through the...
Oh, I know. I saw on Twitterverse. I know. It was ridiculous. I mean, I never would expect that out of an Ohio State team. And I understand there's opt-outs and all this, but frankly, I'm tired of hearing the opt-out/injury excuse, because we've dealt with that all season and we had 10 wins. So, despite an offense that was horrible and couldn't produce anything. So those are excuses. I'm tired of hearing about it. And OSU should have made a much better showing. I don't understand it. I don't understand it.
It's safe. Mark's not here. Mark would have said something by now, so we're clear, kids. We can keep playing. Just go ahead.
Yeah, Mark is still recovering from that.
Well, this is kind of a funny thing, because I mean, before this game, a lot of these Ohio State fans were talking fire day. It's like, he's 56 and before this game, 56-7. You can't fire a guy that's got higher, upper 80s in win percentage. After what I saw from Missouri, if they want to fire Day, I could kind of understand that, because that was an embarrassment. Ryan Day and Justin Fry's got to go as well. Now, I've also been hard on Jim Knowles. I mean, now that game was not lost on Jim Knowles. Other than 2 drives where Missouri went 90+ yards, they held Missouri in check completely. So Day and Fry, they really need to sit down and start explaining things, because I mean, I know that they were down to a 3rd-string quarterback whenever Devin Brown got injured in the first quarter. No Marvin Harrison, a lot of opt-outs.
But hold on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you were done.
That game should not have gone like that. It should not have been no 14-3 against Missouri, which I thought had been kind of playing with house money all year.
Devin Brown was a highly recruited 4-star quarterback. That wasn't a 5-star, but he was really high 4-star quarterback. And he's been there. What is it? 2 years now? How long has Devin been there?
I think this is his second year.
And I think someone else said it. I mean, I know he got knocked. When did he get knocked out? Like the first quarter?
Yeah, it was first quarter.
Yeah.
So, but even then, though, I mean, he came out flat, and then you really got into, the freshman, which I think someone was talking to Mark earlier today about, that development. But when you're that far down the depth chart, you're not getting that many reps with any of your starters, your first stringers.
Well,
so I mean, I get it, but you have to be able to run. I mean, you would think you'd be able to run the ball, run some type of. I mean, so here's my point: you don't have to win the game, but my God, you got to get at least 1 touchdown.
Well,
right.
The thing is that McCord had been gone for a while, so that reflects poorly on Day. That now I know that Keenholz has, he's never taken a snap. He should have been more ready than that. Keenholz is also, I believe, if there's some Ohio State, I believe Keenholz is also a 4-star. I mean, there is no reason why he should have been that raw. And it looks like there's been absolutely no development with Day, knowing that there's a good chance that Keenholz would have to take the field. If anything happened to Devin Brown, That should not have looked like that. This is I mean, you can say what you want about the players. This was an absolute failure on all fronts by all measures of the Ohio State coaching staff. And if I'm an Ohio State fan, God forbid, I sit down every damn coach on that, and they're on the firing squad and say, you better answer for this, because that was an absolute embarrassment. That kind of thing could really set the program back a couple of years, because if I'm a recruit looking at this, I'm going like, what the hell am I going for? Because this is supposed to be a pipeline to the NFL. And for individual talent, yes, but if you look like that, that reflects poorly on me as a player for the Ohio State. This is just my opinion. I might be wrong, but this looks bad. I mean, this looks bad for the future of the Ohio State program in the immediate future.
Well, what I was going to say to that was, I believe, Tim, you brought up the stars. I obviously understand the importance of stars, and we've had this discussion before, I think, but stars aren't everything. I mean, this just proves it. You have to have development and preparation. The stars aren't enough. They aren't going to, you're not going to magically be able to be the best quarterback because you have 4 or 5 stars. I mean, as an example, and I just Googled it to check before I'm saying it, Spencer Petras was a 4-star recruit on ESPN and on Rivals, and 3-star on 247, I think, and on 3. So he was a highly rated recruit on some services, and he did horrible. And I know that's partially on Iowa because they can't develop quarterbacks, even though we do have a quarterback in the NFL, believe it or not, right now. But it's not just about stars. You have to have the combination of stars and development.
Not just that, though, but so the cutoff between a high 4-star and a 5-star is razor thin. I think really if you're in the top 100, you're pretty much just thrown together in the same kind of ball. I mean, the way they cut off the 5 and 4-star, whatever. But Erica, there's like 300 or 400 4-stars in the I believe. Someone tell me if my numbers are way off. I think there are like 300. So if you're like a low 4-star, then yeah, I mean a
4-star is a 4-star though. I mean, come on. Like,
not really.
Yeah, there's high 4
That's
stars
not my
and
main
low
point.
4
That's
stars.
not my main point, though. My main point is development, plays into this, and preparation plays into this. And we just saw, didn't somebody say that whoever Ohio State has their quarterback was a 4-star? Isn't that what was said?
I think Devin Brown, Devin Brown was a 4-star
for the game, so his stars meant 0, nothing. Like,
he got knocked out early. You mean the other guy? You mean the other guy?
I'm talking about the one who ended up playing most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even Brown before he couldn't come back in, he wasn't exactly lighting it up or anything either.
That's what I meant. He came out flat.
That I think that also could say is that the coaching staff not having trust in him too. So there's a lot of levels to it. Is it the player? Is it the coaching staff not having faith in him? Whatever.
Yeah, and this goes back to what Mike was saying, how this is an indictment on the Ohio State coaches on the offensive side of the ball. This is another reason why it's an indictment, because they didn't have the kid prepared. You need to be prepared going into a bowl game. And I know that sounds ridiculous coming from an Iowa fan, because our coaches can't prepare quarterbacks or develop them either. But I understand how it goes. You need to be developed, and you need to be prepared for these games, especially with these matches at the end of the season when people are looking, are they going to stay with the team? Are they going to hop in the portal? And then the high school recruits are trying to still, some of them, make their decisions. If they see stuff like this, they may not be so keen on going to Ohio State afterwards. So, I mean, it's not just about stars. It's about preparation and development. And if you can't show that in the field, that's going to turn people away.
Well, and as an Iowa person, who, they almost landed a 5-star. And if you looked at Caden Proctor down in Alabama for the first half of the season, you're thinking, well, you're probably thinking, ha, 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 because he looked like crap for Alabama in the first half of the season.
Yeah.
They were getting burned on the left side all over the place.
Freshman. Listen, hold on, though. True freshman.
Yeah, but he's a 5-star. A 5-star at Alabama.
He was the number 1 recruit in the state of Iowa, too. And I'm not saying Iowa's this big football haven, because it's not. But there's some good football in Iowa. There's some, maybe a little above average football. And he was a solid 5-star. He was, I think, the best at his position, too, or second best, something like that. So, it's a combination of the two things.
There's a huge, huge leap from playing high school football in Iowa and then going up and looking on the other side of the line and seeing a grown-ass man from some SEC defensive line. That there's a huge difference. And so the development for quarterbacks and for offensive linemen, especially because they still have that high school strength. And I'm not saying Caden Proctor is not strong and big and talented, but you do need a full year of conditioning and lifting and just getting used to the speed of the game.
Well, now you're proving what I just said earlier, which is development and preparation matter.
Yeah, but the
That's
first
what
half of
we're
a
doing right
season.
now.
The first half of the season, that's still going on and developing. I tried for 10 minutes to get Mark in here, and he's not coming. So I will say this: what Troy said is right on. I mean, offensive line. When you look at offense, it all starts there, as we're talking about. If you can't protect your quarterback, especially if it's a young, inexperienced quarterback, whether he's been there 2 years or is a true freshman, if he's getting that heat and the rush is on, it's not going to end well for any team. So really, and we knew all year. We all, even Mark was saying at the very beginning of the year that there were issues on the offensive line, and that continued on throughout the year.
Well,
someone else was that? Go ahead, Jackson.
I was gonna say, what does everybody think about Missouri now? Because I mean, this is like one of their best seasons in a long while. I mean, nobody expected Missouri to end the season with a victory against Ohio State in the Cotton Bowl. I mean, when I watched the Kansas State game, I figured, oh man, I think not just me, but a lot of people underestimated Missouri big time. But little did any of us know.
I have to correct you. I picked Missouri to win that game.
Yeah.
I picked Ohio State.
Some of us did have confidence.
But the fact that Ohio State was down 100 guys made me.
I was just talking about in the preseason. Yeah, I was. Yeah, the preseason.
Now at the beginning of the year, I wouldn't have said Missouri was going to have an 11-win season. No.
Well, I mean, I think they were projected like what, 5th or 6th, and I'm not even in the conference. I think they were like 5th, going to be 5th to finish in the East.
Oh, I picked them worse than that. I thought they'd go 3-9.
I think the actual projection was like 5th or 6th and like 10th in the conference or something like that. They said it on the game.
Yeah.
What the hell? Jake Garcia still playing football? Hey, well, there were no opt-outs and there weren't really any significant transfers, were there? So no, I mean,
nobody's gonna opt out against Ohio State. That's the thing, though.
Well, if they're a first-round draft pick, they're going to.
I don't know. Not with Missouri. Now with Ohio State, yes, because I mean I've kind of ragged on Ohio State. They've become kind of like an NFL pipeline factory, where if you realize you're not going to make that holy grail, that's when you bow out, because people kind of. My assumption is that people kind of pick Ohio State not for the culture stuff. It's because that's the fast track lane in the Big Ten to get you in the Big Ten or into the NFL. Whereas Missouri, you kind of have to have some sort of tie to the university, because if you're in the SEC and your job is strictly just to get to the NFL, there are better schools to go to.
Yeah. And are we ready to say Eli Drinkwitz is up there with Gary Pinkel and Dan Devine, or do we want to wait another 2 seasons to say
he'd
that?
have to have he'd have to have 1 or 2 more years, I think, like this, and win the division. Then I think maybe you could say, at least at Missouri, maybe, but he would need to do it consistently.
Yeah, because it was like I was thinking about this, and I'm like, maybe Drinkwitz could do really well like Pinkel did at Missouri.
Well, if you finish in the top half of the SEC, and as much as I don't like to float the SEC, a season like this, like Ben said, like I said, if you could follow us up with maybe 1 or 2 more and a couple, and 1 or 2 more major bowls, then you can start talking about that, because Missouri's Missouri, and it's not the easiest place to recruit to, but he's been doing a great job with talent, that's for sure.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, Missouri is also kind of a flash in the pan too, because even in the years where they've looked good, they've never been able to sustain it. So let's see how they do in the next year and the year after before we declare them anything more than a one-hit wonder. It seems like they're basically like every 7 or 8 years, because he had like back in 2007, back when Missouri played Mangino in Kansas for a trip to the Orange Bowl, and then
College
you had,
game day was there.
Yep, and then in was it 13 or 14 where they won the East, and if they'd had won the SEC Conference Championship back when they were really new to the SEC, they might have had an outside shot of playing for a national title.
Oh,
Yeah,
2013 for sure, but 2014.
2013
they got
because
called out.
Auburn ran for like 400 yards on Missouri or something.
Yeah, I
like
couldn't
that
remember if it was
day.
13 or 14. I'm drunk, so forgive me.
2013.
Yeah,
Mike, you've been drunk since 5 o'clock. What are you talking about?
Yes. Shut up.
Well, unlike
I gotta piss.
unlike speaking of that Missouri title game against Auburn, I guess let's just keep going with the SEC here because again, another team that couldn't score very much. Ole Miss broke my heart and beat Penn State because Penn State decided not to score in the second half until the last second.
Yeah.
Well, and the question is for Ole Miss, are we ready to say that 2024 can be the first time since 1962 where they can possibly win the SEC with all the guys they're going to likely have returned to the roster and the transfer portal additions they've made? Are we ready to say that, or is that way too early? Because they obviously cannot win the big games like Alabama and Georgia. I mean, yeah, they balled out against Penn State, yes, but they obviously cannot ball out in a game against LSU in Baton Rouge. They could beat them in. Are you okay, Mike?
Yeah, I'm fine. Go on.
I just want to make sure you're all right before I go on.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Keep talking.
All right. Well, Ole Miss, man, I just kind of wonder about them for next year. And as for Penn State, I can't help but think that Drew Allard, the QB, is basically the Kirk Cousins of the Big Ten. Gets it done in the games that aren't exactly big games, but is kind of a disaster in the big ones. Is like Charlie Brown, kind of like Charlie Brown in the pitcher's mound. Felt like I was watching that when watching Penn State against Ole Miss and when they went against Michigan and Ohio State.
I know Drew Allard is not the guy. I mean, I think he started that game, was it 4 for 12 with an interception? So, I mean,
Something like that.
He looked terrible. But like I say, he also looked terrible against Ohio State and Michigan as well. I really don't know his stats when he played the lesser teams of the Big Ten, but I know that he doesn't seem to be the answer.
Well, I mean, they are missing, of course, their OC. Obviously, they got fired. There's a transition there, but it just, yeah, there was times where I was like, all right, this is working. But then there was other times where I'm just like, I still don't know what they're trying to do offensively.
Well, I mean, I get at that some Penn State fans, but I don't think them firing Yurcich was the worst thing. Now, when they lost Manny Diaz, that hurt. Manny Diaz, when he took the job at Duke, that was a blow. But Yurcich, I mean, the replacement, I can't remember his name, starts with an L. I'm drunk. So I apologize. But they got a new OC that's, starts with his last name starts with an L.
Nicky from Kansas.
Or Kodal Nicky. Yeah, it doesn't start with an L. It has an L in it. I'm sorry. I'm wanting to see what happens next year because, Penn State, I mean, they've got Drew Allard. They've got another guy who's like Prebull. Sorry, it starts with a P. But they need to fix that offense because that's what's dragging them down. Now, I think it kind of hurt because Ole Miss got like 38 against them.
Yeah, it was a 38-25 victory.
Yeah, and one of those touchdowns was in garbage time. So
yeah, so really it was, let's just put it 38-17 before that last second and 2-point conversion kind of thing.
But I will say I am looking forward to watching Jackson Dart again next year.
That was another thing. Yeah, Ole Miss was returning everybody, or not returning, but there were no opt-outs. There were no, Dart played, Judkins played. I don't think anybody in defense, not their defense is great, but I don't think they had any major opt-outs.
Not a whole lot. Penn State had more opt-outs, though, from what I saw.
Oh, yeah. Chop was out. I think, was it 2 of their cornerbacks were out?
Yeah, their
King-
two corners.
King
Their
was
two
out.
corners were out. Yeah.
King
Yeah, I
didn't
mean,
play.
Yeah,
Then
Kalen King, the other guy
their
was
one
out.
DL, their one lineman got dinged up like before halftime or whatever, and he was
Well,
kind of.
now, I think Olaf Ashanu was out too, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so
That
I
was
mean,
an
they were
yeah.
they were kind of running on a skeleton crew there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Dixon and King, their corners were out.
It started impressive until Ole Miss kind of adjusted to it because they were putting a lot of pressure on Dart and that O line, and then Ole Miss kind of settled in finally. Because like that first series, they were like getting on Dart, knocking him on his ass, and I was like, "Oh boy, this is gonna be a long day." Then they settled in though.
Yeah,
I'm glad to see that Dart has stopped running like full speed in the linebackers. That's good. So he probably will last a little longer in football. But
He's
that
actually
guy,
sliding and diving and stuff like that now.
you know, what he, I don't know if he thinks he's invincible or what, but I mean, that dude seriously put some blows to his brain, man.
Yeah.
oh, damn.
Well, let's keep it up with the SEC here because you know, it was hard to take it. I had to pick Clemson, but Clemson in a throwing basically final second of the game touchdown to take the lead to take down Royal Kentucky. Sorry, Darrell. He's in here
I'm not-
screaming SEC, 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 but Kentucky couldn't beat Clemson. So, anyway, thoughts on that game? I didn't get to watch this game, unfortunately. I had to go back and kind of watch a breakdown of it.
Sorry, it's 30 seconds left, and the Lions are on the 10-yard line. I'm sorry. Klubnik, I did not put a lot of faith in Klubnik taking them down the field with 2 minutes left. I really didn't. But sometimes the offense can surprise you. I mean that game overall, I thought Kentucky had it when they scored that touchdown. I'm like, that's it, that's game.
They
But
did.
apparently so did Kentucky's defense, and that was the problem.
Yeah, I did think Kentucky had it when I was watching. I was like, Kentucky's got this, and then because the Clemson offense has been so hit and miss this year. Like,
Yeah.
I think even Jordan was here. He would agree 100% that it's not been pretty at times. And then all of a sudden they'll do that for a game winner or something. And don't worry, I know a lot of people are watching the NFL right now, so I know that a lot of people are probably watching another screen.
Who's that? Who's that tying the game up? Is that Amon-Ra St. Brown from USC? 300 catches his first 3 years? I think it was.
actually,
Point
well,
attempt.
they're going for
Wait.
2-point conversion.
Oh.
They're trying to go for the win. Jared Goff, let's see. Bat the pack. No, they're calling timeout. I suppose. Let's see.
I have mine on
timeout.
mute. Did he call it
No,
before?
Cowboys called a timeout. Cowboys called a
before they-
timeout.
Was it before they snapped the ball?
Yep.
Oh, good. They have another chance.
Okay, you know what? Thinking about that too. Did anyone else in this whole week of bowl games notice there were a lot of questionable refereeing going on? Like late calls being made,
You know what?
timeouts,
Weird
stoppage of
spots.
plays. Yeah, it was like
You know
there was
what?
a lot of them.
There's been a lot of problems with officiating this season. I mean, it's
For sure.
it's unexcusable. It's inexcusable. I'm not just
Yeah,
saying that because
like-
my team got screwed over by it multiple times, but
Yeah.
I've watched other games around the league and it's the same thing.
I'm gonna say that felt like a Minnesota thing.
Yeah, I saw another one. Actually, it was not today. I don't think it was today. I think it was yesterday before, where a guy caught the ball. He started running. The refs were like, "No, you called fair catch," and the guy literally never moved his
They
hand.
got the
That's the
2-pointer. They
lead
got the
now.
2-point conversion.
You know what? I love YouTube TV,
Yay.
but I hate YouTube TV because you're always about like at least 15 seconds behind the cable people.
This
God
is
damn
why
it.
This is why we don't do live stream game watch parties anymore, because everyone's like so far ahead of someone else that you're like touchdown, and they're like,
How
"What happened?
about
I'm still on
Was that a
first
tackle
down."
eligible?
Oh, there's a flag on the play.
Was that a tackle eligible? 58? That does not look like a tight end for me.
Wait a minute. What is he going to say?
They got flagged. They're discussing.
Oh, it was a flag
Jared
that kicked the
Goff.
field goal.
Jared
Decker.
Goff is having a little lobbying. Oh no!
Oh.
No!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh my God.
Illegal touching on Taylor Decker. Good grief!
So did he not? He didn't line up, or he didn't check? Oh,
They're showing the replay.
Yeah, they got the replay.
I'm like the only one here not
Oh
watching the
boy, oh
game.
boy.
Oh no.
Wait, did he not line up? I mean, what was the?
And there's Dan Campbell
It-
arguing.
Yes, face. I'd be mad too.
Yeah, me
if I were
too.
Dean King.
Oh,
So Decker was tackle
back.
eligible. He didn't. Oh, look, because Amon Ra covered him up. No. Oh, who's
I don't know
eight?
what he's
That's not Ra.
saying, but I know it's not pretty, folks. It's
They're
not
saying
pretty.
they're saying he was not an eligible receiver because he was covered up by that receiver, right? Because he was covered up by the receiver, but the guy was off the line.
They're going again.
I think y'all
Wait.
go for the extra point in this case.
They might be. They really might be screwing this shit up because he looked like he was off the line. That was tackle eligible. That's
Oh.
weird. I don't have my
Oh.
volume up. Some of the volume up. Can you tell us what's going on?
Oh no! Picked off. Didn't
Oh
get
my
it.
god.
Jerk off.
If you don't get it
flag.
once, you need to just kick.
They should have just
Don't,
kicked.
Yeah.
don't do it again.
Why?
Yeah.
Why they're going for it from the 8 from the 7? That's
Oh
pretty
wait, there's
dumb.
another flag.
Oh God, come on!
And the
this is one of
Cowboys were offsides. I saw that,
Well,
but they didn't call it.
Offsides on Micah Parsons. Lions get another shot.
Oh man.
go
Holy
Penn State.
cow!
The what game was it? There was a game like this one where it was like timeout, penalty, timeout, timeout, and I'm like, will this game just end for God's sake?
They're
You know,
supposed to go
this
for
is excellent
2
because you were talking about officiating a minute ago, Ben. Now all of a sudden this game has turned into
Oh my
questionable
God, they're
call.
going for it again.
Now it's at the
Oh yeah,
Knox
but now
came
it's a for the
Was it
2 right
3.5?
yard line. So
Oh,
Knox came.
oh,
3.5
Miami just
should
needs to
be.
take a knee.
oh,
once in a while.
darn.
Jared Goff at the
That's it.
pass.
That's it.
No! No!
I'm guessing I'm
Oh,
not going to like what I'm
good
about to see.
God. I can't believe it. Why didn't they kick it? Like, why didn't they just do the kick? Like,
That's what I mean. If you don't get it once, don't do it again. Just
that was
if you get
that
a
was
second chance,
stupid.
kick the point.
well, they did
Well-
do it once, but then there was the call against the offense, and they
Well, that's what I
Yeah.
mean though. If you get denied a penalty, whatever, then just kick the point and
yeah.
move on with the
Yeah,
day.
this
Don't
is-
don't keep chancing your.
Oh my God, that's it for them. It's over for them.
Well, no, they've already clinched the play. I mean, they're already in the playoffs. So
Yeah.
They already got the North Division. That is true.
They're basically playing for
I
a
know,
bye
but
here.
it's still frustrating.
That is
Well, wait,
true.
what are
I
they-
wanted to see the Lions get that 1 seed badly because I mean
Oh.
that
They're showing coach again. Oh, he is so mad.
they've got to show that play to say how he was covered up. Now, does he have to report? He does. So something happened. They basically said that he was covered up on the outside, and that's why.
oh man.
Yeah, I
look.
have mine in mute. I have no
You
idea.
see
what-
that?
Yeah, number
You
70
see number
is,
8, but he's
he's
off the
swearing up.
line.
Oh, they're going for onside kick. Probably going to be recovered by the Cowboys.
All right, I think so. Let's get back to
Yeah,
college
yeah,
football.
yeah,
Back
yeah.
to our regularly scheduled programming.
All right, see you, Easy Money. You have a great holiday, and I know you'll be watching Monday. We're going to be getting into that here in a second. Do want to touch upon one of the other crazy games of the week. How about those Wildcats? Tim knows all about those Wildcats.
Oh, yeah.
Arizona.
And we beat them.
I'm not going to say dismantling Oklahoma, but that was just a funky game. Arizona comes out hot and heavy. Oklahoma storms back, comes hot and heavy, and then Arizona shuts them down.
Well,
That was a street game.
who would have thought when watching Arizona USC that night that everybody would be saying nobody was thinking Arizona's gonna have a 7-game winning streak, I'm sure. Like I doubt people were watching Arizona, Washington, Arizona, Mississippi State thinking that's gonna be a team that has a 7-game winning streak to end the year.
And if Jaden Delora was playing the whole season, they wouldn't have had it.
Yeah,
That
Fafita
was
came in
that was
and they
the-
didn't look back.
That was the signature, the change that changed their whole season around was Delora having to go out for an injury and Fafita taking charge. And me and Tim know Arizona. Arizona, we knew it was going to be a lot better this year. Did we see a 10-win season? No, but I knew they were going
Nobody
to go
saw
bowling
that.
this year. But I didn't see a
Yeah.
10-win season. That's for sure.
I mean,
I
anybody.
mean, there
anybody
was
who thought-
basically. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say anybody that thinks that Arizona is going to finish better than 4-8 probably had some skin in the game.
Well, and I was going to say there was basically unanswered points everywhere. At one point, Oklahoma scored 24 unanswered points, and I believe Arizona scored 25 unanswered points.
Yeah, it was a streak.
It was like 13-0 run, 24-0 run, 25-0
Yep.
25-0 run. Basically, like
Well, and I know Oklahoma's technically in the Big 12 until July 1st, 2024, and Arizona is still in the Pac-12 until July 1st, 2024, and Arizona's joining the Big 12 next year. But do we consider this Arizona victory over Oklahoma a win for the Big 12?
No.
Not until July 1st.
it's kind of yes and no, because I know we've been doing it where like people have been like, hey, the Big Ten is this in bowl games, and then if we add in UCLA and USC, then technically it's even better. So the kind of some people could be counting this. I think for Oklahoma, the big things they want to see Palmer, their new quarterback, and there were moments where he looked good, and then there were moments where you were just like, yeesh. But I mean, some of those were on other players. The fumbling, him getting absolutely destroyed there at the end for the fumble.
Yeah,
by
Jackson
Arizona.
Arnold. Well, the whole team.
I said
I'm just
Palmer.
going to say
I
it
don't
right
know why
now.
I said Palmer. Arnold. Sorry.
Arnold, yeah. Arnold Palmer.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why I was like that. Doesn't sound right, but
Jackson Arnold.
Oklahoma looked like a very undisciplined football team. Period. There were turnovers from everybody. They were fumbles. They were, bad routes that made Arnold look bad. But the biggest thing was that those holding penalties that they're getting on their line. I mean, they really looked really undisciplined. They looked like bad USC when USC was struggling in the middle of the season. 100%.
Back to back series. There was like 4 or 5 holding calls where the one called a 3rd and 20 for the sack and fumble, and then the final series where it went to a sack, which ended up 4th and 28, all on like holding calls against 3-man pressure by Arizona.
Yeah, exactly. And that strip fumble also as well, that strip sack, that was against that was a meme. Does you get it? So as USC fans, you would totally get this because all we hear from Oklahoma is right. The joke is on Lincoln Riley, rush 3, drop 8, right? So on that play, Ben, right after that, all the USC fans just showed a screenshot and said, "What they say? Rush 3, drop 8."
I love the little spit in the can sound effect. I guess somebody was having a dip session that day.
And didn't Oklahoma have 6 turnovers that game?
Yes, 6.
Yeah.
There were 6,
and they called one
3 picks, 2 fumbles, and
fumbles, and 3 of them were interceptions.
Yeah, but they called that one a fumble when that guy caught that ball. Sorry. He did not catch that ball. He got popped out right away. He did not make a football move. He didn't have possession of that ball. But they called it a fumble and a recovery when it should have been. So really, he had 3 interceptions. But that interception really, I'm glad it went fumble because that wasn't on Arnold. That was on the receiver.
Yeah, same as the other one where the receiver is streaking down like the 10-yard line and they punched it out. That's not on the quarterback. That's on the receiver. I mean, those are those ones where it's like, that's not on him. But he didn't help the team either. Arizona just made some good plays, especially in the first half, and then late in the fourth.
Man,
and that was
I'm loving what Jed Fish is bringing to Tucson, Arizona. I mean, it's pretty amazing what he's doing over there.
If he's not getting calls for head coach somewhere else next year, I'm surprised.
Maybe even Michigan. But the reverse Rich Rod. The reverse Rich Rod. Here we go.
Yeah,
here's
there
why,
you go.
Here's why I don't see it. But here's why I don't see it. I don't think that his offense is going to play well after the Rich Rod experience with a lot of those big Michigan alum. They're going to want something a little more run the ball, a little pound it, whatever. After the Jim Harbaugh experience, I think that they're not ready for that throwing the ball over the place situation. So, but with Rich Rod, but with the difference between this team in Arizona and the previous year was in year one under Fish, they really focused on the offense, and they got together, and that offensive line they brought in Cowing, they brought in guys, and they were phenomenal. Then this year they said, okay, we're going to go into the portal and we're going to improve the defense, because the defense, USC, UCLA, Arizona, the run defense for those three schools in 2022 was abysmal. I mean, just terrible. And really, UCLA and Arizona addressed those needs. I forgot their third team, but Arizona did take care of filling some needs on defense, and their defense from 22 to 23 really improved, and that was a big part of that 10-win season.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think
And there was the interesting stat from Jed Fish when they were talking about how he built this team, and he said, well, no one wants to play for a crappy team with a bad offense. People will play for a team with a good offense, even if they're crappy. So he built the offense year one, and we saw improvements last year. Then this year he focused on defense, and exactly that's where the difference came in between those close losses and pulling out some of those wins. But then Fafita really is what topped off that offense finally.
Well, I mean, he was on Michigan's staff in 2015, 2016, back when we had a really good offense. So, I think it would translate as long as he has an offense that can win games, because Rich Rodriguez's offensive scheme could never win games because they were defensively challenged. But I think with Sharon Moore kind of shining towards the end of the season during the Harbaugh suspension, it's probably his job. But other than that, I mean, Jed Fish is really the only name that I'm looking at if Harbaugh decides to go to the NFL pastures. But I mean, I'm keeping an eye on, even if he doesn't go here. I mean, I've heard like Florida guys talking about, maybe they go after Jed Fish.
Yeah, I can see that.
They're tired of Billy Napier and his comic sideshow going on down there. But I mean,
and I know that LFG in the comment section says that Florida is Jed Fish's dream job.
Well, there you go.
I was like, is Florida Jed Fish's dream job? That I didn't know.
In Jed Fish's own words, from what I'm seeing. I mean,
I've got to pee again. Continue on, Jackson.
But yeah, Jed Fish would be tremendous at Florida. But
at least Florida fans would be happy with Jed Fish. At least he's proven that he can build a team and be winning. But I think Jed Fish probably needs one more year.
Jed Fish with the right talent. We're seeing what he's doing. We're talking up right now that what he's done. Let's think about it. I mean, how many games did Jed Fish play where he had the better athletes? I mean, I know Tetano McMillan, he's a stud. Cowing's a stud. Fafita showed he was a stud. But the rest of the team, maybe a couple offensive linemen were pretty damn good too. But the rest of the team, think about it, Ben. What teams in the Pac-12 had, maybe Colorado, maybe, but who else, had less talent than what we're seeing there? Washington State, maybe.
Well, and as far as obviously success, I mean, Arizona by far in the sense of the actual success. But yeah, maybe Washington State, but
I mean, not many teams had a less talented roster than Arizona, and look what Jed Fish did with it. Now give him a couple years to recruit, a year or two to recruit in Florida. Oh my goodness, or Michigan. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's hard to recruit at Michigan though.
But I will say though,
those academic standards,
on the Oklahoma Sooners after this game, and where do they go going into 2024 in their first year of the SEC?
I think Venables needs to get themselves an offense to keep up.
Well, because
Ben and I were thinking the same thing. We saw that we both did it at the same time.
I was like, I clicked it, you clicked it, or whatever, and I was like, nah.
At least Michigan makes bowl games. Nebraska does not. I mean, that's just a fact.
Yeah.
So that's why it was said.
Well, who said something about Michigan fan? I was in there taking a piss, so I must have missed it.
Tide guy's pulling your leg. By the way, hello, Tide guy. Glad to see you, man. I don't see you very much anymore, Jeff.
But I know that Oklahoma had a tremendous turnaround at the start of the season. but then they had that loss to Kansas and that loss to Oklahoma State in the last edition of the Bedlam. But
Well, hold on.
then lost.
We're talking a lot about opt outs and whatever. Who here thinks they lose that game? I mean, I'm not exactly an Oklahoma apologist, but if the Dylan Gabriel plays that game, they win that freaking game probably by 10 points, I think. So I mean,
right?
They wouldn't have
if not
I
more.
would say they wouldn't have had 3 picks. Let's put it that way.
Oh yeah.
Well, they also would have moved the ball more efficient.
That's a compliment of Arizona. Some of those picks were amazing plays by the safety, coming down and just cutting the route off. But I think you would not have seen Gabriel throw those passes.
Right. A little bit more the under. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what he just kind of throws the shorter passes in general, right? That's what their offense was the whole year.
Yeah. Well, more the Levy system, where right now, obviously, Jeff Levy is not there. So,
right. That's
again,
another add a layer to it, right?
Yeah. I am curious to see what Oklahoma brings next year in their first year of the SEC.
I'm going to get a lot of heat because I was due from the Big 12 people, but I mean when you see 10-win seasons in the Big 12, it's not really like other 10-win seasons throughout the country, in my humble opinion. Because who are the real big time players in that conference right now?
Ollie Gordon's one of them.
No, but I mean teams like. When you think of the Big 12, what do you think, outside of Texas, right? And maybe Oklahoma in a great season. We saw what happened. To other schools when they attempt to try to walk their way into the playoffs. It's just 10 wins in the Big 12. I mean, if you got a solid program, that's why I think Oklahoma is in for a big wake up call when they go over to the SEC. I just don't think they're SEC ready right now.
Well, Kansas has a good quarterback tandem.
And I think one of the schools we'll definitely get to in a little bit is Kansas, where had they been 100% healthy, they'd have been a lot better than 9-4. They'd have had a 10-win season.
Yeah, Kansas surprised me in their bowl game over UNLV. I was actually surprised. I thought UNLV. I mean, I picked Kansas to win, but they look really good. And UNLV showed why UNLV was UNLV this year too. At the same token, I just saw a comment, so we want to touch. Props to Kansas for their win. I had it on the list. I was going to skip over it. Well, I think I had it on the list. I need to talk about this because this really almost dropped an F-bomb again. This really pissed me off. That was not an edible mascot, Pop-Tart Bowl.
Oh my
That was
God.
not an edible mascot. They freaking set us up. They lied to us. They made me YouTube the presentation to see them pop out this little thing out of this little toaster oven. It was not an edible mascot.
Did you see okay, so for those of you that are going to I shouldn't mess around with blasphemy on Mark's channel, but they showed the Pop-Tart guy and the quote was, "This is my body." It was pretty bad. Like, they had this guy walking around and at the end of the game they're eating him. I mean, it was like, what about the kids? This is not child friendly entertainment. There
was some good stuff. I like them going into the little toaster at midfield at the beginning and like throwing the sign like that, screwing him, going to the toaster. But the toaster, the edible part of it, though, that was crap. I was like, no.
Did you guys see how when he was going back into the toaster, someone had said it to "My Heart Will Go On" Twitter? It was hilarious.
Oh dear God!
It was. So
did you see the end? It wasn't just that. Also, I mean, it was also like desecration of the poor guy because it looked like a scene from The Walking Dead where there's like the kids at the end were like just ripping his entrails out, just chewing up this poor mascot. It was like a frenzy.
It was kind of like the Lucky Charms thing on the Rick and Morty interdimensional cable episode, right?
Oh, it was just creepy altogether. One of the weirdest things I've seen.
Yeah.
Is that not the only reason we would watch that game though? Just because of the Pop-Tart mascot? Half of us. I mean, I watched it too, but I
watched the game because of like Kansas State, North Carolina State, and I wanted to see if they were gonna dump the winning head coach with frosting or Pop-Tarts. I didn't know what they were gonna do.
Man, y'all messed up, man.
I have to bring up the mayo bowl because, man, that was gross. Okay, like putting like mayo on a donut. Who the hell does that?
Oh, they were
Oh,
going. They
oh,
were
God,
going
I'm
wild. They
appalled.
were going wild,
That was
dipping
nasty. I couldn't even
everything
watch
in
it.
mayo.
People put mayo
The
on hot
sideline,
dogs.
the sideline reporters walking around like double dipping, people double dipping, and then he's like, just licks right out of the jar, and they're like, "Did we
That
just see
was
double dipping?" He's like,
oh,
"Damn right, you did."
Oh my
Right on
god!
it.
Like, did you see? They had people just
Holy God.
chugging the mayo, chugging it. Like, who does that? That's nasty.
People put mayo on hot dogs, so I'm not surprised at anything anymore.
No,
Well,
that's
on a
okay,
hot
like-
dog, but this was like a glazed Krispy Kreme donut or something.
Yeah,
and
who
they put
does
this
that to
mayo.
Krispy Kreme donut?
It was like a caramel bacon or something mayo. So actually, I think it was something
What
like
the
that.
hell?
I thought it was a spicy mayo. Isn't that what they said?
No, I think that one was like a caramel bacon or something. They had a variety of all the flavors of like mayo that they have, spicy, to
Oh,
like
that's
bacon,
bad. Oh.
caramel, like everything. I was like, some of that okay, but like the straight mayo was just like licking, like
Oh.
just drinking it. I was
Well,
like,
mayo's
my
just
God.
egg and oil. I mean,
pretty much whipped.
really-
And then,
My God,
It
did we
just-
get off on the beaten path here?
Oh,
It's
but
just
in all
putting on a Krispy
seriousness,
Kreme.
though.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
isn't that where we usually belong though? Is off the beaten path on this show? That's the whole point.
Yeah,
you
but I mean,
can't
we're
get a
talking about
slow-mo
mayonnaise
replay
and
for that.
Pop Tarts.
In all seriousness about the Mayo Bowl, what were the takeaways from West Virginia and North Carolina?
A great game for West Virginia.
Yeah, West
played
Virginia
well.
looked good. I was
They
surprised.
put a full game together and they did look good. Yeah.
I was
Not
really
having Drake
surprised.
May hurts North Carolina.
Yeah.
Now, West Virginia ended
True.
the 2023 season with a 3-game winning streak. Does this fantastic end to the season for West Virginia build momentum for 2024? And does this kind of get Neil Brown off that hot seat, or does he still need to kind of prove himself in 2024?
Oh no, I don't think his hot seat's going anywhere personally.
Well,
I
he
don't
did
know.
get that quote unquote vote of confidence.
I've
See
seen
how
the
long
West.
that
The West
lasts.
Virginia fans have been so up and down on him since last year about like, we love Neil Brown. We want that man beheaded. We're gonna burn his headless body on the couches. To we love this man. He's back, and now with the bowl win, I think he
It's
bought
like a
himself
piss
he bought
off
himself a
dad.
comfy year next year, at least a comfy year.
Yeah, it's.
But if it goes
So
sideways,
basically, Ben, it's kind of like a crazy act where they just kind of flip flop between emotions, right?
Yeah, Neil Brown got a
Yeah.
stay of execution.
yeah. If he goes like 8-4 next year again, I think he's still fine. But if it goes like 6-6 and loses the bowl, then people are going to want his head again. You know,
It looks like Wet Blanket thinks that West Virginia would beat USC, which I think is crazy.
Yeah,
Oh, good God.
Not-
I saw that. I just
about
got ignored it.
Nuts.
No, they won't.
not in.
He was mad about my Big 12 comment, so I'll just let it go. It's all right.
yeah, I don't know about
come on,
that.
just like really? Even I know that's not happening. Like, come on.
As to speaking of we were talking about it's the Pop-Tart Bowl, but we're kind of in between the twos. With K-State, they have their quarterback of the future.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they
No
do.
Will Howard, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Chris Kleiman as head coach. He always does an incredible job making adjustments. I mean, 2022, they're like, Adrian Martinez is messing up. We're going to stick with Will Howard. We're going to see what we can do. Will Howard, guess what? They adapt, they overcome, they improvise. And in the Pop-Tarts Bowl, without Will Howard, no problem. Like you said, Ben. And I can't wait to see what this team brings next year. I mean, when people think of Manhattan, they're thinking of Chateaubriand states and nice ensembles at Manhattan, New York, but not here at the Voice of College Football. We think of Manhattan, Kansas, the Kansas State Wildcats.
That's the little
The
apple.
Like I say, they
Of
call
the
themselves a
Big
little
12.
apple.
So, did anyone else see earlier in the season Kansas State's game against Iowa State in the snow?
Yes.
I saw
Wasn't
bits
that
of it.
something?
I
My
try to,
God.
So cool.
I try to watch a little bit of Farmageddon every year just because I just love the nickname.
That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. Like all that snow, and they still. I mean, that was awesome. I enjoyed it.
Well, you know,
We did
best thing
not
about
have enough
Kansas
snow
State-
games this year. We didn't have enough
Well,
of
you know,
those.
Kansas
this
State,
year.
they're always going to be a player in conference contention for the Big 12 as long as they got Chris Kleiman. I mean,
Well, they definitely will
he-
now.
oh man, they did win the Big 12 in 2022.
Yeah, they weren't the best team though.
Well, the
Yeah,
one thing
that's
though, the one thing with Kleiman that you notice, especially now with it at Kansas State specifically, but because of having Colin Klein, as the OC until obviously now he's at Texas A&M. What's the similar thing of all their quarterbacks for the most part? Very
Dual
Colin
threat.
Klein style, dual threat, hard running. And between Will Howard and now, unfortunately his name slipped me. It's the same mold of quarterback. It
The
was
only
like Will
difference-
Howard gone, put this guy in, no problems.
Well, the only difference is that Colin Klein actually got Kansas State to a #1 ranking at one point in time, whereas now they have no prayer of ever being #1.
That's true, but it's you see the similar mold and style of that type of offense that Kleiman wants to have. Obviously, Colin Klein was a legend at K-State, so that's why he wanted to keep him on staff and put him there. But
Just
similar mindset, I think, and that's where they're going to go forward with, I guess.
Just a lot of respect to the state of Kansas, between Kleiman and Leopold, because at one point in time, and not in the very distant past, Kansas was where football went to die.
Oh yeah, and now Kansas is fun to watch. Not
Yeah.
just Kansas State, but Kansas.
It's the whole state
They're
of
fun
Kansas.
to watch. Yeah, they're fun to watch.
And because they kind of went through a slump whenever Bill Snyder left.
Oh yeah. Well, Snyder built that team up twice. I mean,
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't want to talk too much about it. We're just going to touch upon it real quick because, there wasn't a whole lot to talk about. I was stupid. I had a little faith in our little brothers, the Beavers. Notre Dame spanked a very pathetic, sad, underwhelmed, and almost deflated Beaver team for the first time to win ever against the Beavers on the third try. Congratulations, Notre Dame. Golf clap, chat. Golf clap. Notre Dame.
Well, it doesn't really count because pretty much anybody of substance over at Oregon State is at Michigan State right now.
Yeah, I thought their defense would do a bit better, but their defense got overwhelmed finally.
No.
After halftime, it was too much.
And Notre Dame is a good team. They just beat the absolute hell out of USC. They've got some good notches on their belt.
Yeah, Jackson.
I will say about Notre Dame, it was a great end to their 2023 season.
Well,
As for Oregon State, I wish them nothing but awesomeness in 2024.
Yeah, Oregon State. There was a tweet that went out. I won't read it. It went into our Oregon group chat for our Oregon live show guys. Oh, it was brutal from a Duck fan at the Beavers. It was absolutely brutal. Following.
Well, now we want to hear it.
I take it they didn't put the civil in Civil War, did they?
Oh God, it was pretty brutal. All right, I'll just read it. I got it right here. This is from Oregon Duck fan on Twitter. The Beavers are hurting today. As Oregon Duck fans, it's our job to be there for them and remind them that no matter the score, no matter how they may feel about their team right now, it's really funny and it's going to get even worse next year. Get fucked, idiots.
Geez, no, not pulling too many punches there.
As I said, damn. Like,
Tell us
it
how you
started off
really
nice and
feel.
sweet, and then it's like, it's going to get worse,
I didn't quite get how that person felt. It wasn't obvious at all.
I was like, damn. That was bad. Not even a close loss. It was like, you got demolished. Poor Beavers.
They've lost their coaching staff. They've lost their best safety, their best linebacker to some school.
Top two quarterbacks.
Yeah, didn't quite see
And-
them go over to Michigan State.
Yeah, pretty much everybody of substance went over to Michigan State.
That's what I thought. I think like a quarterback, right?
Second string.
DJU is going to is he going to Florida State or?
Still don't know, I don't think.
The biggest travesty in all of this crap, when it all shakes out, it's gonna be what happened to Washington State and Oregon State. There are two. Those two programs are better than a number of programs in the Big 12, in my opinion. If you look at the history over the past 20 years, a number of programs in the Big 12, but they're gonna be left out. And I mean, Corvallis they just fixed up their state. I put all that money into Reeser Stadium, man. And now it's gonna wonder what recruiting's gonna be like. They lost John. Their one hope to stay relevant was Jonathan Smith hanging around, and with him leaving, it's not gonna be pretty up there.
I thought I heard somewhere that they dumped a bunch of money in research as well, and now they don't have. Now they're
last year it was called the construction zone because they were literally refurbishing the whole thing, remodeling it.
So are they going to have to end up settling for the Mountain West or something?
That's what I thought I heard was going to happen, right?
Their schedule right now, they're the Pac-2 legally, technically. After this year, they'll be the Pac-2, but they hold the Pac rights. But their season next year contains Oregon, and was it 7 Mountain West teams, Tim, I think?
Oh, I know.
Oregon State,
I'll be dead honest. I just tuned out. Once USC went to the Big Ten, I'm not going to lie. I felt bad, but
I know they agreed to like 7 Mountain West teams between Oregon State and Washington State to play each, and then Oregon State has Oregon, and Washington State has Washington on their schedule. What the other games are could just be their normal non-con. No idea.
Well, they added California. Oregon State added California. They got Purdue on there as well. Let's look at Washington here.
And Purdue might have been one of their normal non-con, so that didn't have to change. But yeah, the rest of it I'm not 100% sure on. So we'll take a look at this quick, and then we got to move on to our upcoming games because that's what we're all here for. Portland State, Kate. Wait, did I just see Texas Tech?
Yes. Oregon State for Oregon State.
Oh, this is Washington State. That's why because we swapped. That's why. Okay, I thought this was Oregon State.
How could they play themselves in? Because that fourth game the same as at Oregon State, so I don't think they can play themselves.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a Hawaii late in the season. Yeah. So basically, they added Texas Tech for us.
Yeah, and there's Oregon State schedule. If everybody wants to see it, there it is.
Wow, that's the earliest Civil War I can remember.
Yes, that's the only time frame we could get it for now. So it's like, all right, we'll take it. I mean, it's not a terrible schedule. I mean, at least they have a schedule.
Wait, so the Apple Cup and Civil War are both at the beginning in September? Is that right?
They are on September 14th, 2024. That is correct, Tim.
So that's a Big Ten. Is that a Big Ten thing? And that makes me wonder about Notre Dame going forward. Is because I know USC and Stanford and the Pac-12 kind of did this little shuffle thing where they would play them.
UCLA is going to play Fresno State on rivalry week next year. That's something I looked at. I remember.
That's kind of infringing on Iowa territory. I mean, the only team I know of that has a rivalry back when the leaves are still green on the trees is Iowa.
Yeah, we have too many of those. Not happy.
Wait, what happens to the trees?
The leaves are still green. The Cyhawk game is always like the second game of the season before the leaves change color.
Stop playing that game.
Oh man, I want to see Iowa State still play. It's about state pride, man.
I mean,
why bother? We beat them almost every time. It's not even worth it.
Yeah, I'll kind of miss all the Pac rivalry games at the end of the season. You know, the Civil War, Apple Cup, Territorial, all that fun stuff. Seeing in September is going to be weird.
It's going to be an adjustment, but. I want to give quick. I didn't get to watch this game. I know, Mike, you said you did. Shout out to the retirement of Greg Bull from Wyoming. He is gracefully bowing out after quite a successful and glorious coaching career, including FCS titles and let's say, pretty successful stint as a Wyoming coach for the last, 10, 11 years?
He's been at Wyoming since 2014,
13 or
I
14,
believe.
something like that.
2014.
Does he go back
Yeah,
to North Dakota
2013.
State, maybe?
Yeah, 2013 was his last year at North Dakota State.
No,
He was the guy
he
that
said he wants to
basically
retire.
started. Yeah, he was the guy that basically started the domination for
Yeah.
North Dakota State.
And he said he just wants to retire, and he went out with a win over Toledo. So,
Well, do we think in the future we're going to see more bowl games on Barstool Sports? You think we're going to see another bowl game besides the Barstool Arizona Bowl on there?
I doubt it.
I mean,
I
maybe
doubt it.
one more, another small one, maybe, but probably not more than like 2 to 3 most. Depends on how much money they want to put into it.
Yeah, I can see a whole lot of people saying, "Hey, can you turn on the CW? I want to catch the bowl game."
I will.
Yeah,
Was
yeah, I think
was
you're
this
gonna
was the CW curse Toledo like it has the ACC this year?
I
that what
think a
happened?
lot. I think that was just the fact that DeQuan Finn didn't play. I mean, I wish I had known that when I did my bowl meeting because I picked Toledo.
Don't blame the CW for the reality of that it is. Yeah, that's right. Don't blame the CW.
Yeah, I mean, Toledo was down their star quarterback. Ohio State talked about picking up at one point in time, but
Like I watched a little bit of the Arizona Bowl because I was just kind of like, this Orange Bowl is depressing.
yeah, it was still funny though.
Yeah, but it was just like I felt depressed watching the Orange Bowl. What the Arizona Bowl, not so much.
It's like a train wreck. You just can't, avert your eyes.
True.
I mean, at some point in time, you started just kind of making up things to look at. It's like, gee, I wonder if they'll beat the 65-7 record they set last year. And I'll be damned, they did.
Yeah.
Well,
they most
I want to
certainly
get
did.
on. I definitely want to move on to this just because we've taken a long. We're just supposed to just go through these, and we never do. So let's power through this because one, we have Erica here, which is an honor, and I'm sure she'll be here probably more often, even though now it's almost the end of the season. Way to show up, Erica.
Yeah, I know my timing's off. I'm sorry about that.
So let's go through this because we have 3 games on Monday besides the playoffs. So we're going to power through these mostly because one doesn't really matter. The other is interesting. But Iowa versus Tennessee. And this is why we have the Hawkeye here tonight. So please, Erica, give us a little update where Iowa stands when it comes to this game.
So, first of all, we don't have any opt-outs at all. We just have the usual injuries. So, Cade is out. Luke Lachey is out. Even though he wanted to play in the bowl game, I guess he's not quite there, so he's out. Eric All is out. And I think that's pretty much it for Iowa having any opt-outs. Because we haven't – the ones who entered the portal, we've had a handful enter the portal. They were very low on the depth chart, so doesn't really affect – the game at all that's going to happen on Monday. I think we have a chance of winning given our defense, because frankly, with our defense, you always have a chance. I mean, let's just be honest. Phil Parker won like 3 different awards on a national level this year, so that speaks volumes. As for Tennessee, they have a ton of opt-outs. They're obviously everyone knows their quarterback has opt-out, and they're playing a freshman. They've also got their top 2 running backs out. They've also got some corners out. I'm looking at an article from 247 so I can give the accurate, breakdown. But basically, they've got a ton of people who've opted out. So they're going to be a shell of themselves from the sounds of it. And that obviously is in Iowa's favor. So I think that it's going to be a low-scoring game probably. But I think that Iowa could pull it off.
What is the spread on this game?
It was. I haven't looked recently. It was 6.5 in Tennessee's favor, but I don't know. I haven't looked.
As long as they don't make it 8.5 Tennessee, I'm happy.
I think it started around that, but it's gone down since the news of the quarterback from Tennessee opting out, came out. Apparently, they've known that for like a month internally, but it just became public this week. So I know that the Hawkeyes are still going to go with whatever defensive plan they had, because they've been showing little video clips of the players being interviewed and stuff like that. And so I think they're going to be ready. I mean, Phil Parker, we know he prepares his guys, and I'm not worried about that. I just hope our special teams doesn't, crap the bed like they did against Michigan, because I think in my eyes that was the start of the downfall that we had against them. So hopefully our special teams does the usual thing they do, which is usually they're super good, and not many people get a lot of yards off of us when we punt and stuff like that. So I think like I said, I think we could win. I think that the defense is going to make Nico's life a little bit difficult. I think he's taken only like 50 snaps or something like that. So we don't have a lot of tape on him, but I think we will win. And Tony, 6'3" Iowa. I mean, honestly, no.
No,
He
at
likes-
least 9-3.
He likes to make fun of me occasionally. He likes to give me crap. Nah, not taking it.
I'm going to go 12-6. A defensive touchdown, a field goal, a safety, and 2 field goals for Tennessee.
There you go.
Keep
You have
in
to have
mind,
the same-
Whatever you do, you are taking the under at 35.5. So yes, definitely take the under.
35 and a half, really?
No, 35.5. 45. Geez, that'd definitely be. Bet
No,
the
I think
house.
it's 35, right? 35 and a
Yeah,
half?
35.5. 45.5. Everyone would be emptying their bank accounts right now. Just go to Vegas.
Well, you can already do that with 35, I think.
you see,
I got it as 17-14 Iowa.
Yeah, I think that could be an accurate score, possibly.
see,
Could see that.
Iowa recently. It's the last time I could think of in a long time where Iowa scored 7 points, and the 7 points was off a field goal and 2 safeties.
Yeah, but right now they have a depleted defense on the other side, on Tennessee's side. So, and also it depends to what they choose to do with quarterback, because we have a freshman quarterback who honestly is probably better than Deacon Hill, in my opinion. And I don't know if there's any Iowa fans in the chat tonight, but let me know if you're here, if any Iowa fans are here tonight. Let me know what you think, if Marco is better than Deacon. I personally think he probably is, if nothing else, because he's a dual threat quarterback. And he's apparently looked really good during practice, which we know that Kirk Ferentz loves, making all of his decisions based on practice and not game footage. So anyway, I'm not going to go there. That's a grievance I have against him. But anyway, yeah, I could talk all night about how I feel about all the going-ons this year. It's been a really big year for Iowa in a lot of ways, and a lot of plot twists. So,
Yeah,
and Ricardo saying Iowa sucks. Who cares? I don't think they suck if they've won 10 games. The last I checked, the point of football games is to win. So maybe you should stop, saying crap.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn.
I'm picking. I already said it openly. I was like, I'm taking Iowa, and that was before I heard about, Milroe being out, or Milton being out for Tennessee. So that makes me even more confident.
I don't know if anyone else on the panel has opinions about it, but I think Iowa's got a chance for sure. And obviously, I'm not going to guarantee anything, but.
Well, don't ask Michigan fans to make an opinion about Joe Milton, because we're going to tell you right now, him opting out is not the big deal that a lot of people think it is.
No.
I mean, like you said, look at Phil Parker. Look at Phil Parker's defense.
Yeah,
no other team in the country could have as inept of an offense as you would in America you have had this season, and win 10 games without that type of defense. Now you have that time to prepare for an offense. I'm going to take the defense for Iowa most days.
I mean, the offense, the problem is, and I alluded to this at the beginning of the show, I believe, Iowa does not develop quarterbacks. That's just what it is. And we don't recruit well enough at quarterback. Their evaluations are off. I am hoping, though, that we're going to start having, some improvements with the new OC who's going to come in, which we're still waiting to hear who that's going to be. And I cannot wait to hear who it's going to be, because there's some good candidates. And there's a mystery candidate that none of the Iowa beat guys are talking about, but apparently there's a mystery candidate that can't be revealed, but apparently all the fans would be super happy if it were that person. So I have no idea who that might be, but yeah, a lot of people are saying Paul Chryst from Wisconsin.
They can't announce it until after the Rams win the Super Bowl, because it's actually Sean McVay for your new offensive coordinator.
That's not one of the names that's been mentioned at all.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Erica.
Yeah. So anyway, I think that Iowa does have a chance, especially like you said, with the Phil Parker defense. I foresee maybe some interceptions. Obviously, we're going to be missing Cooper DeJean as usual as well. I forgot to mention that. The other exciting news in Iowa football right now is that we got Luke Lachey coming back next year, and we also got Jay Higgins coming back, which is a big deal because Jay Higgins had the most tackles of anyone in the Big Ten. And I think he was second or third nationally, something like that. So that's a big deal for the defense. And that's about it, I think.
Yeah, I definitely think that the Hawks. I got the Hawks in this one. I like that number. Also, I think it's 17-12. There you go. Bunch of field goals is all they get.
Could be. Again, I got the Hawks too. The Hawkeyes are. I just don't trust Tennessee's offense that much, and their defense is really bad.
Oh yeah,
Or at least has been at times. Let's put it that way.
Last thing I want to add: all those who are being negative about Iowa in the chat, that's fine. That's your prerogative to have that opinion. But everybody pretty much knows, and some people on this very panel have agreed with me on this before, that if Iowa manages to get the right offensive coordinator and we have like a mediocre offense even, we're going to be a force. So people who are hating all the time can knock that off.
If Iowa had averaged that 24 points a game this year,
25 actually.
25. If you would average 21 points a game, you'd probably be undefeated.
Yep, you're probably right about that.
Let's not go that far.
Well, but it'd be damn close. Well, let's put it that way.
Well, we already got fairly close. I mean, with everything that happened this year, honestly, I mean, to get to 10 is a big deal for us because this year we just had so many stinking injuries. I mean, our offensive line, every other week it felt like a different one of them were out. And you know what Tim was saying before about how they have to have harmony, like build, what's it called? Like they have to get used to playing with each other is what it is. And it's hard to do when at least one or two of them are out every single week because of injuries, so that was part of the problem too. And we had a ton of injuries, but it's not an excuse, and we still did well. And next step is to see who wins on Monday. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pull for them. I mean, if they had just a mediocre offense, but they would have to have needed probably a top 30 offense to beat Penn State in Happy Valley. I don't think that even if they had a much improved offense, they were going to win that. And I don't think they had enough offense to beat us. So I think they would have been 11-2, which they probably should have been anyways, barring a questionable call on special teams. But let's slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Lemansky is talking about here. Maybe you two can touch upon it as the Iowa and Michigan people. But Lemansky, thank you very much for that super chat. Iowa culture as good as Michigan culture.
Oh,
no, I don't know. I'm assuming that's a compliment, but it could be a sly.
No, it's a compliment.
100% sure.
Iowa's culture is great. I mean, especially when they built that hospital.
I wasn't sure if he was talking about Spygate. I wasn't even sure if he was talking about Spygate. Oh yeah, the hospital. I love that. Watching the Iowa games with the wave. I love watching those.
Yeah, it's very special, and yeah, they do a lot with the hospital. They donate money to the hospital and give time, and the players go visit, the people who are getting treatment over there who are in the hospital. And yeah, I mean, honestly, Iowa does have a lot of faults. I'm not going to be like a total homer and pretend like we're a perfect team because we're far from that. But yeah, the culture at Iowa, I mean, why do you think we don't have people opting out of the game? Why do you think we don't have a lot of people who hit the portal? It's because of the culture. Like if what Kirk Ferentz can do one thing, it's gather a team. And like, honestly, with everything that happened to Iowa this season, the reason we kept it together was because of our culture. Otherwise, we would have lost a lot more games. That's just the truth.
And keep in mind that Iowa is not pulling these 4 and 5 stars out of the portal or out of the recruiting. I mean, they're doing all this, developing 2 and 3 stars, and managed to,
I mean, we got
10 wins a season.
We actually got, if you look at 247's rankings, we got 7 4-stars this recruiting cycle from high school. So they do a little bit better every year. But yeah, we aren't Michigan, we aren't Bama, we aren't Georgia. We don't get 4 and 5 star kids all the time. Like we usually get at least a few every class, but we aren't getting them in drones. And so that's why I'm like, development is important. And if you can develop players properly, no matter where they might be starting from, they can become NFL players. And also, we're, tight end university, and people forget that because of our crappy offense. And I get it. No one has been harder or more critical of Iowa's offense than me. Everybody has heard me talk about it and rant about it and complain about it all year and most of last year too. But we still develop tight ends better than anybody else. Like 3 of the 4 top tight ends in the league right now are Iowa grads, like from Iowa. So that's not, disputable at all. And hopefully, again, next year things change with the new OC. I mean, really, that's the problem we have is the offense. And if we get a good offense, things are suddenly going to change a lot, I think.
Yeah,
and I have to agree 100% with that. And Lemansky's coming back in hot again with another super chat. Thank you very much, Lemansky. The Detroit Hawkeyes.
They got a number of them.
We've been helping Detroit quite a bit recently.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
See,
yeah, Moose. I mean, Moose says we developed 2 if you haven't heard already. Yeah, I'm not saying this to fault or like insult any other team. Like that's not the point of me saying this. I'm just kind of giving an overview of Iowa and kind of telling people who might not know as much about Iowa that our culture is fantastic, and that's part of the reason we're successful. No, everybody knows that.
Well, and I'm looking forward to the 2024 season because that's going to be the litmus test on where Iowa really is.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah,
because with the divisions going away, let's face it. I mean, truth be told, Iowa's going to get thrown in the deep end of the pool. So I kind of want to see how they're going to, manage 2024. And if honestly, I mean, if they go 8-4, 9-3, they're a legit force coming up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, like yes and no, because we already usually win 8 or 9 games every year. But I understand what you're saying because it's a different setup with the divisions being gone.
Yes.
So I understand, yeah.
Do you want the one thing that sucks about that Tennessee-Iowa game?
What's that?
For me, at least. It's on at the same time as Liberty versus Oregon.
Yeah, but the only difference is that Iowa, Tennessee might be worth watching.
Well, the difference is I have a live post game I have to do for the Oregon game, so I have to actually kind of watch it. At least
why do you just mentally prepare for 70-3 and then you just take it from there?
I will have my PC, my actual desktop, back in about 13 hours, so I will have my monitor set up. So Monday I should be able to watch multiple games in comfort.
I actually think it's really, I mean, and I'm a Trojan fan, so I don't usually give too well. I don't actually like to ever give any compliments, to. But I do like the fact that Bo Nix is not opting out. And he's coming back to pad his stats.
Oh my God!
Oh God!
Oh my God. Michigan versus the world.
No, I'm just kidding. He didn't kick me.
No, Tim actually kicked himself out. I was like, wait, where did Tim just go?
No, I was pretending like you kicked me out. That's a
I was like,
pause.
what's happening? No, I saw someone else jump into the thing, and I was just going to be like, no. We're trying to get through this. This is why I removed the stream link so we don't get this all of a sudden like, did we talk about this later in the show? Because that derails us immediately. I'm not going to talk a lot about the Oregon game because I think most of us would agree here. There's not a whole lot, I don't think, to talk about.
Now, other than
Oregon doesn't have that many opt-outs. Liberty's missing a few people, but Chadwell said if they want to play, even if they're in the portal, they can if they want to, but that's up to them. And he hasn't specified who or what. I don't think there's a whole lot to really dive into in that game.
Nix is playing. Bucky Irving's playing, right?
As far as I heard, someone said that he said he wasn't a couple days ago, but I don't think he would have waited till now when he said he was. To my knowledge, it's only JPJ, the Remington Award-winning center, and Troy Franklin.
Out. I can say Franklin's
those two are the only ones that I really know of that are actually not playing.
And Franklin is a meaningful miss in the receiving core because I mean, would you agree? Outside of him, like Bucky Irvin's stand, but who's your outstanding receivers outside of Bucky? Outside of
Tez Johnson, he had basically 1,000 yards.
Oh, that's true. You're right. Also. My bad. You're right.
And then we saw a bunch of people plug and play for Franklin in the in the other games, and they seem to work just fine. It was just the depth didn't allow them to see the field. So I think we're going to see a lot of young guys in this game.
No, I blanked
the
out.
Bowl doesn't count.
Tez is legit. I totally blanked out on that. Yeah, good call.
But
the question is 60 and a half. Are they 60 and a half better? And I say yes. Take Oregon minus 16 and a half.
If Oregon fires on all cylinders, it's going to be a score similar to Florida State, Georgia.
Yes, Bucky is going to go to the NFL, but he said he wants to play this game. At least that was the very last I heard. And he traveled with the team. So as far as I know, he is going to play one more time. At least for a while. I don't know how long. I assume the starters will be out by half. Probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I assume. If everything goes right, anyways. Unless it's a complete disaster. So.
Is there any chance
other game
is there any chance at all that Liberty somehow remains close or wins at all? I mean, is that just off the table? I figured it's off the table, but
I feel like I'm watching a remake of the 2008 Sugar Bowl when Georgia curb stomped Hawaii. I feel like that.
That was only like a 2-score game, though. Didn't that end like 28-14 or something?
No, that
was like 53-10 or something like that.
Oh, I thought it was a closer game than that.
No, that was an absolute that was a massacre.
That was
an absolute massacre.
41-10.
Okay.
It was a 41-10 victory by Georgia.
Yeah, it was pretty bad though.
Yeah,
and it's similar. I mean, because Hawaii was undefeated, but they played nobody, and their defense was non-existent.
I don't know. I don't see it. I mean, Liberty's going to throw everything they can at us, of course. Chadwell's very good at scheming up things. We just have to take away their quarterback run because they have a good running back, and then their quarterback runs really well. Salter. You stop him, you immediately limit a lot of their offense. But Chadwell's a good coach, but you see Chadwell's face going into this game, and he's just like, yeesh. Even he knows, like, this is going to be rough. Like, you can tell by his facial expressions. I like Jamie Chadwell. I'm not insulting Jamie Chadwell or Liberty at all because they play what's on their schedule, and, you know, they don't control that because that's scheduled in advance.
Yeah, well, Michigan versus the World says that Liberty versus FSU would have been a great matchup.
Oh, stop it. Liberty had one of the worst schedules I've ever seen in my life.
And now they get to take on Oregon.
Yeah, they move up in weight class a little bit.
The other game we have going on before we get to the playoffs real fast, and we're going to go through this because obviously next week will be the tell-all. Any words on especially the Big Ten and then the Bama guy, Wisconsin versus LSU? Why do I feel like I see this matchup every like 3 to 4 years?
Well,
Wisconsin.
It just feels like I see Wisconsin versus LSU every few years.
Anyone that picked Wisconsin is delusional.
Wisconsin is a shell of themselves. I mean, I've picked on them all season. Let's be honest. I picked on them all season with their quote unquote air raid offense that doesn't exist. Okay, like even Iowa had better offense than them when we played them. Like Wisconsin is a shell of themselves. They're horrible. They're just ridiculously bad. Become YouTube member and get great. Okay, Lemansky.
Welcome in, Lemansky.
You're so good with the super chats, Lemansky. Even like in the Iowa channel too.
Yes.
Always supporting.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I will say, if you love exclusive live streams, watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider looks in all of college football, go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV or become a YouTube member of the Voice of College Football, where you can get some of the best insider information in all of college football.
And if I may, don't forget to like this video, guys.
Like, comment, subscribe.
Maybe I should do that real quick. Shut up.
You really should, Mike.
There, I did it.
Put down the drink, Mike. Now pick it up. It's all right.
I'm done drinking for the night. I'm already pretty sloshed.
For those that are an hour ahead in the Eastern time, Happy New Year's Eve, everyone.
Getting there.
And it's actually going to be cold. Like you keep saying, Jackson, it's actually going to be cold this time.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, now Wisconsin has been kind of hit and miss. I didn't get to watch a lot of Wisconsin games, but I mean, remember they did lose to Washington State early in the year, and of course Fickle's first year. But then Washington State fell off the map. I don't know. Washington State or Wisconsin just seems like they've been up and down, up and down, up and down most of the season.
Well, I mean, they do have a brand new head coach and a brand new offensive coach, but I mean, there was a lot of hype coming in for Fickle and Longo, but apparently it just didn't translate.
I mean, I was the whole time, like at the very beginning of the season, I was like, this is overplayed. Wisconsin's getting too much hype. I said the same about the Illini. No one listened. I know that I think Moose agreed with me on it, but I don't think many other people did. And yeah, like you say, it's the first year of a new coaching staff and all that. So maybe Wisconsin will have a comeback next year. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, they'll definitely be a lot better than 7-5 next year. So
are they?
Well,
in the new
I don't know.
Ten
You're adding
staff?
in a bunch of other you're adding in a bunch of new teams next year. Remember too, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that claim.
Yeah, A. Schwarb. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Fickle's a recruiting guy. He'll fix it. I will say that he has done well recruiting this year. They have done well recruiting. So,
Hummus Hero asked who Wisconsin's going to get from the new from the West Coast 4. They got to go to USC, and they got Oregon coming to Madison, Wisconsin.
If I may, Purple Okra 40 had a question. Let me scroll back up so I can find it. Who out of the Big Ten West gets fired first? And they're giving me the choice of Fickle, Rule, or Ferentz. Purple, if you think that Kirk Ferentz is going to be fired, you know nothing about Big Ten football. I'm sorry. There is no way on God's green earth that he's going to be fired. They fired Brian Ferentz, if that's what you're referring to.
Honestly, out of Fickle, Rule, and Ferentz, I'd probably say Ferentz is the first one that's going to get fired.
I don't think any of these guys are going to get.
Oh yeah, I don't think any of them either.
Well, it's who gets fired first, not what's more likely. It's because out of these three, I don't see any of them getting fired anytime soon. But if I had to say who would get fired, it might be Ferentz in the sense of pushed out finally to retire.
Yeah,
well,
I was going to say that.
3 years. Yeah. He's going to retire in 2 to 3 years.
I was going to say no matter how bad it gets, bad it gets, Kirk's not going to get fired. He'll be allowed to finish the season and retire or step down. They're not going to fire him. There's no way.
I don't think anyone understands except Iowa fans. That guy is seen like a god in the state of Iowa. He's paid the most of any public employee in the state of Iowa. Like, he is not getting fired. There is no way. Well, there's no way.
Well, the only reason I said that is because Fickle just got there. Rule, I mean, just landed Dylan Raiola from Georgia, and he's got some good guys coming in. So, looks like Nebraska's probably on the come up. We'll see how that translates onto the field, but the future's looking good for both Wisconsin and Nebraska, whereas we don't really know what's going on with Iowa yet. And I don't know how much reputation damage his kid did to him. So let's just see how that plays out.
Well, I mean, let's not forget with Matt Rule, he was able to succeed at Temple, and the 3rd seasons and the 4th seasons at Temple basically show what he could do there. And, what he did at Baylor, going from 1 win to 7 wins to becoming the Big 12 runner-up and then going to the Sugar Bowl. That was pretty big right there.
In Nebraska, this. Nebraska holds on to the coaches. They give them 4 or 5 years to figure it out. So I mean, you saw an improvement from Nebraska this year in a sense.
Unless you're Joe Pelini, unless you're
unless you're Bo Pelini and say something.
Bo Pelini, yeah.
Bo Pelini, and you don't get along with the fans and boosters.
I'm very much like, show me what you do on the field. I don't necessarily buy that just because you get an excellent or superior recruit that necessarily it's going to pan out. It doesn't always pan out. And plus with Raiola, he has commitment issues. Okay. He decommitted from how many high schools? 3? 4, something like, or from high school. He transferred to 3 high schools, and then he committed to, was it Ohio State first? Was that the first one he committed to? And then Nebraska, and then he decommitted from Nebraska, went to Georgia, and then came back to Nebraska. The kid's got commitment issues. And by the way, it's a little suspicious that one of the guys on the coaching staff is his uncle, and he got a raise. That doesn't raise any eyebrows?
We'll see.
I'm just saying.
I mean, Dante Moore's been everywhere. I mean, Ben can attest to that, and he's still a hot commodity, and I think he can do something for the right team. I don't know who that team is.
Dante Moore is an interesting one because of the fact he committed to Oregon first. Then he decommitted because I still say it's a lot because Modix came back. He didn't want to sit, so he went to UCLA because of the Big Ten and Chip Kelly, understandably. Didn't work. Now he wants to sit a year, so he was like, I'll go back to Oregon. So I understand. I was kind of like, do we want to take Dante Moore back? But if he's willing to actually sit a year and learn, kind of reboot himself, I'm like, all right, you know what? I'll give him a chance. And yes, Tim, it's for money. Yes.
Hey, please stop spamming the chat, people. Can you not spam the chat? Thank you very much.
Isn't that you spamming the chat?
Yeah, I was like, is that you with the dollar signs? Let's touch on this real fast because Wisconsin LSU will be interesting. It's going to be one of those kind of games. It's going to be one of those weird games, I think. But we're going to get into that. Casey Anthony got away with it. $10.
Who is Casey Anthony?
Oh no.
The woman that killed her kids. Come on.
Oh yeah.
She like drowned him or something.
Yeah, she had a good lawyer that.
I can't believe we're actually getting into this.
That took me. It's like
anyway.
Since 2015, Clemson has 57 more football games than South Carolina, 108-51. Even Greg Sankey knows that the sorry Gamecocks cannot provide anywhere close to the value that Clemson does. Yeah, I mean, with the SEC adding that, I don't know if did they even look at Clemson? Did they before they went to Oklahoma, Texas, or did that just seem like a perfect package deal? I had no idea because Clemson seemed like would have been a good grab at that point.
Oh, I forgot about that. Wisconsin is playing Bama. Just saw Mark's message in the chat. Wisconsin's playing Bama. That's going to be really interesting next season.
Well, with the expansion of the 4 teams, nobody's got a really easy schedule.
I kind of wonder, because like Alabama, Wisconsin's going to be at Wisconsin. I wonder if they'll put it on CBS next year for nostalgia's sake.
I haven't even thought about the whole TV schedule changes of like who owns what now. I haven't even thought about that.
I just can't get over the fact that Alabama's playing a legit road game.
Oh yeah, that too.
I'm excited about it. I mean, I wish honestly we could have like tougher non-conference schedules, but I know that's gonna get better in the years to come.
Well, and we're going to start seeing a lot better conference games, I think, especially with the mergers of different conferences. So I just hope it doesn't devalue some of what the excitement of some of these games was. Like Oregon playing at Michigan, Michigan at Oregon, or vice versa, Ohio State, or even Iowa, something different. Now it's going to be more consistent kind of / regular thing. So I just hope it doesn't diminish the excitement of those games.
And Mark put in that Bama played at Texas in 22. They did, but for the longest time, what seemed like the longest time, all they would do is they would have some like kickoff at a neutral site.
Then you probably go through all the way back to
Atlanta and New Orleans.
Go back to like USC in 1981 was probably the next one. So I mean, it's like.
Well, yeah, we did play at USC in 1977, and then USC upset us in 1978 in Birmingham, Alabama that year.
Yeah, and they still gave you a share of the national title. That's a whole nother conversation, but we'll move on.
Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony, I agree. I think Clemson is much more a value than the Gamecocks. Obviously, we have to see what happens with South Carolina, but yeah, it's an interesting thought and topic when it came to that.
I'll be honest. I hope we get to see like a Bama USC home and home. That'd be awesome. Like, because I'll be honest, I've been kind of spoiled by watching some of these really old games. So it's like, oh man, I want this to happen. Oh man, I want that to happen.
And someone's gonna have to help me. For some reason, the name is skipping my Trev Albertson. Trev Alberts will get it done. I don't know why I tried to roll that all together there. From Lemansky again, another super chat. Thank you, Lemansky. Trev Alberts, is that who is that?
He's
I
from
do
Nebraska.
remember that
Trev
home and
Alberts.
home we had
Oh.
with Penn State 2010 and 2011. That was pretty cool.
USC
That's
has
why I was
never
trying to
been
remember who Trev
Tuscaloosa.
Alberts is.
That's true. They played somewhere else in Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah, it was
They played
Birmingham.
Birmingham. Okay.
Birmingham in Legion Field.
So I could say, I mean, didn't Sam Cunningham's USC go out to Alabama and beat them?
Yeah, that
That's
was in
the game we're talking about.
1970. 1970. Paul McDonald was there in 1978. I
Okay.
should know because I remember watching that Keith Jackson Alabama videotape when I was a little boy. So I mean,
So that was in Birmingham, not Tuscaloosa.
yep.
Both of them. Yeah.
Okay. So was it Legion Field?
Yeah, we kind of like had some home games in Birmingham and in Tuscaloosa back then.
Oh, okay.
Gentlemen.
We had a killer non-con schedule in 1978. I'll be honest, I want those kind of non-con schedules. Like those are pretty cool.
Well, gentlemen and lady, can we get a drum roll? Because we have the event of the night, which if we do it correctly, could take us an hour and 45 minutes, which would make this the longest running After Dark show in history.
Oh, wow. We're making
If we
history.
do it correctly, which knowing this chat and this panel, we can. It can be done. So we have the first matchup. I wish I could just solo screen the two of you. We have Bama versus Michigan in the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
Bring it,
Granddaddy.
JJ.
Who
Oh, here
do
goes
you
the chat.
think
Wait.
is going to get it done? It's Saban versus Harbaugh in the matchup.
I'm so excited that Alabama's going to be playing in the granddaddy of them all in Pasadena. Like, because I mean, like I was happy we went to the Rose Bowl in the 2020 season when we played Notre Dame, but it was in the Jerry Dome, unfortunately, for obvious reasons. But I'm so happy that the Crimson Tide is going to be in Pasadena playing Michigan. I'm so looking forward to this game, and it's going to be a tight one. You know, everybody's going to bring their A game for sure.
I think it's going to be a tight one as well. My official prediction is 27-24 Michigan. I think that we have the advantage at quarterback. I think Jalen Milroe, he has a very, very nice deep ball, and he's obviously very mobile. I think JJ is the better overall quarterback. I think we have a little bit of advantage with running backs. I would take Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards over Jace McClellan and Roy Dale Williams. Receivers goes to Bama, obviously. Tight ends go to Michigan. Front seven is I'm going to say it's kind of a push. Now I'm going to get a lot of flack on this. I think our secondary is better. I think when I've seen of Kool-Aid McKinstry, I think he's kind of living on name and reputation only. I think you get a little bit of a benefit when you have a cool nickname like Kool-Aid. But I mean, if you ask me, who's better between Kool-Aid McKinstry and Will Johnson, I'll take Will Johnson all day. Special teams, I would lean towards Michigan. Samaj Morgan has been a really good kickoff guy lately. Will Riker started off the season very solid for Bama at kicking. He's kind of tailed off towards the end. Meanwhile, we have a kicker that hasn't missed in September, I don't think. So overall, I think that this is a very favorable matchup for us. Like I'm saying 27-24, but I'm very interested to see how this plays out, and I'm hoping for a good game, very few injuries, and go blue.
Well, and I couldn't help but notice that you guys are really disciplined. I don't see any penalties whatsoever on you.
Well, Bama's cut them down because, last year they probably averaged double-digit penalties per game. That's cut down considerably this year.
Yeah, I mean, when you look back at the first half of the Alabama season, we were getting a lot of penalties. Like we looked undisciplined, especially against Texas A&M, South Florida, and Texas. But then ever since the Tennessee game, we've gotten a lot better. We you don't see that many penalties against us. And I'm not gonna lie, we got lucky against Auburn with that 4th and 31 game winner with Isaiah Bond. But then
Yeah.
we basically proved ourselves against the Georgia Bulldogs.
But I mean, we're going to have to kind of undo the trend with Bama lately because at the beginning of the season, Bama's offensive line looked terrible. Caden Proctor looked like an absolute liability, where he has
Yeah.
improved. And I'm sure, Erica more than happy for me to pin that out. But their tackles had been kind of questionable, Proctor specifically. And Milrow has cut back on his sacks because the the first half of the season, he was getting sacked all over the place because he has a real nasty habit of holding the ball for far too long. If he does it against Michigan, he's going to get smashed into the ground. Now, I think in the last 5 games, he's only had 6 or 7 sacks. So he's improved upon that. So my hope is that Michigan kind of reverts Alabama back to the September, October Alabama, where they were holding on the ball too long. The line couldn't protect them. And that we can kind of limit him in the pocket. But I'd like to see how that plays out.
Lemansky does make a good point here, though. Never bet against the Bama. I mean, the Death Star being Nick Saban. And, of course, Caden Proctor, Iowa high schooler. Sorry, Mike Ford. But
yeah.
It is really hard to go against Nick Saban. If you just go against bowl records and big game wins, it is hard to go against Nick Saban. He always gets his team fired up and ready to go.
And Alabama likes the Rose Bowl. I mean, they have more Rose Bowl wins than Oregon.
Well,
did people really give Bama? A ton of chance outside maybe a close game against Georgia to win the
1920 25 season where we beat Washington in the 26 Rose Bowl, 27 Rose Bowl where we tied Stanford, the 1931 Rose Bowl where we smacked Washington State and basically won the Natty for 1930. I believe 1935 against Stanford, the 1935 season, we won the Natty that year, Frank Thomas as head coach. We lost the Rose Bowl in 1938 for the 1937 season against California. The 1945 season, we beat, sorry to bring this up, Tim, we beat USC in the 46 Rose Bowl. That was our last Rose Bowl trip until so let's see. We went to the Rose Bowl for the national championship, but it was the BCS national title in the 2009 season against Texas. And yeah, we went to the Rose Bowl 2021 against Notre Dame. And now we're in Pasadena against Michigan.
Oh, with the win, there'll be 2 Rose Bowl victories behind Michigan, who has, you guys have 9?
Well, it hurts
Mike?
that we have to play somebody. I'd have to count. I think it's 8. We always have to play a team that can take an Uber to the stadium.
Not Alabama, and they've got
no, not now. But we normally have to play USC, who can actually just ride a bike to the stadium.
Well, there's not many schools that get 25 Rose Bowl wins, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, here we go. And also,
so speaking of which, my prediction. Well, mine's more of a visual. I think it's gonna be a close game, but
oh God, stop this shit!
Oh,
I think Mark has it best. I don't think you guys have seen anyone like Milrow, and if you guys can contain him, then this could be a hell of a dogfight. But if you have no answer for him, it might have been for a long night.
See, I think that Michigan's defense is, they're one of the best in the country. So I think they'll be able to do something to him, possibly. I don't know who's going to win. Like, you know, in the bigger picture, I don't know who's going to win. But I think that there's a good chance that Michigan can cause some damage against that quarterback. And, I mean, if you look at the defensive stats, Michigan has better defensive stats than Bama does. So that'll become important.
Well, but okay, remember, this is where we all get into battles all the time. The offenses in the Big Ten are not the strongest. So when you look at statistically, like for instance, when they played Ohio State, how many yards and how many points did they give up?
Yeah, I get that. You know, Big Ten is very defense heavy, offense light, just like the SEC is very offense heavy, defense light. I mean, when you talk about SEC defense, it's basically Alabama and Georgia. I'm not sold on Texas A&M personally. I can see a lot of holes in what Texas A&M perceives as defense. So, you know, the stats can skew either way depending on the competition.
No, I'm not diminishing. I think Michigan has a solid team. I'm just saying I think that I thought this while, and Mark said a couple of times in the past, it just seems like when you have a dynamic playmaker like that, that might be a tough call for that defense to cover.
Oh, no argument. But I mean, keep in mind that, you know, we have a defensive coordinator who, you know, in practices goes against some guy named Lamar Jackson. I think he has a similar skill set to Jalen Milroe. I mean, maybe, except he can throw the ball much better. You know, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
Someone killed Ben. Someone stole Ben. Ben, you there?
Hello, Ben.
Somebody's abducted Ben.
Do we have to do a wellness check?
Hey, he can't be the one that passed out. I'm the drunk one.
Well, listen, so I could why don't we just fill time with just keep watching this for the next 20 minutes?
Yeah,
until Ben comes back. Oh, well, hold on. Since Ben's gone, maybe we'll do this one. Oh, never mind. I can't show the ending.
Is there a way to put like a poll in the chat? I know I've seen that in other channels because I'd love to know what everybody thinks as to who's going to win. It'd be cool to have.
I can't.
Vote. I'll save you time. Anybody that's a Michigan fan thinks Michigan's going to win. Anybody that's not a Michigan fan thinks Alabama's going to win.
Well, how about in the chat, you guys?
Because not everybody in the chat's a Bama or Michigan fan.
We'll do an informal. You guys, hold on. We'll do an informal. If you think Bama's going to win, put. If you think Alabama's going to put an A. If you think Michigan's going to put an M.
There you go. It's not Alabama fans. It's everybody that's not a Michigan fan is picking Alabama, so they can let all the naysayers know. LOL.
Hey! I have no say in this whole fight.
See, look, Michigan versus World Ab. Oh, I don't know who Football Jesus roots for. I mean, you know,
Football Jesus roots for everyone because he's Jesus. He loves everyone equally.
But everybody that's not in Michigan, see, now the Ohio State fan down there in Troy, I'm going to dismiss him, but you know, everybody says it's going to be Alabama unless you.
There's an Iowa fan. There's a Razorback.
Well, the SEC people, I'm not
shocked.
Surprised about either, man.
I'm shocked that the Buckeye went Alabama.
And an Oklahoma State fan.
Yeah, so let all the. So I mean, this whole naysayers crap pisses me off. It's like everybody in the freaking world thinks Alabama's going to win. So kill this naysayer crap.
Well, that's why I said the one thing you have going against you is Saban's record and Harbaugh's record in bowl game. But this is a good Michigan team. So regardless of Alabama winning, I don't think it's not like Alabama's just going to storm in there and stomp Michigan or something like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, there have been so many people who've said that Bama's just going to kill Michigan, and I don't buy it for a second. I don't buy it for 1 second. I mean, it's two very, very good teams. Like, no one's going to come in there and massacre the other one.
Yeah,
and if they do, I think everyone would be extremely surprised if either of the teams got massacred.
Bama are underdogs, really.
Depends
John
on
Doman says that Bama are underdogs.
Yeah, Bama's or +4, is it now? +4.
No,
my
Michigan
bad.
I
is
think.
Michigan is
Oops.
-2,
My bad.
and their net. I
No, you're
think
good.
FBI has them at like 57%. I mean, you
It's a
never
pick
know
'em
it.
pretty much. It's a pick 'em.
Yeah, I was like, it's just gonna be interesting to see two non-Pac-12 teams play in the Rose Bowl setting. That's gonna be a little weird for me and Tim. I mean, it's happened before. It's not the first time, but it's gonna be a little different.
Well, if Washington had gotten number 1, they could have picked.
Well, thinking of Washington, everyone says that this is a great matchup for Texas, and personally, I think Texas getting Washington is not a great matchup for Texas. I don't think Texas realizes the type of passing attack that Washington has.
Well, I don't know what I think this. I don't think this game is going to be close either way, and it's basically going to depend on one thing. Penix can throw a party on this Texas team. Texas's one weakness is their secondary. So if Penix can, if the offensive line for Washington can hold back that front four for Texas, which I feel is the best in the country, I think Tavondre Sweat is the best defensive lineman in the country. If they can hold back that defensive four.
Oh,
What's
go
that?
ahead. I was going to say, you can go ahead and check out the Texas-Washington preview live from Lars Hansen, Matthew Miller, and Mark Rogers right here on The Voice of College Football as they went over their take on who's going to do great in the Sugar Bowl between the Texas Longhorns and the Washington Huskies.
Okay. Anyways, I was saying, Texas secondary is their weak unit. So if they can if the offensive line for Washington can protect Texas's front four from getting to Penix, and Penix can air it out, I think they can beat Texas significantly. However, if Texas gets a lot of pressure, knocks Penix out of the pocket, and he can't find Pokin and Dunze on the run, Texas will win this one pretty comfortably.
Didn't Washington win the Morris? Yes or no?
The what? The lineman award?
Yeah, the lineman award.
Yeah, Washington won the Moore Award.
But also the Morris for the Pac-12. But they haven't get that out yet. I mean, they have one of the better nationally and within the Pac-12 offensive lines, and I think that they'll be able to if you scheme against one guy, if you always do scheme against one guy, I mean, I don't know what the rest of their pass rush is like, but you can scheme against one guy. You know, they do face some pretty good pass rushes in the Pac-12 as well. So
no, it's not just Sweat. There are other guys up there that are legit.
What was Washington's? I'm sorry. Go ahead and realize you weren't done.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask what Washington's schedule was because Mason Palazzolo in the chat is saying it was weak. So I'm curious.
Well,
they beat Oregon twice. That's not weak.
They beat Oregon State and Corvallis. They beat USC. Did they play USC?
They beat USC in the Coliseum.
Yeah. They beat Arizona in Tucson. So I mean, this isn't a terrible schedule.
Well, and that's the thing, that Arizona win, little did any of us know on September 30th, that was going to be a very big quality win for the Washington Huskies. That was pretty.
It was and it wasn't. I mean, Fafita was just kind of thrown into the fire around that time, right?
Well, same as against when the USC beat them, and now that win for USC looks really good too. Fafita was that Fafita's first game or second game? I can't remember.
That was Fafita's second game.
That was the second game. Okay, I was like,
because he came in the game before, and it was all excited that Delora was out, but then Fafita starts tearing it up. So
yeah, I mean, look, everyone's been doing this all year. They're like Oregon's schedule. They're like, well, what has Oregon done? Their thing is they lost by 3 on the road to Washington. Okay, but it's like, okay, Oregon's lost to Washington twice by 3 points each.
And that's hard to do.
Washington has a good decent schedule. They haven't always played up to par with some of their opponents, as we've seen by some of the scores.
Oregon was kind of like us. Oregon was the eye test team. I mean, because for most of the guys, other than the Washington games, they were beat teams pretty soundly, with the exception, I think, when they went to Lubbock, they didn't look all that great against Texas Tech. But other than that, when they were beating teams, they were beating them pretty bad.
Yeah, and Tech had Tyler Shuck at that point. They were still a fresh team, and Texas Tech got beat up after that. But yeah, I mean, it was just a different environment. You're going to have those games, and Washington has survived them. I was never impressed with a lot of Washington's games. Trust me, I'm sure Tim would agree. But like they say, guess what? You survive them. You find ways to win, and that's what all Washington has done this season is find ways to win.
I mean, Arizona State was 15-7 in Seattle. They didn't look all that great when they went to Arizona in Tucson. They looked terrible against Stanford. So, I mean, they've had some games where they did not look all that great.
Yeah, looking bad against Stanford, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I think that was like, what, a 9-point win, I want to say?
It was like 42 to 33 or something like that, or something like that. If I remember correctly.
Well, and I'll be honest, when I looked at the Washington Texas preview, I was looking at both schools, and I'm like, I want this to be a Bama Texas game so that Bama can get through Michigan and get even with Texas. But at the same time, I'm like, that's not going to happen because Michael Penix, he's just going to be, it's going to be a nightmare for that Texas defense. But, Quinn Ewers, he's going to bring out his A game as well against that Washington defense.
For the record, I just looked up the Stanford versus Washington score, and it's 33-42.
Yeah, 9-point win. I knew it was right around like 42-33. I wasn't positive. It's been a while, and I'm.
This is not to diminish anything that Texas has done because they have a good season. Anytime you go in to Bryant Denny and you beat Alabama, it's a hell of an accomplishment. But that offense and Milroe and the whole situation, that was a whole different team, it seemed like, at Alabama. Even on defense, improved threat. Just like any team, usually if it's a good team, is going to improve from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. That team that they played back in what? Like, early September?
9th.
Yeah, like September week 1 or week 2, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
week 2, I think.
That team is not the same team now. So to say, well, they beat Alabama, it doesn't that doesn't really necessarily mean that they beat Alabama like last week, which would be very impressive. So to diminish what Washington has done, God, it hurts to say. Oh God, can I say it? Beating Oregon twice, right?
You okay,
it hurts, dude. Is a hell of an accomplishment. And oh God. Oh, wait.
You really had Jackson concerned there. Good acting job.
Thank you. So
it is the left arm.
But to beat them twice, and like I said, Mark just put up the trial. The Pac-12 still, and now means will never will have the respect it ever deserved. They ran through a good schedule, and the top half of the Pac-12, I'm sorry, is probably as good as anyone else, any other conference in America. I'm just gonna say it. Sorry, it's the way it is.
Except for the Big 12, because the Big 12 is just anyway.
Yeah, this is not any of this talk about Washington is not diminishing anything Texas has done or who Texas is or the team that Texas can be and might show up to be in this game. I think what it is more everyone's like Texas is going to murder Washington. I'm like, to me, this is a bad matchup for Texas, personally.
The secondary is you're looking at a guy in Penix who's about as pinpoint, has a rocket arm. He's got 3 of the best receivers in the country. They are going to put up massive yards on Texas.
Yeah,
they're just going to. Now will they be able to win? I think so, but it's going to be I think that's actually the best game. That might be the best game of the entire playoffs, as far as being a good, close, tight game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and people don't remember maybe from last season. Obviously, last season those teams were different.
Oh yeah.
Who won in the bowl game? Washington versus Texas.
Washington.
Yeah, Washington.
So, and now both teams have elevated another level. Washington is now undefeated. Texas is in the playoff with just one loss. So, I wouldn't be surprised if you see a similar thing of last year. I'm not saying last year they blew out Texas or something. It was like a what was it, 8 or 9 point game last year in the Alamo Bowl. It wasn't like a blowout or anything, but I mean, that could be the scenario we have this year. Because that's it. You talked about the O-lines for Washington holding up. I don't know, like, for instance, against like Oregon, say, how many sacks Oregon had all year against all the other teams in the Pac-12 combined? Against Washington, maybe 1 in 2 meetings.
Yeah.
Washington's O-line holds up very well when they need to. Very well. So
Yeah.
I think Washington's O-line will be okay.
Oh yeah. if
I will
Washington-
say though, if Washington wins it all, that would
Yeah.
be a tremendous 30 for 30 story right there. Because like we're talking about, like the last Pac-12 season, and then it ends with Washington winning it all. That'd be pretty big right there.
No, it wouldn't. It'd be insulting if Washington won it all. To
I
be
hear
honest,
a poor sport.
nah.
That would be
Tim. That's Tim. I know that's not Sam.
Yeah, that was definitely not me. I don't have
that's
that
Tim.
one. I mean, I'm guessing I do actually have it in here somewhere on the side in the brands. I just haven't seen where it is. I don't look for it.
Just put him on the full screen. It's the same thing.
But again, that would be the ultimate. That would be the ultimate epitome and the slap in the face of the Pac-12 conference if Washington somehow went 15-0, won a natty or something like that, and the conference is dead. They'd be like, really? It's almost like Washington. Why did you go undefeated? Damn it! In some ways. No, I think Texas is going to put up a fight. Look, we know Ewers can throw the ball. We know their defense is good. Their secondary is a little questionable. Their run game is really good.
Well, that's the thing, though. Jonathan's not. He's out. He's out for Texas.
Yeah, but I'm sure they have their backup guy who's just as good. I don't know his name off the top of my head. I'm not that in detail or familiar with Texas football.
Yeah, you can guarantee they have a deep. Yeah, they're deep.
And is Xavier Worthy going to be healthy for this game?
Not sure.
Okay.
I mean, I don't. This one's. I have to say, I think this is probably this is maybe the best matchup though, in the sense of the best game, maybe entertainment wise, shootout wise. I think the Alabama Michigan is going to be more a slugfest.
Yeah.
And this is going to be more like who can make the biggest play and sling it around the field the most. I was going to say sling something else around, but
Okay, and Hook'em.
Mark's in the chat. I don't want to.
Hook'em 247 says Worthy's good to go, so that answers that question.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is going to be. I don't think this is going to be a defensive stalemate. Let's put it that way. This is not. This is going to be. There's going to be some scoring in this game, and I think it's going to come down. This is going to be a great game. I think this is a great game. It could go either way. I'm leaning towards Washington, even though I have no bias at all in this thing, right? But yeah, I think Washington. Comes out ahead.
If it was the Quack, though, he'd be like this: Texas, hook 'em horns. If it was the Duck,
You damn Skippy.
Hook 'em horns.
God.
Is that
Love
an
that
Affleck
duck
duck?
sound effect. What'd you say, Erica?
I said, is it an Affleck duck? Sounds just like in the commercial.
The duck goes Affleck, doesn't go Quack.
True.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Which
I love
does
those
not
little
sponsor the
commercials.
show. That is not a promotion for Affleck.
Yes.
To get on that
sorry.
one. No, you
Not
should work on that,
sponsored.
Mark. You should
Yeah,
work on that.
And I don't like Affleck because that fool Saban's on there.
It's true. Those commercials are so annoying.
They are.
Elephant would have been scarier. Like, both of you, just put the duck on the screen. Get off. Go away.
There you go.
Man.
Well,
Guys,
with,
let's wrap this up before I pass out.
Jesus, that kind of scared me. I wasn't watching the screen. I had my other one. I was like,
PNWU, thank you for that lovely chat, that lovely comment.
yeah, Joey's been slacking off. I'll call him after this. Wake his old ass up.
Jeez.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Shots fired.
Anyway,
Uh-oh. Well, Monday, we have a reprieve now. We've gotten some of this really good games this week out of the way. Some of the really painful ones to watch. Ohio State.
Oh, that
sorry,
military
Mark,
ball
you missed-
between Tulane and Virginia Tech was kind of painful. especially for those that had Tulane
Tulane.
really high on that bowl mania.
Tulane. What happens?
Well, Willie Fritz didn't coach in that game, right? I mean, that
Right.
probably happened.
And Pratt was out. Their
And
quarterback.
see, I mean,
but
so there you go.
And I gotta
That's-
And about Virginia Tech with Coach Pry, I mean, this is a different team, different from the one we saw in September, where they lost to Purdue, Rutgers, and Marshall, which ever since then, Marshall got cursed by the CW because they played North Carolina State on there.
I told you the CW. The curse of the CW is a real thing
Oh, yeah.
for the ACC
I mean-
and anyone who plays on it.
But
It's a curse.
it was a great victory for Virginia Tech. And I'm kind of wondering if old Virginia Tech is back, or do we want to wait and see?
Define old Virginia Tech. Are we talking like Michael Vick?
The good old days with Coach Beamer, where they were kind of running the show in the ACC.
You're gonna have to wait and see. They're on the upswing.
That's-
the second half of
That's
the year.
fair.
But
Yeah.
you're gonna have to see next year if they start hot or are they 0-5 and then turn it on all of a sudden. You know, I think that's the thing. It's kind of like we just talked about. Who was it? Is this the momentum build? It was like, hold on. Got to give it one more, like at least one more consistent year of stability before you go. We're back. And that wasn't a dig at Texas, but you know, like
Oh, Lord.
all the we're back teams that do it every year.
Yeah, Colorado.
I always
Colorado,
cringe
yeah.
when I hear we're back.
Colorado.
It's like, you're not back. Good grief. I always hate it when teams do that. I don't know why.
Well, it's like you need to see the results on the field before saying that. It's premature to say it.
Exactly. You definitely need to see the results.
Yeah.
And for
That's
most
for
teams, you've
sure.
got to see more than 1 year. You have to see more than 1 year of it, because 1 year could just
Right.
be that blip in the pan where they got lucky. But if
Like
they
the
do it again
Illini?
another year or close to it,
Like
Like
the
TCU.
Illini. Yep.
yeah, Illini, TCU, you know, it was just a off year where everything went right, and then reality sets in the next year, kind of thing.
Yep.
Well,
100%.
I am wondering quite a lot about TCU for next year.
Why?
I am not. Yeah, I'm not even thinking about it. TCU. Is not even on my mind at all. I sleep peacefully at night, not having to think about TCU.
So do I. Shut up, Ben.
I have to only worry about this team, and Mighty Liberty,
Mighty.
and I sleep very peacefully at night.
Yeah, you kind of got the freebie.
Noticing Dan Lanning's probably having like a shot before he goes to sleep, chilling out, just like having a cigar, going to bed every night, like whatever.
Oh, look at what Mark said about the Illini.
The Fighting Illini.
Yeah.
Illinois,
And
you have
unkind
to
them.
be.
They were pretty good once upon a time. They had some moments.
Oh,
in the
man, with
80s.
Juice Williams in 2007.
I was gonna say 07 when Juice Williams beat Ohio State. I was gonna bring that up just because it was Mark.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That was in the year of upsets. And
Oh yeah, I remember Red Grange. Yeah. Oh yeah.
We're gonna have to have a conversation one night about this, and we can argue about it. Like, how long does it take that you can say you're back before you have to start all over again? Same with like, when does blue blood status go away if you haven't
I
done
want
anything?
that conversation because I'm tired of hearing about Nebraska. I'm telling you what. I don't know if they're blue blood anymore. I mean, it was
20,
last
is it 20?
century.
I've heard 20, 25 years. I've heard 15 years. If you haven't won a big bowl game, like, it's over.
Well,
You can't start. You have to stop talking about the 30s. Michigan,
I think it was in,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
think it was in 2010 where Nebraska was top 10 for a while. Then they played Ohio State, and Ohio State beat the absolute soul out of them. That's the closest thing. That's the closest thing they've been to being back.
Oh, Mark has a follow up. Stop it.
Oh,
Illinois
boy.
sucks and they've sucked forever.
oh god, the chat just skipped on me. I hate when that happens.
The ghost of Dick Buckus is coming for Mark tonight. You watch. It's gonna happen.
Oh man, the saddest part of tonight is that after the end of this show, when we wrap it up here, we will have officially five more games and a national championship. Wait, or is there another bowl game? I'm sorry. Hold on. Am I missing a bowl game later this week? Nope.
Well,
that's
let's
it.
see. There's the ReliaQuest Bowl, the
Yeah, 1,
bowl
2,
game
3,
between
4,
Iowa,
5, and the national title.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
Citrus Bowl.
Yep.
Yeah.
Liberty, Oregon, Sugar
Yeah.
Bowl, Rose Bowl, then the Natty.
Yeah, so I was right. 5 in the title game, so 6 total.
Yep.
Yeah, sometimes we have that weird like Monday game, and then we'll have like a Tuesday or Wednesday, like whatever, throw it in there type of game in the week. But this year we don't. So after that, it's all over again.
Aw.
And the
Sad
Pac-12 is dead. Football for the Pac-12 is
Aw.
dead.
I still talking about Illinois in there. Now, refresh my memory, but didn't Illinois make a major bowl game back in the Tony Eason days? I don't know a lot of Illinois historians, so I need a check on that one.
Let's see.
I thought they played Alabama in a major game. Bowl game.
They didn't play in a major bowl game, but they did play Alabama in Bear Bryant's last game as head coach in the 1982 Liberty Bowl.
Yeah, I say 82 is what I thought.
Yeah, and I know like the last time Illinois won a Big Ten title was 2001.
Yeah, Mark. I mean, honestly, they think that the 90s were yesterday or something. I don't know. Just because you
Yeah.
win last century means nothing now, really.
Well,
Yeah. Oh, Dave's here also. Yeah, I was about to say it.
Miami. Oh yeah, that's the
The
classic.
U is
one.
always back. They're back every year.
It's
Yeah,
all
they
every
about
year.
go
the
back
U.
that they screwed up a lead they had
They're
against
back.
who was it? Who was it at the end that they totally screwed themselves?
Hey, you know how we have like
Well,
the
this year was
horns
on
down
Rutgers
thing?
and the mighty. Wait. Oh yeah, hold on. Interesting side note. We should have put that in the news at the beginning of the show. At the beginning of the show. Didn't everyone know that you've been pronouncing Greg Schiano's wrong incorrectly, or his name? It's actually
His name?
Schiano.
Yeah, it's like
Shiano?
piano. I heard that.
It
on the
rhymes with
broadcast.
piano.
Schiano?
It's Schiano,
Yeah.
not Schiano. I've been mispronouncing
gonna
it for
say,
years, and I didn't even know.
It was pretty big that Rutgers beat Miami for the first time in its series history at Yankee Stadium in the Pinstripe Bowl.
yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't talk about that.
Consider how bad Rutgers has been historically compared to how good Miami has been historically in these games, though.
The Fighting
Well, and-
Schianos.
Rutgers is a strange team. I don't know. They're a strange team.
Well, and the thing is, there's a lot of questions about Miami, which rightfully there should be, about what's going to be happening with them in the third season of the Mario Cristobal era.
I don't know how that guy still has a job, to be honest.
I
I mean, the only thing that's kind of saving is the fact that he can recruit very well. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you can recruit very well. If that's what you do with your recruits, what's the point?
I'm gonna give Miami fans credit for one more year of going. We need to have one more recruiting class so we can build depth. Until they go, okay, now what's the problem? And I'm gonna go, dude. Cristobal won at Oregon, and he was there as a co-OC for 1 year. Then he took over and better. Miami has just been like stale the entire time. So like, don't tell me about he needs to be there to recruit his classes. He did it at Oregon immediately and turned it around. And Tim knows Oregon was like on death's door when they fired Mark Helfrich. We were like 5-7, and they fired Mark.
Oh, you brought in
like 2 years
well,
after
you
being
brought
at
in-
the title game. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I mean,
Wilford
if
did
you
that
wanna-
wind down.
I mean, if you're thinking about getting rid of Mario Cristobal, I got one suggestion in the coaching candidacy pool: Jamie Chadwell.
how much does Miami owe Cristobal though? Because they probably signed him to a good. Oregon didn't even try to match the contract. Oregon just went, all right, bye.
I thought he went to Miami just because of the Miami connection, though. I mean, you think the contract was that big?
It's his alma mater, but I bet
Yeah.
Miami put out a fair amount, to get him. But
Yeah, I can't find his buyout at the moment.
Miami fans continue to say, I watched the Miami post-game show right here on the Voice of College Football, the Miami channel. Go check it out. TF and those boys over there, Slim Shady Canes, do a great job. A lot of the conversation was Mario Cristobal needs to keep his hands out of the offense completely. And I'm like, yeah, hello. Yeah, Oregon fans, we've been saying he needs to stop doing that for quite a long time. Remember, we had Justin Herbert. And he didn't look anything in college like he did in the pros, you know.
Where quarterbacks go to die, the University of Oregon. Oh, sorry, my bad.
Now the University of Miami.
No, it's actually Iowa.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I don't know if they go there to die or they just go there to not succeed. One or the other.
Well-
They go there Ben, just take a break.
Yeah,
Whether the quarterbacks go to take a break.
say Lions
All
fans
right.
can't thank
I'll
you
be back.
enough for Joey Harrington.
I was gonna say that Ralph.
Oh
Wolf
Jesus,
got, like,
65 million?
Yeah, 65 million. That's crazy.
Yeah, he ain't getting fired.
That is craziness. Is that for real? Can someone verify that?
Oh, I don't doubt it.
That's mucho money. That's
Well,
crazy.
We got to figure Jimbo's buyout was 76 million. I don't know what Mel Tucker's was.
Good.
It was no.
Grave.
Don't worry about Mel Tucker's. He's not getting any of that. But anyway, moving on.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, On3 says it's roughly 9 million. So which I don't understand.
Is that his salary or his buyout?
Let's see. The
Yeah.
Hold on, let me go
When
on
was the date exactly?
Well, that's true. It is from 21. It's from 2021, so yeah.
Good grief. 65 million? That's just pitiful.
Oh, it was 9 million at Oregon. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's what it is.
Well, it's because Oregon's a stepping stone school. You know, you have Willie Taggart. He bails to go to Florida State. Is Ben back? And then you have Mario that leaves for a box of baseballs and bubble gum to go over to Miami. So, I mean, you know, it's a stepping stone job over at Oregon, but they do the best they can.
I forgot where Helfrich went afterward.
Wait, did I hear Oregon hate speech while I had my headphones off? Somehow
That would never
my ears
happen.
burning in the other room. Mark Helfrich went to be the OC for the Bears. Pat Nagy, who was a play caller, blamed him, fired him for their woes, and then Pat Nagy sucked for a couple more years and got fired. And then Helfrich is a Fox announcer since then.
Yeah.
He's chilling in the booth doing nothing. It's just weird to hear Mark Helfrich call an Oregon game still once in a while.
He's very positive. You know, though, Ben, I'll tell you, when I hear him, you can hear he still loves Oregon. I mean, when he does talk about it.
He tries so hard not to sound like a complete Oregon homer when he calls.
And he's not. No, he does a good job. He's objective.
Really hard not to.
He does. But he does a good job of also showing that, you know, that he still loves the school.
Yeah, well, and you can tell he knows the game. I mean, you don't coach for that many years doing different positions and stuff and not know the game. So
I just hope he's learning how to invest. I hope he knows how to invest. That can really help for sure.
I'm sure he's okay.
Yeah, it says here on, I mean, I don't know if this website's credible or not, but it says it's the Sports Daily, and it says Cristobal's buyout is likely substantial. If we operate on the basis that his contract is fully guaranteed, then a huge chunk of the original $80 million would still be owed. At the end of this season, it is likely that Cristobal's buyout would be in the range of $65 million. And this is dated October of this year.
Well, that matched what somebody said in the chat.
Yeah, that sounds about then someone else is
Ralph.
saying good info too then.
Yeah, Ralph knows his stuff. I didn't doubt it when he said that.
Oh, I'm not. It wasn't a jab at Ralph. It was just such a big number.
Yes, it was. Erica, you should apologize right now. That was uncalled for.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
How dare you, Erica?
Please excuse me.
Which is weird if you think about it too, because then you look at it, you're like, oh wow, we're paying him that much for what? Oh, we can't even buy him out. Wait, what? And then you look at like Oregon's record and you go, they're not even paying Dan Lanning hardly a damn thing. They're gonna have to start paying Dan Lanning a lot, but he'll get another contract extension after this year probably.
Yeah, and they'll have to eat it like A&M did to Jimbo.
Yeah, no. I think that was, I mean, everyone should learn from that stupidity. But even when I heard that deal for them, I'm like, so you're going to buy out a coach or pay a little bit to get this coach who's been on a losing track and pay him $10 million, $100 million, all guaranteed. Are you insane?
Nothing surprises me anymore.
It's like, are you insane? The world of college football, and when you have money.
Agreed with B Bean.
Yeah.
Best job in America. Fired a college football coach.
Not
That's
if
the
you're
new
Mel
American
Tucker.
dream, everybody.
Not if you're Mel Tucker.
Yeah, that's I guess.
No,
Well,
I'm sure
yeah,
he'll still be
yeah.
laughing all the way to the bank. They can't take what he's earned so far away from him, so I'm sure he's set for life.
And he got a small buyout from Colorado too. Originally, I'm sure when Michigan State took him from Colorado, they had to do some sort of buyout for at least a few million. So I don't know if that. I guess that goes to school, but it could have gone to. I'm sure he's fine. I'm sure he's made plenty of money over his coaching careers. It all just stops.
Oh yeah. He'll be able
That
to
just
afford
ruined
to
my
afford-
whole moment of having Ed Ogeron, Jimbo Fisher, and a couple other like Les Miles and stuff on like a beach, just hanging out with all their money.
Did you say
Throw it,
Eddie
yeah.
O? You said Ed
Yeah.
Ogeron?
Reggie is hiding
Yeah.
in the back.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Go Tigers. what was that
It
video?
was like-
There
it
was
was like-
this video where every time they were talking about that season, they would show Ed O. It had to be like Go Tigers, like a sound effect for no reason at all. It was in there like 40 times, and every time it came up, you just started laughing. You were like, Jesus.
Like dude kind of looked like Cajun Fred Flintstone. My question is, who'd be Cajun Barney Rubble? That's my question.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, Jimbo Fisher kind of sounds like Wooster from Wagon Train when he talks.
I'd probably say Josh Heupel for nobody else better.
Oh, hiya, Ed. Oh, I just.
God.
I'm too busy linking Josh Heupel to Bobby Hill from King of the Hill.
Oh, that boy ain't right in the head. I tell you what, Mike.
Sports Talk is wondering what Kirk Ferentz's buyout would be. I have no idea. I have to look that up. I should
I was
know
gonna
that.
say, I was like, what's his current contract even? Is it for like 3-4
It's
years?
until
at least?
2029.
Oh yeah. I'm sure it's probably pretty large.
He makes $9 million a year. His buyout is around $42 million, $6 million per year remaining on the contract through 2029.
Yeah, it's a good buyout.
He ain't got nothing on Cristobal though. My goodness, 65. It's craziness.
You know, for the current coaches, $42 million is not that much.
Well, I don't think he's going to make it till 2029, but that's just my opinion. I think he's going to retire
Moose,
before
I
that.
cannot believe you. That was not me to put that one up there, Mark, if you're still here. That's all I'm going to say.
Mel Tucker.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
Jesus. Oh, jeez.
You were looking at it, Tim. I saw your hand go for the mouse. You were like, hello.
Well, not me.
Me and Tim have clicked several
Go
of the
Tigers.
same comments tonight, and like it pulled them off the screen accidentally. We're like, ah, crap.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do a show of like this year of just. I had it earlier in my head, and then I got removed. I got kicked off the stream, told to take a break by Tim, so I lost my train of thought there for a second. We're gonna have to do a show after the end of the season about some of the stuff. It'll come back to me later.
Yeah, one of the stories definitely needs to be Northwestern. That's, wow. What a season they've had.
Yeah.
And that coach, until he gets an extension, is probably he got hired on as full time, but for what, like $800,000 a year. So
I
until
don't
he gets
know.
a contract extension, he probably is not making anything.
Well, he also didn't have a lot of experience. He was just hired on as like a defensive. I don't even think he was defensive coordinator. I think he was like an analyst or something. I have to look it up.
Well, they picked the right guy. I mean, there was no complaint when they went. And then they got to just go to a bowl game, not even win the bowl game. When they went, I was like, they need to keep him immediately.
I couldn't believe that they beat Utah. I was shocked.
Utah always. Why the bowl games? Utah always lets me down
Yeah.
every year.
I don't think anybody called that one.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nobody
That was
did.
Well, I mean, with Utah's offense, it wasn't too surprising because what's his name? Viaka, what's his name? Ben, you know, the
Oh,
safety. Yeah, Vaki.
Vaki.
He didn't play, right?
Yeah, they're a third of their offense right there.
Right
Yeah,
there. Yeah.
Yeah, but
That was a difference. I mean, geez, I'm still having nightmares. I still see that guy. Is he still running, scoring touchdowns on USC? I think he still is right now. So, I
I
mean,
think so.
with-
He is. Yeah, touchdown, Vaki.
without him in the game, I mean, literally, I don't think that's an exaggeration. A third of their offense just went, away for that game.
Yeah, but they were playing a team that last year did not win in the continent of North America, and then went through a weird ass scandal and lost their coach. I mean, this program was supposed to be just in the doldrums. So yeah, I think everybody thought, Utah was going to win this one pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, the defenses for both teams showed up exactly as expected. I think, in that sense of it, but yeah, the final score did not.
I have to correct myself. He was defensive coordinator before he was promoted.
Okay.
I'm still trying to find what he makes. I'm not finding it.
I'm sure it's probably nothing, unless when they promoted him, they gave him a new contract. But I mean, even then, it's probably low ball.
Yeah. I wonder how long the contract is, even.
Probably 2 or 3 years, just to give him time, maybe. I don't know if he's been a head coach anywhere before. Is this his first DC job? So. Was it?
I don't. He was a DC. I think. What did I just see on here? North Dakota, is it?
Oh, okay.
North Dakota State.
North Dakota State.
Oh, okay. So he has pretty good experience then.
Yeah,
he's got pretty good
he knows
experience.
how to win if he's at North Dakota State. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's got good experience then.
I'd hate to be on North Dakota State's bad side. I tell you what.
Mike, wake the hell up!
I'm sorry. You know how much I've had to drink tonight?
That one was not me at all. That was definitely not me. I don't know where all these videos are. They're somewhere in the banner file, and I don't know where they are, or the branding file rather.
Oh man, I'm loving the magic tricks tonight. I'm loving it.
Was it me?
Magic.
Nope, wasn't Tim, guys.
Brian Kelly did have a good Southern. Mark is still here.
All the more reason he doesn't belong in Michigan. So I've been hearing that rumor. It's making.
I like how he had the Southern accent, then he kind of got rid of it, like immediately. Immediately went back to Midwestern. Like,
Lou says that Brian Kelly is a weirdo dancing with players in videos.
Will you stop that?
You can't say his name. He just shows. If you say Brian Kelly 3 times, oh, that's once. Don't say it 2 more times. He shows up.
Brian Kelly. Yes.
Oh God. Oh dear.
Hold on. Michigan punt. I need the sad
Did you
fan.
say punt or punt?
The punt. I need the. I need that guy.
There
he is.
I'm getting tired. I'm getting tired of the surrender Cobra thing. You can put that one away.
Oh, Ralph just informed us that Northwestern's coach has a 1-year contract that's $325,000.
Wow.
There's a discount.
Oh. Damn. Yeah, that is a discount. That was even less than I thought. I was like, what, 800? Jeez.
Wow.
That's like almost doing
That
it for
shows
free.
you how much confidence they had in him.
Shit.
Well,
I heard that.
Well,
I heard that they offered like 6 other coaches before him, and they all turned it down. So he was like the last, on the list.
Everyone
I
else
don't know
like
if that's
Northwest.
true.
Everyone else
I
is
don't know
like
if
head
that's
coaching
true.
job. Hell yeah. Where? Northwestern? No
Nope.
thanks.
It's hard to work there. I mean, it's a hard job. It's difficult.
Oh yeah.
Kind of like Stanford.
Well,
I
mean,
Stanford?
Oh,
Oh wait, wrong
Jesus,
school.
what the heck?
Wrong school. I thought you said Stanford. My bad.
what is
Oh my
with you,
God,
Tim?
no.
Those are the same khakis he was wearing at Stanford too.
I think they are.
Oh,
That's what threw me
Does
off.
he
Those
have
are
a
his
hitch in
Stanford
his
khakis.
middle all? They're great.
He
I
dropped a
have
couple
nightmares.
pounds.
Stop that. Take that off. Jesus. Good
Just because of that,
God.
Michigan's gonna win now. Tim is like,
Darn it. I'm not going to be able to get that image out of my head now.
What image?
Oh, God.
that image.
You ain't right, Tim.
oh my god.
Oh,
boy
don't
ain't
you
right
put
in
your
the head.
hands down. We all know it's you.
It's Ben.
We don't
He's got the
no,
controls.
Sorry, no.
He has the controls too. He
boy
has
right-
equal
it's
controls.
right in the head,
He actually
baby.
might
That's
have.
who
He
he was.
actually has more control probably than I do of this thing, so he can probably do more.
He knows he's got to go to Ann Arbor, so this is kind of like early revenge.
Oh, jeez.
Here we go.
What am I missing?
It's better
there
than the
another video? Did I
khakis,
just miss
though.
it?
Jesus.
I was like, did I just miss something again?
Yeah, 5-star.
I hate only being
Yeah.
on one screen. On one monitor. I can only watch one thing at a time. So if I pull something else up to look at it quick, then I miss everything else. I'm like, damn it. Oh, okay.
I'll-
All right. Oh no. Oh
I'll booze up later
Oh.
too.
yeah. I was like,
I
Are you
got
going to
plenty
boost
of.
up either way?
I've got plenty of Jack. Don't you worry.
I'm gonna be boozed up before that game, probably.
I've been boozed up all week. I'll be boozed up tomorrow. I'll be boozed up on the 1st. And
This is
then I'm
not
good to go.
not a promotion to drink, so drink responsibly, everyone.
I was
You
about
don't
to
see
say
me
that.
driving anywhere. I'm trying to fall asleep
I'm
here,
just
but
telling
I'm not
people to
driving.
drink responsibly.
That's
Yeah,
just
we need
one
a
drink at
whole
a
long
time, Ben.
disclaimer.
You just drink them one at a time, and that's responsibly.
Now, if we lose the Liberty on Monday, I will not be responsible that day. I will probably be in a coma on the live stream at the post game.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, like where's
Look,
like
You got to be awake long enough to get your ridicule though.
It's true.
He can still take it when he's drunk. He won't remember it.
If Tim could take it when they lose to Tulane, you could take it when they lose to Liberty.
I took it when we lost.
You know,
to
hold on.
Georgia.
Hey,
I took it when we
hold
lost to
on.
Georgia too, though. So
Hang on. That Tulane team, and I do mean this. USC should beat them. Most teams should beat, but that Tulane team was a good Tulane team. Period. I'm not gonna have you disparage the team that kicked our ass.
yeah,
Actually-
that Tulane team is a lot better than this Liberty team.
Yeah.
Is there a Tulane gif at all?
Hold on. I don't think so though. There was
like,
one
no,
that Ben
really?
had, but I deleted it. I deleted that one.
Well, I don't know. Lemansky, thank you for all of the super chats. You've been like on fire tonight. Oregon won't have the biggest blowout now. Hey, we might. Maybe we were like, hey, Georgia, you see that record setter you just did? So anyways, yeah, been an exciting week, an exciting weekend. It is at least Central Time now, also New Year's Eve. Again, hence why we're doing the Saturday night shows. Next week will be the normal Sunday night show, before the night before the national title. So unless something changes, which we will let everyone know in the community pages or in future videos through Mark through the week, he'll update people. It will be next Sunday night, normal time, 10 p.m. Eastern, like it is, but it will be Sunday night again, not Saturday. This was just because of the holidays. That way everyone could be available and have their holiday to do their stuff, especially New Year's Eve, because I will be out having champagne, which I can't stand, and then extremely hungover on Monday. I mean, extremely responsible and productive person on Monday. So anyways, any final thoughts?
No, that one wasn't Tim.
Oh, was that the which one is that from? That was
That's
definitely not
USC.
me.
I want to be fair to our Michigan fans and get a little bit. Extend Clay hashtag extend Clay Helton. But that must
Was
have
that
been a Clay
the,
Helton.
was that
moment.
the, but what was that? Was that the Jail Mary?
I don't know.
or
I
whatever?
can't see. Can someone see because I can't see the live is covering
Arizona,
it up.
it is Arizona.
Someone
It
in
is
the chat.
Arizona State. It's
Jail
Arizona
Mary?
State USC.
It's
Yeah, that
Arizona
must have been the
State.
Jail Mary.
Yeah.
Well, you know what though?
that
That's not a Clay Helton game. So
Yeah, I was like,
There
that
you go.
was not Clay Helton, was it? It was like, I don't think that was, but
no, I think that was the
Steve
Kiff.
Sarkisian.
yeah.
You sure?
I was
I think
like,
it was
don't think
Kiff,
that was
wasn't it?
Clay
I
Helton.
think it was Kiffin.
Yeah,
Way
I think
back,
that was
isn't
like
it?
20. That was like 2013.
2012 or
2012?
2013.
No, I think that was 2014.
Was it 14?
Because like Arizona State gave USC that whipping in 2013, and then Lane Kiffin.
Got canned. Yeah, that was in Tempe. That was 13, but in 12. Oh, hold on. And go ahead. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, because this was at USC when that happened. It was the last play. I think this was after Kiffin, so maybe this was that transition year.
Yeah, that was Sark's first year.
Was that
You're right.
Sark's first? Damn, that was Sark's first year. I was like,
Mhm.
well, his own
Yeah,
his
Todd Graham
half
was
year or
the
whatever.
head- Yeah, Todd Graham was the head coach at Arizona State at that time.
The game was wild. The Joe Mary at the end. That
No,
was
I just
wild.
watched it. Made me sick.
Berkovici. Arizona quarterback legend.
I blocked that out of my mind. That was
You're
the
the one who
50-yard
played
line.
You're the one who played the clip, not me.
I didn't do it. You know you. Can you stop it, please? Stop bullying me. All right.
That is
Oh
true.
my
But that's the
gosh.
NFL. The butt fumble is better though.
Oh
That's
man,
just
the
a classic.
butt
But
fumble.
that was the
I
Jets.
don't know which is worse, the butt fumble or the Hail Mary on Black Friday this year. Good grief. That's got to be horrible if you're the Jets. Ugh.
Moose says
What is it?
Stanford
The throwback to Tom Brady in the Super Bowl and they made the meme where it's like, whoops, almost had it. All right. Any final thoughts on these games for Monday, gentlemen and lady?
No, I think we covered it, right? I think we got everything.
Oh, we covered them all. We covered them all.
And next week, you can tune in to the preview of the Michigan-Washington National Championship.
Hey, I'll take that. I mean, I
That
got
would
no
be-
skin in this game.
Yeah.
I can't believe that's going to be a conference game next year.
Yeah, it's weird, like thinking about the Big Ten expanding again. I mean, but then again, it's just going to keep happening, you know? Eventually, it's just going to be the SEC and the Big Ten. That's what I think is going to end up happening.
New World
Yeah.
Order.
It's going to be like the NFL.
That's why I don't know how much Tim has thought about. I mean, he's had longer time than like Oregon or Washington fans have, and I know we've said it on the Oregon shows. This year hasn't really set in yet that the Pac-12 is dead. It still hasn't quite set in. This is the last time we're going to play a lot of these temes. It
How do you
really
guys
just
feel
has not
about
set
that?
in yet.
It doesn't feel real. It won't feel real until next year and kick out. It probably won't feel real until we're actually playing, you know, like a Big Ten conference schedule too. It hasn't, you know what I mean? It hasn't hit you yet. It hit you when you heard about it, but even then it doesn't seem real. It's still just a world without the Pac-12 is just, I don't know, it's pretty bizarre to think about.
Yeah, like
Just shows
thinking
you
this
what
year,
poor
like-
leadership can do.
Yeah, thinking this year, like this is the last year we're going to play like Cal and Stanford or Utah or whatever for who knows how long. It's like, wow, okay, but it hasn't set in yet. I think we agreed for the Oregon show. We're like, yeah, about a week after the bowl game, then we're going to go, oh, yeah, that's right. Now we have to actually have to look at this Big Ten schedule and go, oh, this is life now.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's gonna be like not playing Cal and Stanford. That's gonna be like no weekender going up to the Bay Area for one of those games. That's just gonna be weird.
The Cal team that put up 49 points on.
On who? What happened? Did someone say Brian Kelly?
No, God, I don't want to see that one. That is
That's better than Harbaugh.
that one.
Oh, dude.
That's
That
Hey,
was,
you guys
that
are
was
wrong.
cringe. That was
Don't laugh at Brian.
A 60-year-old man trying to be trendy with teenagers is kind of creepy. That's creepy as
That
hell.
that was
that's-
the worst of the worst.
Is there a Nick
Uh,
Saban one, like a sad Saban or anything?
No, I can't do that. I can't do it, Saint Nick. Can't do it.
Yeah, you can't do it. You can't do it to. And for Purple Oregon, no. That's kind of the weird thing. I thought the Western schools would play every year, but no, we don't.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Washington
But you know
and
what?
Oregon do every year. Washington and Oregon do. That's a rivalry game, and USC,
That wouldn't be-
UCLA, I think, do. But
I mean, the current situation with Oregon, Washington, and maybe possibly future USC, that really would not be fair. Do you know what I mean? Imagine having to play like you're Oregon, and you have to play UCLA, which is a bye week, but then you have Washington and USC, and then having to play 2 of the 3, Penn State, or Michigan, or that Ohio school. I mean, think about that. That would be a hell of a schedule, and you know that the Ohio State, Michigan wouldn't be having that kind of a run. That would be that would be a very weighted schedule. Now, I mean, USC could stay in the go into the tank, and UCLA could stay who they are, and then it wouldn't be that bad. But odds are those schools in most years are going to be pretty damn good.
I had to laugh at Tim saying UCLA is a bye week. After again, he said the
Blah,
Bay Area is
blah, blah.
cows,
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and then
didn't they lose to
UCLA
UCLA?
smoked USC.
Yeah, you know what? And then we stole their defensive coordinator, the reason why they smoked us. So that's why I'm saying they're back to a bye week.
Yeah, then you were like this. Thank you.
Wait, did someone say Brian Kelly?
Oh, God. Yeah,
Where are these coming from? Who spends this much time cutting Brian Kelly clips?
I don't know. I think you know what? I think it's Mark. I
must
think
be.
I found
I mean-
Mark's private stash.
This is so wrong.
Yeah, I'm
Are
like,
there
who has
Ryan
this
Day
many
ones?
Brian Kelly clips?
Ryan Day?
Jesus.
All I know is that this takes
It's a
away from the old
disaster.
Jim Harbaugh treehouse thing.
Don't bring it up. Why did you have to bring it up? You know what he's gonna do.
Jim Harbaugh tree gift. Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, you're
tree
good
gift.
luck for that one.
Yeah, you know what he's gonna do. Go
H. Stroud
Tigers.
says you need to pull up crying Ryan, letting his players push him around in the huddle.
No, because Mark will shut the stream down if I did that.
I'm gonna
That's-
shut the damn stream down. That's what I'm about to do. We're almost about. We would have to waste 30 minutes more to make them hit the record.
Oh, we're almost at the
You can do
record.
Yeah, I think it's like 3 hours and 33 minutes.
I don't think Mike's gonna
Or
make it.
3:02.
I'm struggling.
Mike,
Have
go make a
another
double.
Jack Coke. Yeah.
Yeah, go make a double. Man.
Oh man.
Throw one down, then come back with a double. You'll be all right.
Oh no, I'm trying not to pass out, man. You trying to get me
Go
poisoned or
Tigers.
something?
Go Tigers.
Tigers.
It's one of the things I do miss. One of the things college football is one of those great things is like just the coaching characters that you get. And it
Oh,
seems
yeah.
like when one goes away, you're not going to find another one. And then someone decides to put themselves in that position where now they're like the meme, you know.
Yeah.
Go Tigers.
Ed O leaves, you're like, Ed O leaves, Les Miles is gone. You're like, well, now who's it going to be? Let's go, Brian Kelly. You know, dancing Brian Kelly with Southern.
Can you please
God
stop
damn
saying
it,
his name?
stop it.
Every time you say his name, he gets creepier.
I thought we had to
That's
say
just
3
so
times.
strange. That's just so strange. I'm sorry.
This is what happens when you come on the show, Erica. Way to go. I'm blaming the Iowa person.
Yeah, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I know. Guilty is charged.
Well, Brian Kelly, I think, was always kind of meme worthy, but at least in Notre
Gosh,
Dame,
dang it.
you'd almost
Oh,
think they were like,
no. Oh, damn it. That gets to be banned.
Gift Pringley.
I can't. He can just let himself back in. I can't. He's like the stranger you can't kick out of your house because they're a squatter, and the police said no. He's been here long enough. He's a permanent resident.
Squatter.
Go Tigers.
Top
Who are the
5
top
most
5
eccentric coaching.
Uh,
If we're just
yeah,
talking,
Ogeron definitely. Ogeron's definitely, I think, on
Mike
the list.
Mike
but-
Leach is Mike Leach is up.
Oh,
there.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I love
Leach.
Mike Leach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Can we include
Mike
McKay
Leach.
or is it strictly college?
Excuse
I'd say
me.
let's
I
stick to
think-
college. Let's stick to college.
Oh, okay.
Makes
Let's
this
see.
easier. I think Ogeron's definitely up there. Obviously, Leach. That's for sure.
Kiffin could be up there.
Les Miles is another one. Steve Spurrier is another one as well.
Spurrier's got that one timer where you can't spell citrus without UT, but other than that,
Oh, geez. That's
Yeah, but he always had kind of a remark for everybody.
and I just wanted McKay. I mean, one of my favorite quotes of all time was, how do you feel about the execution of your team? I'm all for it. That's
I'm not putting that comment on the screen. Relax.
Did anyone catch it when Brian Kelly? Oh shoot, damn it! But
Oh,
when
damn.
Brian Kelly actually tried to do that quote and destroyed it. Like I don't remember what he said. It was just so awkward and clunky. It was bad. I don't know if the chat saw, but it was pretty bad. We try to do that quote on national television as someone came to interview him during halftime or after the game. He did that quote. It sounded like he really actually wanted to kill his kids, and everyone kind of went, "What the hell is he talking about?" Because he screwed up the quote.
Oh, I didn't know that.
not good.
Roran Phillips is suggesting Coach Prime. Bobby
He's on his way.
Urban Meyer.
Wait, what list are you guys doing?
Most
The-
eccentric.
Yeah.
5 most eccentric coaching
Dude.
personalities.
Oh,
I'm gonna go with
Petrino.
Les
Oh.
Miles, man. That
He-
dude,
he
Mad Hatter
was-
was a character.
Oh yeah. I mean, he got pretty eccentric with that secretary on that motorcycle. So especially on Christmas. That's what got him fired. You can't be doing that kind of stuff there, Coach Petrino.
Brian Kelly.
No, you can't do that. I wish him into the cornfield.
Oh, God.
Wait, you say Ed Ogeron?
God.
Go Tigers.
I wish I had this queued up though for earlier when we did a certain game.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God.
Isn't there one of the Florida State with Tonto doing it too? Or what
I'm
do you
sorry, I
call it?
believe his name is
Osceola?
not. It's
Osceola.
please, Chief Osceola.
I'm sorry.
Chief you.
I keep going because Uncle Lou calls him White Tonto, but it's like Osceola or something.
Well, he also Well, I mean these are definitely, shall I say, almost borderline racist terms. So. Like when people call Uyungale ukulele. I mean, it's like really. Really?
I do that, actually.
Oh, that's not good, folks. That's
What's
not
wrong
good.
with it? I don't know how to spell his last name.
It's kind of racist. I gotta say, it's on that racist side. You gotta be careful.
It's not racist. I don't know how to spell his last name. Legit, I don't.
When in doubt, just throw in vowels. That's all I can
I'll
tell.
use the word that was racist. Not racist. It's insensitive. There we
Because
go.
I don't know how to spell somebody's name. That's not insensitive.
Brian Kelly.
Mike
No,
Gundy.
no.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
I about spit the last time. That was when you said, "Oh shoot," and I was like, "What?" And I looked up and I was like,
Oh,
darn it!" It caught me.
It's a Brian Kelly montage. It's a Brian Kelly montage.
Was spit.
Oh my
That's why I
God.
had to go. I had to walk off.
There should be a gif of Kirk Ferentz like chewing his gum. That should be a gif. That's what he does all the time.
Yeah, I don't think we do gifts for another half hour. We got to come up with something to do. Otherwise, we got to call today.
That sounds
Well,
like a great
we
idea.
can still name some more like eccentric coaches, I guess.
Well, here, how about this? Chat, ask us any questions. Is there like a top of ask us like top 5 of anything and see if we can answer it. in
AMA,
some
ask me anything, right?
constructive. Not anything. Obviously,
Almost anything.
college football.
Yeah,
Anything
yeah.
college
Let's limit
football.
to college football.
Yeah, it's like not anything. Jeez, the
Jimmy
stream will get
Buffett
taken down
calls him
immediately.
Lily's not.
Uh-oh.
PNW,
There we go. We got it.
killing
We got it.
tonight.
We got it.
Top 5 memes.
It was requested. I mean,
Top
it's college
5
football
teams.
related, so they're in the branding folder, I think.
Oh, that Bobby Hill, Josh Heupel one is one.
Yeah, I talked about that one earlier.
The Pop Tart one, but I got in trouble for being blasphemous, so I'm not putting that one up now.
Top 5 most violent coaches.
Oh yeah, Woody Hayes. I mean, I do agree with B Bean. I mean, yeah. I'd hate for him to be mad at me though. Ugh.
Any gifts of that?
What of him punching Bauman? I think I've seen one before.
Violent coaches?
Man, Brian Kelly should be getting royalties from this show.
He's gonna send a cease and desist to Mark. He's gonna be like, Brian Kelly's lawyer contacted me and said stop.
Mark's gonna watch the end of the show since he left, and when he sees it tomorrow, he's gonna be like, "What the heck happened?"
He's probably creeping somewhere. He always is. Mark doesn't sleep. If anyone doesn't realize, Mark doesn't sleep.
Hey, speaking of my favorite, my favorite memes, Sleepy Mark. Remember Sleepy Mark used to be in the chat all the time. There's a picture of Mark and he was like sleeping, or he wasn't sleeping. He was like this. He was like looking back with his eyes closed. And the name of the chat, whatever the guy in the chat was, name was Sleepy Mark. That was my favorite one.
My favorite one is Sad Saban.
Yeah, I think Sad Saban takes it for a lot of people.
What about Angry Kelly?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I love it when he's just like,
That's very similar to the Michigan GIF imitation you did.
Yeah, no more Michigan ones.
No.
I'm sorry. Look at Jackson. That's not funny.
We have not done no more Michigan.
No, the khakis are banned. The khakis are banned.
Ooh, wow. This is so subjective. Top 5 best plays excluding the kick six, which I think if you have, I would also get rid of the what was it, the Parrot O'Hare, that Hail Mary by Auburn.
Oh, I thought that was a top 5.
That definitely is. I almost would remove it, but I'll leave that one in. Let's get rid of the kick six just because I think that's unquestionable. I don't think we have to.
4th and 31. That's a good one.
No, I'm thinking like 82 Stanford Cal band run.
Oh yeah, Hell Flutie,
classic.
1984.
Yeah, there you go. And the Cordell Stewart one. That Cordell Stewart.
Fuck you.
That's
You.
Oh my god.
that throw, Cordell Stewart just drops back
All right.
and just lays that one in there perfectly for that win.
Remind me to whip
Oh
your ass.
Jesus. Oh god.
I see
4th and 9 for my
see-
Irish fans.
I see the USC Michigan rivalries as well.
I mean, if you're gonna give Michigan one, it's got to be the 4th and 1 catch against Notre Dame for Desmond Howard, or the kick with the Heisman pose that's in my thumbnail.
There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a
Statue
good
of Liberty,
one.
Boise State, Oklahoma. That's a classic one, of course. That's
a
always
good
a
one.
classic. I would say the 2 Statue of Liberty plays that Oregon ran against Michigan in the Big House. Those were classic.
2007.
That
What
doesn't
about-
even crack the top 1,000?
What about that Michigan State? What about the Michigan State punt block against Michigan at the end of that game?
Yeah, because it brings us that stupid meme right there.
If it brings you a meme, it's an amazing play.
How about the
If it brings a meme.
2011 game-winning touchdown from Michigan against Notre Dame?
With the Denard Robinson and Roy Roundtree. I mean, that'd be up there
Yep.
for me, but I don't think it would be for most average people.
Are you saying we're average, Mike?
Oh, I mean, if you think it's a top 5, feel free. But
I prefer typical.
Bush
so-
This is such a hard question to answer because it's almost like you have to break it down in decades and then name top 5 plays, because if you just do like all time, you're gonna have your classic like 5.
What
but there's
about like
so
the
many
punt?
other ones.
What about like the Bama punt from 1972 where Auburn upset Alabama?
well, that was more than one play though, because that was 2 blocked punts.
True.
I mean, just Alabama Auburn could have their own. I would say Bo over the top is probably for one play.
1980. Yeah, that is a good one right there.
I mean, because that blocked what I think. They have like a 9-game Iron Bowl streak before that one.
Yeah, that was from 1973 to 1981 at the time.
Prayer at Jordan Hare was nuts.
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
was absolutely
was
insane because that's only that play saved Auburn's season
That
to go to
was
the title game.
That was the damnedest catch I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was wild that day. I was like, ah man, oh my god, that was a big play. And you know, some relatives were asking me, "You okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just saw a game-winning touchdown."
And that was still Mark Rick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, Mark Rick.
Yeah.
Because I know I watched the coaching. I couldn't remember if it was him on the sidelines talking about it, but I remember seeing the video of it. When you watch the sidelines, and the coaching staff's just like, "Yeah, we got this," and then it tips up, and the guy catches, and they're like, "No, like bat it down, you idiots!" You know, for the Georgia players, like, bat it down.
Moose says,
Yeah,
"What
Mark
about the
Rick-
Tennessee Hail Mary when their coach broke down crying?"
Oh.
That'd be a good gif.
That's a good gif. I've got another great gif. I don't know if you can find it or you want to save it or think about it, write it down somewhere, Tim. Was thinking of Tennessee was what about BYU winning in overtime on the touchdown at Tennessee, and you had their coach doing the fat guy chest bump with his assistant coach on the sideline, smashing the helmet, big boy like
Fulmer?
big boy chest bump.
Is it Fulmer?
Yeah.
And the announcer was like,
How
and
about
Tennessee.
what about the 2010 LSU Tennessee game where LSU got an extra play against Tennessee? What does everybody think about that?
Well, that's not original. I mean, that makes me think of was it Nebraska, Colorado, the infamous 5th down?
Yeah.
The 5th down, yeah.
Yeah, that no, Missouri, Colorado, 5th down in 1990.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Let's see. Fate field goal, LSU, Florida, 2010, and 2007 LSU, South Carolina. That's another one.
A fake goal, Michigan State against Notre Dame.
2010.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Brad Nessler called that game winner right there.
God.
Oh my God, I love that game. That was
the reason they got
awesome.
rid of the overtimes.
Yeah, what was it, like 8 overtimes?
7 overtimes.
7
Oh my
overtimes.
God.
Oh my God. Please go back to
What was
go
it?
back to
Ed
the
Ogeron got
original
got the bath, and then A&M got the touchdown, and they're like, shit.
Oh yeah, the
And they still
Rowan
lost.
Phillips brings up another good one. 4th and 25 in 2015 between Arkansas, Ole Miss. That lateral, my God, that was awesome.
Oh, that's the one where he caught it and like threw it backwards. He just like chucked it backwards as he was falling out of bounds. He just threw it backwards or whatever.
Ralph Wolf brings up the 2005 Capital One Bowl between Iowa LSU, where Iowa won by the Hail Mary pass.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'd like to give a shout out to the Vince Young run that led him. One of the most iconic scenes was when he pointed up to the sky with all the orange. And
That didn't happen. That play was vacated. That didn't happen. I read the rule book. I read the record book, and that I read specifically the game was vacated, so that play never happened.
You can't wipe it from my memory, Tim.
It's just gone.
Oh, we got another top 5. from B Ben.
God.
Top 5
This
all-time best college football announcing pair.
I'm old, so I like and I like actually more because I watched it on YouTube videos. But Dan Fouts and
Keith
oh my God.
Jackson.
Keith
Keith
Jackson.
Jackson.
Fouts was
I
good.
listened to a couple games with them doing it. And it was just Keith Jackson's just awesome.
The one I
man.
wanna
Keith
say for
Jackson,
the-
when I think when there's like a Mount Rushmore of broadcasters for college football, Keith Jackson is on that Mount Rushmore right there.
Well, yeah. Well, he did Hello Heisman for us. So
I was
But
going to
Madden
say
Summerall, that's pro.
the one I was going to say for the Iowa and Nebraska fans out there in 2019 when Keith Duncan won the game with a kick and he blew kisses at the sideline, Nebraska sideline, their coaches. That was pretty good.
which was the one that kept commenting on the A.G. McCarron's girlfriend in the championship game?
Brent
Oh,
Musburger.
Musburger, thank you.
Yeah.
That was the creepiest shit.
yeah.
That
That was so weird. He was like, and then the camera guy kept finding her, and he's like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
that's like
And I'm
Brian Kelly level
dude.
creepy.
I was like, "Dude, all right."
God.
The first time you kind of understood, but then it was like the fifth, sixth time, and you were like, "All right, dude, calm down."
I liked the time that Ohio State last came to Kinnick, and obviously I'm thinking of Iowa one, sorry, where we beat them 55-24. For those who say that Iowa never has an offense, I beg to differ. But that was one where Nate Stanley was still our quarterback, and one of the Ohio State defensive players was hanging onto his leg, and he still managed to stay up and throw the ball. I don't know if anyone else remembers that, but I loved that. That was awesome.
Yeah, but Ohio State got blown away all the time. I think it was the very next year they went to Purdue and got the crap whipped out of them.
Yeah,
too.
there was the following year they went. Yeah, Purdue absolutely just like embarrassed them. Also, that was that like once a year game where Ohio State like all of a sudden just like forgot they were playing a game or something. I don't know what was going on. But that year, I will say Iowa had an offense. They actually had a decent offense, unlike the last couple of years, which hopefully should change. But yeah, that was just one of those like, what the hell games for Ohio State.
Well, I mean, it was Kinnick too, you know.
Yeah, they were road games for Ohio State. So
yeah, at least when we lose there, we lose by one on the last second field goal.
no.
Top 5
No,
mascot.
well, Michigan
doesn't have
Michigan doesn't have a mascot, so don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, can someone explain that to me? Why Michigan doesn't have a mascot? That always seemed weird.
We had one.
The Heisman commercial showed why they don't have a.
We had one, but the thing is, though, a Wolverine really cannot be domesticated. They're too vicious. I mean, those are violent little bastards. But top 5 mascot. You know what? I'm gonna go off. I like the Western Kentucky Hilltopper. The thing that looks like a big red frog.
Oh, yeah, Big Red. I think his name is Big Red, isn't it?
I can't remember the name of it, but that stupid red frog. That's probably one of my favorites.
Yeah, and I can't pick my own, so of course I'll be a. You know what? As much as I don't like the team, though, Ralphie for Colorado actually having a live buffalo run across the field. I mean, those guys, you see those guys running with a buffalo, and they're like, "Holy shit! Do not get out of control." You know, even they're like, "Oh God."
I'd give it. I would say probably the Hilltopper. Uggo would probably be up there. I'll say Bevo.
I like the tree from Stanford.
Oh, I think that's the most ridiculous one.
I love it. I don't know. And then I like Washington's Husky too.
Yeah, that's a pretty dog.
Yeah.
We know who
Although I don't think it's purebred because it's too small to be a husky.
What about the Miami duck?
The Miami duck.
Oh, the retarded looking duck. It's an ibis.
Yeah, nobody ever calls it an ibis. I refuse to call it.
It's basically like a stupid pelican.
I have a question here for Jackson. Why do you guys say Roll Tide, but the mascot is an elephant?
Better question. It's something about the state because Auburn's are Tigers, but they go War Eagle. They're weird down there.
Yeah.
They're weird.
And they have an eagle. They have the eagle that flies, before the game. So it's like, yes, that's about right. That's about right.
The duck on crack.
I just
That's
make fun
it.
of I just make fun of Bama fans because how is your nickname a bodily function? Jackson's kind of quiet over there.
Some
Yeah,
rich
I've never-
dude had elephants.
There's some story about the elephant. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, I was
some
like, I've never
big,
heard exactly what it
strong
is for sure.
creature.
So
Yeah, there's got to be a story.
that I think that's what it was actually. That's
The
somehow.
news
I
reporter
think it's a
said
real
that
is actually.
elephant was- oh, okay.
I think that's actually somewhat accurate. Actually, I do think I remember something
Okay.
like that. I think that's something accurate.
That's interesting. Moose. I don't understand how Miami is called the Hurricanes and they have a duck as a mascot.
It's an ibis. It's not a duck. Do not insult the ducks.
Sebastian the ibis.
We're never going to call it an ibis. I
We'll
don't
call
think.
It kind of looks like Howard the Duck's twin brother.
I do like the duck on crack reference. That is kind of what it looks like. A duck that's went through like 20 years of addiction is trying to recover and relapsed heavily. That's a good one too. I've heard the story of this, and I can't remember what it was. How Wake Forest became the Demon Deacons.
Demon Deacons. I'm gonna look
I've heard
that
Well,
up.
the
they were
story.
they were a kind of like a church. Weren't they like a church college? Like a pastor?
Or like a religious college, yeah, something like that.
And didn't they
originally.
remove the demon part of it? Are they still known as the Demon Deacons or just the Deacons?
I call them the Demon Deacons, unless they removed it and no one knows about it.
Well, I know
Like,
that like the Tampa Bay used to be the Devil Rays, and they changed it to Rays because that was back when you couldn't have any sort of demonic reference or something.
Angels used to be Anaheim Angels. Then they called themselves Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. But then they refer to themselves as the Los Angeles Angels.
And they're still in Anaheim, and the only Los Angeles team are the Dodgers, so they could knock it off.
Oh man.
I'm reading the Wikipedia article now about the Demon Deacons. Interesting.
I thought it had something to do with the fact they were kind of like a church school.
Something
says-
it's something kind of affiliated with that, but I can't remember what it was, or especially if they
Yeah,
dropped
the
the demon
angry-
part of it.
Yeah,
Well,
like
someone-
the angry dude doesn't look like a demon. He just looks like a angry rich guy.
He looks like an angry colonial person.
So it says here the mascot made its first appearance in 1941. As the Demon Deacon terminology became more popular, Jack Baldwin, who was a 1943 Wake Forest graduate, became the first Deacon mascot. And he said, "Some of my fraternity brothers and I were just sitting around one evening and came to the agreement that what Wake Forest needed was someone dressed like a deacon. Top hat, tails, a black umbrella, and all that. We wanted him to be more dignified than other mascots, sort of like an old Baptist deacon would dress."
So they dress him up like a chimney sweep. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's why I said like a colonial. He looks like a mid-century, like just whatever, like, but just not very well done. That looked like the first rendition of the costume they just stuck with it.
I'll give an honorary mention to the retarded looking bird for Kansas.
Oh God.
That thing literally looks like it's like cross-eyed retarded. Have you seen
That looks better than it looks better than the ibis.
I was gonna say, have you seen that stupid Jayhawk? Well, first of all, it looks like a borderline racist doll. I mean, I said that about the Kansas Jayhawk and Brutus. They both have kind of like that goofy old timey racist face.
Oh
Yep.
man, I'll never look at the Jayhawk the same now.
Seriously, pull up a picture of it. It's
well,
Is there a gift for that too?
I don't think so because I don't even know if that's a real bird.
I have no idea. Top 5 storylines of the season.
Draft Scout says best
I-
mascot is that West Virginia dude. Oh, gee.
Tell me that thing doesn't look slow in the head.
That beak. Oh my god, and the shoes.
He looks pretty happy.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
slow people in the head are usually looking like they're happy.
Oh my god. I apologize, Mark. This has gone off the rails a little bit, but
Yeah, we're in trouble now.
we're trying to fill up all your StreamYard storage.
Never add Mike back to the panel.
Oh god.
Top 5 storylines of the season.
What?
I mean, Spygate.
Oh jeez.
Oh no.
Oh, let's not.
man.
I'm never gonna get that image.
Picked it up. Which one are you
I
talking
mean,
about?
Spygate's got to be one of the top
chaos.
stories of the year.
Let's see.
Northwestern going 8-5 after the weenie slap gate.
The car wash.
Yeah.
Oh. That is one of the top 5 for sure.
Yeah, everyone says Prime. Of course, yeah, Dion was a big story this year.
Oh,
Especially in September.
oh god. I'm
Like
so tired
everybody
of hearing
talked
about him.
about game day, bid noon kickoff, Pat McAfee show. Even 60 Minutes got in on the hype, which I do believe 60 Minutes is gonna get on the hype. And who knows, maybe we'll see a Joe Rogan Experience episode of Coach Prime.
Mm.
It's
I won't
he
be.
needs publicity.
I won't be unnecessary roughness too and leave it off. FSU getting left out of the playoffs. It has to be in the top, even despite the whatever the reasoning that everyone can argue stuff. Point is an undefeated conference champion in a Power 5 getting left out, being the first one. That's a big story of the year.
Yep.
I just don't like it because now I have to hear that. Oh yeah, Michigan was afraid whenever they heard the Alabama instead of the fact that they're just shocked that Florida State got left out. That's the only thing I don't like about it.
Well, let's see. The Pac-12 season this year, the last one,
Yeah.
that's been a pretty big storyline.
And then of course the new coaches at Wisconsin and Nebraska.
Yeah.
I would say the fact that Arizona is projected to be complete crap, and then they turned out to be something a little bit better than complete crap.
A little bit better, yeah. Quite a bit. Yeah. I there's a lot. I mean, yeah, it's hard to pick like 5 because I mean, if you think about it depends on your subjectivity if it's that important to you more than one story or the other, It's like realignment, yeah, a conference breaking apart to me is more important than Prime, Deion Sanders. But Deion was a bigger story. Everyone just kind of forgot. Oh yeah, by the way, the Pac-12 is dead after this year, So
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing
Troy,
about.
why would you do that? Why would you do that, Troy?
Is there a Tucker gif?
No.
There's gotta be
Oh
a
God,
I don't think you'd want that.
I hope that is not. Everyone, look away. Censorship. I hope there's not a gift for all
I
Tucker.
better hope not.
Tim is Googling right now. He's like, no.
Oh God. Sorry. I had to ask.
I know. I thought about asking it earlier, and I was like, no, don't do it. Don't.
I did it for you, no worries.
It's like refrain from asking that question. Oh my
Coach,
God, I think we're almost there. We are almost there.
Coach. Oh my God.
That's cute.
What's he spreading his legs for?
It's Ohio State.
Yeah, it's just easier to that way you could see it from the air for it. It's a lot easier to do for the band for accent.
Gotta have
shit.
Gotta have room for the stick up that ass.
Oh yeah, no, D-Bean. Yeah, Jimbo being fired into permanent retirement. A happy man.
I doubt he's permanently retired, but I guess we'll wait and see.
Yeah, because 76 million is not enough.
Yeah, he doesn't need to work ever again.
And that's a pretty way to go out, though. Pretty good way to get out. Like, what did you do? Oh, I got fired. Well, that sucks. Yeah, but they had to pay me $76 million. I mean, who else gets to say that?
It's the new American dream to be a fired football coach.
Yeah. Like, who else gets to say that?
Yeah.
Mel Tucker is notable too.
Oh, what's in your resume? What was your last job? Fired SEC head coach.
Yeah.
I think you have too much money and qualification for this job.
Here's a good one. Top 5 coach that will survive a zombie apocalypse.
Okay, now.
Oh, Nick Saban's definitely one. I think he scared the holy crap out of the zombies, though.
I don't think Saban could survive his next trip to Denny's. Let's skip the zombie apocalypse stuff.
There was, I think this question was brought up on some other stream at some point earlier in the year, and they brought up a bunch of good people, like who would survive it, and I think people were like Mario Cristobal, just because he probably beat the shit out of everyone.
Mike Gundy.
Yeah.
Oh, Gundy. Okay, I'll go.
Oh,
with
he's
Gundy.
a man.
He's
I got
a
one.
man. He's 40. So
What's up,
Brett Venables, because he'll look like one of the zombies.
Just fit in. Just fit in.
Just fit in.
You think Brian Kelly could survive it, or do you think he could dance
someone
with
had
the
to
zombies?
say it. Jesus.
yeah, because you
We
can't
were
see him.
avoiding the word.
He'd just
the
dance with
name.
the zombies.
I know we're talking about college football, but I liked whoever said Dan Campbell. I would agree with that. Yeah, Whittingham,
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, Kyle Whittingham. Kyle Whittingham, he would survive.
100%.
He's definitely in the top 5.
Steve
Do you
Sarkisian,
think Leach would?
Steve Sarkisian, because he wouldn't remember it.
He probably
Oh,
could
my
be too
goodness.
drunk to remember it.
He's not a coach technically anymore, but Jerry Kill, I think, would. He's an outdoorsy. He seems like he could actually. Him and Kyle Whittingham would just team up together and survive. And Will, this is why we don't do this, so you don't jump in the backstage during the show. Because no, we're not talking about Notre Dame. We already talked about how you beat up poor Beavers. Blah blah.
Craig
blah,
Ball
Well, have
could
you seen the
survive
game?
the zombie apocalypse.
No,
seen
you
the
know, Marcus Freeman, because any zombie he couldn't kick the ass, its ass, he would just run away from because that dude's in good shape. So Freeman would survive.
Oh, crap.
I'll say-
Tim Moose said the magic word.
Oh wait, wrong button.
That's the wrong one.
Okay, you can
That's the wrong one.
Oh,
It's a 2
God.
for 1. It's a 2 for 1.
What is the deal? My God.
I'm guessing
Oh,
Coach.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, God. Oh, no.
So bad. It never gets old. though.
Oh, God. No, not that one. Ugh.
All right.
It's so bad. What's going on, Will?
Yeah, I saw you guys were still going strong. I was out with friends. I saw you guys are still.
We were
going
like, we started like at the 2 hour mark. I'm like, well, we got to talk about the playoff games. I'm like, let's see if we can do this for an hour and a half and hit the record setting time. Well, we stopped 30 minutes ago, so now we've just been finding things to do. And we still have people watching and commenting and talking, and Tim started playing gifts of Brian Kelly.
And not nearly enough thumbs up.
Okay.
Oh, I said it again. I crap.
Mike, how confident are you that Harbaugh stays?
On 1 to 10, 8.
Yeah, 8. Okay.
I think that's a little high, personally. I mean, he won't sign his contract that stipulates. Oh, God.
Okay, jeez.
Damn
again.
it.
Well, like I said, first of all,
But he's got a. I
There-
think he's got a hitch
I
in
want
his
to ban that
middle
gift.
wrong.
Can we ban that gift, please?
yeah, no kidding. Well, I mean, okay, first of all, as far as like NFL coaches that are getting paid $12.5 million, I mean, you're probably looking at like Sean Payton, Bill Belichick. That might be it. I mean, we're at the point now where college pays just as much, if not more, than the NFL. Plus, he's not going to the Chargers. The Chargers their front office is inept. Their owner's a doofus. He's cheap. He won't give over control. I mean, the Chargers that's like a stooge job. That's like
That's why Yeah, that's why when people are trying to float the thing where, Lincoln Riley, he's going to want to go to the pros. Look, and the idea is his daughters are young, right? He loves California, so he's not going to move. So he's looking for the Rams isn't happening. Look, the Chargers job opened up. There's no way in hell any sane coach in the world would go work for that organization. There's just no way in the world that you would go work for the Chargers.
Will you tell these fools that think Harbaugh is going to the Chargers? Because I cannot picture any hot ticket commodity working for the Chargers.
Wait, who's going to where?
A lot of people talking about Harbaugh going to the Chargers. Tons of people.
I heard the Bears too.
Oh,
No, Matt Eberflus.
Oh God, that's the best.
I swear to God, I'm gonna slap.
That's good. I like that one.
Yeah, Matt Eberflus has the vote of confidence for 2024.
What do you guys think about Kelly going to the Patriots and replacing Belichick?
Is that
zero chance? Why? Who?
I
what?
guess he would have. I don't think he'd go because he'd have to make up a Massachusetts accent. I don't think
he's from Massachusetts though, so it would be easier for him. That's why people are thinking Patriots for him because he's from.
I've heard him, and his family is from the South, so
Well,
oh God.
Hey, if Pete Carroll can go there, so can he.
Pete Carroll came from there, okay? Came from there, and he's from the Bay Area.
So funny though to see. Oh my gosh.
So
that'd be ridiculous.
I want to go back to the previous question for a second. Draft Scout says that for college he would vote for Matt Campbell or the Minnesota coach who rows boats. He's in great shape for his age. I think that Fleck could schmooze the aliens or whatever, but Matt Campbell I think would run to the bathroom and piss his pants. I don't think he can handle that.
I think PJ Fleck would try to probe the aliens.
Oh Lord. Oh my Lord.
Damn it, I shouldn't have mentioned it because now he's going to look for gifts of Matt Campbell and of PJ Fleck.
Oh, no.
I don't think there are any gifts of Matt Campbell.
PJ,
there is one. I know of one.
I know there's a Fleck probably in Row the Boat.
Oh, there's probably a few Flecks.
Yeah, Matt Campbell, there's one of when someone like met him after a game and told him like he sucked or something. They like got into it, apparently. I can't remember all the details anymore about it, but Iowa fans were having a heyday with it back earlier in the season when it happened.
Go figure.
Mm-hmm. Mike Leach, king of the alien people. Oh, God.
Yeah.
He always had good advice, though.
Mm-hmm.
The space pirate. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So what about that PJ Fleck gif? I actually want to see what it is.
I looked up PJ Fleck peeing, but it took me to a site I had to leave really quick. It was I was worried about viruses.
Not appropriate.
Yeah, that dude's weird.
Fleck?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fleck is a weirdo.
Hey, look, Will. So who do you got in the Michigan Alabama game? We all did ours really quick.
He's just finding more.
Oh, geez.
I don't know.
I
don't know. When I was picking the game, I went with my gut. I went with Michigan. I went with my gut.
Whoa.
Yeah.
All right.
What about Texas,
I've got one
Washington?
for you, Tim. I found some gifts.
I picked Washington and Texas, Washington.
Oh, that couldn't go any better for us.
I just put a link in the chat for you, Tim.
Uh-oh. No one click that. Do not click that. I'm warning everyone.
It might take you to an inappropriate site with PJ Fleck.
It's appropriate. It's not. I wouldn't give you something inappropriate.
Okay.
What is 2 girls, 1 cup supposed to be?
Oh my God.
Oh wait, how do I get to that? Hold on. I'll go to the regular chat. My bad.
This is what happens on This is what happens on late nights here on the Boy College Football. So
Well, we're
thank you,
trying to
everyone.
beat a
Thank you.
record here. Oh, there's a whole Giphy page for him.
I think we have
Oh,
beat the
dear
record by
God.
quite a bit now.
Oh dear God, there's something.
Yeah,
There's something.
the problem is that the GIF cannot be too the file size can't be that big.
I think Billy's
Nate-
not lasting the year.
There's a whole page
Napier.
about him.
Yeah, Billy's
Mark,
not going to
Nate-
last 2024. No way he
Yeah,
lasts the whole season.
Napier will get fired way before Cristobal does.
Yeah.
Tim, I just
I don't
pasted
think
another
that's
link
a
in the chat.
question.
I'll help you.
I'm gonna see if this pulls up. Maybe that's just what might work.
Especially with Napier's buyouts probably a lot less than we just discussed Cristobal's, which was, what was it, Erica? 65 million?
Yeah, 65.
Yeah.
Yeah, Napier's is probably literally like 15, 16, somewhere in that range.
Erica, that one's disturbing, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Oh God, no!
Let's see it.
B-Beam, just because you click the link doesn't mean it's okay.
Come on, I'm not going to give him anything.
I think Mario lasts like probably into 2025 if everything goes south for Miami.
31 million.
I think we would go in there because we're playing them that year. We'll go in there, take it to them in Coral Gables, and then I think they would get rid of Mario. That would be great. That would be my ultimate.
A lot of these aren't even PJ Fleck. What the heck? Only the first few are.
Erica, be careful. You're going to a dangerous realm. All right, we got our PJ.
I'm surprised Napier's buyout's that high.
Is it closest? Is it like 30?
31.6.
They're saying
That's
31.6 to 33. That's why I was like 16, 17.
Oh, come
That's
on
not
now.
Fleck.
That's not Fleck.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Used car
it said
salesman.
PJ Fleck.
That's not the one I sent you either.
What in the world?
These are
I
the
swear to God,
websites. Hey,
that's the
these
one
are
I
the
sent them
these are the
originally.
websites that Erica sends me to. So I'm just gonna tell you guys,
Row
be
the
careful
boat.
if Erica sends you a link. Just saying.
That's not the one I sent you though initially. Do the one I sent you initially. That's
Okay, quit.
Row the boat.
Yeah, I'm tired of you.
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's no like boat gifts here. Except
Are there
the
any
one,
good?
yeah.
Are there any good Brian Ferentz ones, Erica?
Oh, you bet there is. You bet there is. Hold on. Let me see if I can find them. Let me see. I have one in particular I'm thinking of, but I'm not sure it's here. Nah. It's not on this Giphy website. Let me see. I can't believe I'm enjoying this so much looking up gifts. How pathetic.
What are you saying, Erica?
Nothing. I'm just saying I can't believe I'm sitting here on a live stream doing this. Oh, wait. This is one of Kirk, I think.
This is my favorite, actually, right here. This is my favorite.
Hold on. Let me switch back. Hold on.
He's got a cute mom, though, actually.
Here's a good one. Here's a good one. This is really good. I love this one. Let me see. Tim. There we go.
Apparently, I didn't miss much when I was in the bathroom.
Erica, we already have this one.
You didn't miss
The
me.
one I sent you for crying out loud.
Jeez.
That's not any of the Ferentzes.
Oh.
Okay. We've been going out. We've been live so long. I'm actually starting to get sober.
We told you to drink up earlier.
Okay, the one you keep sending me is that weird with him rowing the boat.
Oh
When
no!
I click
it's the
that
Brian
link?
Ferentz one. Brian
I was
Ferentz.
about to say, then that one's mistitled.
Well, technically it's Kirk, but you'll see.
By now, I should have gone back to check the record, but I'm pretty sure we're well over it.
We better
like
break some
20
kind of record because this is quite long. Oh, dude, it's like 11 o'clock.
We're almost
Quite long, yes, this is.
We're almost at 4 hours, guys.
Darn! Why can't I?
Yes,
find
I
the
know.
one
That's why I was
of
like,
Brian
I think
that
we've broken it by
wanted?
at least 15 minutes.
Erica,
Yeah.
the one I'm seeing in the chat is still
Oh yeah.
PJ Fleck.
You didn't see the Ferentz one?
Oh, wait,
Here,
hold
you
on.
know what? I'll send it private chat. Maybe that's better. Here. We're trying to break
you
a
don't-
record here, guys.
You
Work
don't
with me.
tarnish the world.
Wow,
Work with
Manimal Matt. Wow.
Insomnia is to blame. I had that problem before I came on the show. It's no big deal.
I don't have insomnia. I'm trying not to fall asleep.
Did you get the link, Tim?
Oh, I
Oh,
see
hold
the
on.
private chat.
There's one in particular, though, that I'm not finding that I know is out there. Darn it.
Well, that one's too big. It's too long.
Oh, really?
That's what she said.
Darn.
Christ, it's so stupid. Well, I mean, Ralph. I guess then challenge accepted. The record is 24
No.
hour.
All right then.
No.
All right, bye.
Oh, I
We're
found
out.
the one I wanted. Oh, here it is. This is the one. It happened this year.
Yeah, Neil. But how many people here woke up at 5 o'clock this morning at their time? So
No.
it's been a long day.
Actually, me.
Definitely not me.
I'm almost like wired to wake up at 5 now.
Hopefully that one's not too big.
Yeah, I was like, don't do it, Mike. Don't say anything.
I say nothing.
Oh, did
I
you
hear
see
you.
it?
No, Erica, their minds are in 7th grade right now. Okay, hold on. Yep, I think it'll work.
Oh boy.
And this last gift of the night.
This is the last
Right,
gift.
Mike?
This is the last gift. We've hit the record.
Oh, we
Okay.
have? Okay, good.
This is for Erica.
Oh, by almost 20 minutes now. Pretty sure it was 3 hours and 33 minutes. I should have looked, but oh well. Close enough.
If anyone
Okay.
cares to submit a gift, feel free.
No,
We
we're
should
good. We're
ask
done.
for
We're
audience
done.
participation.
Hey, this is Erica's gift.
No, it is not.
Oh,
Vey.
Wait,
Come
hold on.
on.
Wait, wrong one. My bad. Hold on.
There's too many now.
Oh, you know what? That one, the size limits are 20 megs. Image is too big.
What?
Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, sorry. 3 megs for gifts. That's weird. Images up to 20, but gifts only 3.
Yeah,
3 megs.
you'd have to take into a thing and compress
All
it.
right,
or
so
whatever.
3
we're just
meg.
gonna have to stay with this one.
Yeah. 3 meg is not that big of a file.
I
I know,
like
right?
that one. That's hilarious.
It's probably one of those like a wide one. You have to like trim it into like a vertical to like shrink it or something like that. But yeah, it's not that big. But yeah, StreamYard.
Oh, there he goes.
Oh, the good old tip the wagon over. Classic.
No,
The
that's
Sooner
the
Schooner.
first one. Yeah, that's an old one. That's not even the one that happened recently.
That happened again?
Oh, look
Oh.
at that. Look at the super chat showing
That
appreciation.
one. Oh my God, Neil. Wait, our favorite Nevada Wolfpack
Wow.
fan.
That's
This is
what
what
happens
we
when
get
you're here
for
4
this is what happens for playing gifts for 3.5 hours. I mean, for really about the last 50 minutes. But Neil, because you have to, you don't have to, Neil. You've been around here a while and tried to get you to come on here and talk.
Neil's
some
OG.
Wolfpack. He is.
You don't have to, but we do appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely obviously appreciated
Oh,
for the channel. Yeah, but you don't have to. Neil.
Never
Mm,
feel obligated, guys.
And Happy New Year.
Hey, no one tell Mark that's $16 each.
Yeah.
And it's
I know.
I'm
Right?
just kidding.
No, you got to figure YouTube's getting their cut.
Yeah. Hold on,
It's
let me pull
usually
this up.
YouTube 50, right?
Neil, I'm going to leave Neil's up for the rest of the night here, but I'm going to pull up Tony's really quickly because it's here. Tony, yes, of course, Tony. Quack, quack.
Happy New Year,
But yes,
Tony.
Happy New Year to you as well, and to everyone in the chat because it is New Year's Eve for most of us now. We're getting very close, very, very close. It's getting there. So
Everyone, 3 quacks for Tony.
Quack.
All right.
Quack.
Quack. Quack.
The actual duck.
Quack.
The actual
Okay,
duck.
it's getting way too late if we're all sitting here quacking.
Oh God.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
So
I,
thank you, Tony, of course, and Happy New Year to you too. And we will see you, obviously, I bet, on Monday at some point, following the Fiesta Bowl. Obviously, I'm sure you'll be there at some point, at least. I'm going to put Neil's back up here just because of it being such a contribution, and Neil being one of those. Yeah, Neil's been around for quite a long time, so got to give him the full props.
bravo.
Tonight, the After Dark show brought to you by Neil Campbell. Everybody.
Yeah, that like funded this thing for one more episode.
Neil's company.
some more
Neil's
gifts.
company is sponsoring the show tonight.
Brian Kelly.
Oh God.
No, don't say it. Oh, geez.
Ah.
God.
Oh,
It just
man.
never gets old. It's so bad. It just never gets old.
Yeah, but we're still laughing about it, so I don't know.
I know, that's why I'm like, it just never gets old.
It's a 4-hour delirium. Once you're on a live stream for more than 2 hours, you just start to lose your mind.
After about 3 hours, you lose track of time, anyways. The first couple hours go by fast, and after that, you're like, how long has it been? Then you forget what you started talking about, even.
You forget it's 11 o'clock and I haven't had dinner yet.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Neil. Yeah, okay, Neil is now pushing. At least he didn't ask for another hour, Neil. Not because you have to.
I think
Neil
he
must
likes
be-
all the gift talk.
Neil is in one of those. Neil is in one of those giving moods because it's the holiday season. It's the new year, and Neil just
No, dude. Neil doesn't be any kind of season. Neil's always very generous to the channel and very
Oh,
much
I
found one of-
appreciated.
I found one of Nick Saban.
oh God.
Oh, better be.
Erica, we're done. Erica, we're done.
You're
I don't
never
know if I
gonna
can do
that
it.
on here, are you?
Except Tim's not done. He's going to do about 3 or 4 more of Harbaugh ones.
I wouldn't do that.
He said the magic. He said a magic word.
Wait,
Oh,
you said
God.
what? Did you say Harbaugh?
I didn't say anything.
Every time you say the magic word, it's like Brian
Oh,
Kelly. Damn it.
Oh no.
He said, I think Tim's just hearing things.
That's how I feel right now. Oh dear.
And then we lost. Oh, okay. It was like, and we lost Tim, so now it's just gonna keep playing unless I know how to shut it off. It's like
gotta-
Tim dropped.
What?
You got to be kidding.
That's
He's,
He's back. He's
doing
back.
that
He's back.
I'm
He's
back.
back. He dropped out, and I was like, "It's still playing." I was like, "Great."
I couldn't do that to you
It's
guys.
just- I was like, "You're
I was
killing
gonna
me
leave
right
it. I
now."
was gonna
my
put it up
God.
there and leave.
I
Oh,
was gonna say,
boy.
like, "Oh my God."
Oh God.
Yes, Neil is a huge supporter of Mark. That's why he is always, as mentioned, he's always been very generous to his channel, and he's been around for quite a while. He always shows his support, and he's in the Patreon too.
I
So
wonder
that's
if
why
there's any-
one day we're going to get Neil on here. We are going to get Neil on here to talk some Wolfpack.
I wonder if
There we
there's
go.
any Pop-Tarts gifts.
Gary. Well, I told you the one, but I can't. It's
Oh Lord.
border on sacrilege. I can't do that
We
one.
gotta go bed soon.
I'm trying to find more good gifts to keep it going.
Oh my
Oh, I
God!
got
we were-
No.
I thought we were beyond this.
We told you to get another drink earlier, Mike.
Oh, no. Yeah, I can't have any more.
No, Brian Kelly and Jim Harbaugh are both going to send cease and desist to Mark.
Oh geez. You just said
Both of them, literally.
Oh geez. Here we go. We're gonna lose
No, see,
viewers, I think.
I'm still distraught about the Pop-Tart thing. Uh,
Yeah,
Gosh,
ain't
where
gonna be
can
no
I find
Brian
it?
Kelly. Michigan ain't gonna hire no Brian Kelly. Forget that.
Oh my god.
Oh
What's he got?
I like it because he's doing that, and all the coaches behind him just look clueless too. They're like, What's happening?
Oh God. Oh my God.
They're all like, huh?
As long as he's not dancing, we're good.
Is he crying after like a breakup or something? Good grief.
Oh,
Well,
they're
they
down
are losing.
16 nothing.
They
We
are
were down.
losing to
16 nothing
USF.
with South
Yeah.
Florida.
That was
They're
when we
getting
lost
shut out in the third quarter.
That was when they lost to Skip Holtz. I remember that. Skip came in and took the win.
Man, you know what we
Yeah,
should
that
have
was
Yeah.
like the only time Lou Holtz even picked against Notre Dame.
Yeah, and then the next week we choked against Michigan. That was a tough first 2 weeks. I remember that season.
What in the world?
I will say. I will say. I will
You ask
say.
for
I think
Pop-Tart, you
this
get
is
'em.
going to be. This is
Oh
going
my
to be the best
God,
mascot
no.
ever. This is going to be the best mascot every year in the bowl games. Is the Pop-Tart?
It's
He
gonna
just
get better.
doesn't
Yeah, I agree,
care.
Ben. It's gonna get better every year you watch. They're gonna try
Yeah.
to one up each one.
No, that was. I think that might take the cake.
We were
I
talking
didn't
about the
even see
best
that during the
mascots. weren't
game,
we?
so I don't know what that means.
We hit the 4 hour mark.
We did. We did
Achievement
talk about the
unlocked.
best mascots
Like,
ever.
are you okay over there?
Oh my god. What was that Pop-Tart? Thank you, man. Good grief.
Yeah. That's,
Oh damn, dude. Okay, I'm gonna drop a link in the chat because it is too big. But I actually did just find the best mascot of all time.
Oh God. Oh my God.
So if you know, again, my
Mark's
disclaimers.
never
I'm
gonna
not telling you
let
when to go, but if you guys want to see the best mascot ever, I just dropped it in the chat. If you want to check out the best mascot of all time.
Uh
Oh
oh.
no.
Oh no.
Oh, I know what that one is. I don't even have
I'm
to
so
look at it. I
upset.
just saw
It's too big.
I
It's
just
too
saw the
big.
title. I know it.
Oh
I know
my
which one this
God.
is. I
Oh
know
my.
which one that
Oh
one
my
is.
God. What?
That one.
Oh.
Okay,
How in
arguably.
the world?
Neil.
Fun, Tim.
Neil.
Oh my God.
My God, Neil.
Wow.
Why? Why do you want more? I got to talk to Mark tomorrow.
Does
for
he want to
today.
like? I think he's begging
Neil.
us to stop. Maybe.
Neil, you gotta stop. You gotta stop hitting that pay button. You have contributed so much tonight, beyond belief. I mean, it's
Wow.
always extremely appreciated, Neil. But we wish you hopefully had a good holiday and you have a great New Year. Because
Oh my God. What's the deal with this Virginia Tech one?
you deserve it. That eating the mascot though that ate the cheerleader, yeah, that one that's a classic one. Where it's just like the announcers are like, oh my.
This Virginia Tech one is strange. It's put in the private chat in case you want to show it to everybody.
Frank.
Neil, well, don't worry. I'm going to make sure Mark knows that you are here and you are showing your generosity in support of his channel, as always. 'cause again,
I'm one step ahead of you. I just sent Mark a text.
Okay, I was about to say I didn't want to. I don't like to text him this late. I know he's probably just sitting around doing nothing or editing or something.
Oh,
or
I
power
like
nap.
texting him in the middle of the night, waking him up.
Oh, is that why he texts me sometimes at 5 a.m. and I'm like, what the hell, Mark?
Mark's gonna
It's
see
definitely
this and be
something
like,
obscure.
he's gonna be like, I'm never letting them on the show again after he sees all this.
Well, he texts me at like 5 a.m. sometimes, or he'll just thumbs up a text from the day before, and it'll notify me. I'm like, what are you doing? Like it's 5 a.m. Like his time is like 4 for me or whatever. I'm like, what are you doing? You know he's been up for a couple hours doing stuff already, and I'm like,
I found one with Nick Saban and Affleck.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
I cannot make fun of Saint Nick. Can't do it.
Why?
I
I
can't.
just can't. I don't know.
You can do anything you put in your
Mike's
mind.
like,
I have too much respect for coaches.
He's just doing Harbaugh because he's so salty about that Stanford beating USC when they were favored by 36.
That's true. Hey, what's your deal? What's your deal? For those who know, you know.
All right, I gotta find a good one. I'm trying to find a good one.
Oh goodness.
I don't know why there's still so many people in this chat. And watching.
They all fell asleep.
They're just or they're waiting for the gifts. That's all they're doing. They're just waiting for all the gifts.
Oh, we have more.
There's always more where that came from. If any,
Unfortunately, they're all too damn. Files are too
big.
large.
Yeah. Well, if anyone in the chat has one that is a must-see, please paste it in the chat. Let's get some participation here.
Has to be previewed. Has to be previewed first.
Yeah, we can't guarantee we'll show it. We have to actually look at it first.
It's like, I mean, you could. I mean, if it wasn't too big, like the Tim one, the eating the mascot eating the Cheeto, that one's not bad. But he said it's too big of a file. That one's not bad. That one's funny. That one's a.
Oh my gosh! What in the world? What is that?
I don't like the sound of that question.
I don't know if it's him. I'm trying to find some good Clay Helton ones.
I'm sorry. Do we have a conversation here, Will? There you go. I finally found one that can actually fit.
There we go.
Neil.
There we
Go
go.
Wolfpack. Oh,
I had
there
a really cool one of the Wolfpack mascot dancing, but it did not have Brian Kelly in it, so I couldn't. No, it was too big, so I couldn't post it up. And there was one with Nevada Wolfpack flags and stuff, but again, it's too big. So very small thank you to Neil. Thank you so much for his donations. Mark will be very, very happy in the morning.
Oh, it's to Neil. You know, I always have to remind on the Wolfpack helmet on Mark's stand behind him. I got that because I think I bought that one because of Neil. Because of Neil's donation, I was like, gotta have a Wolfpack one back there. Same as multiple helmets on that thing. I was like, gotta have some of them. It's hard to find some good looking ones. Some of the good looking ones.
I'm surprised that. Wait a second. Yeah, I'm surprised there's no Mike Leach gifts.
Oh, I guarantee there are. There have to be.
Those are endless.
I know you gotta listen to Mike Leach. You can't just watch him.
Lemansky's still here. The strangest podcast collection.
Oh, here we
commentators ever. Staying up for Erica comments and Neil contributions. Well, whatever keeps you around, Lemansky. If that's what keeps you around,
that's a great one.
You're for it.
I'm not the only one making comments. There's other people too.
It's a great Mike Leach.
Lemansky has also thrown his weight around a little bit tonight in the super chats, and it's always appreciated. Again, it helps the channel out immensely. Mark's always appreciative. We're all appreciative.
Yes, very much.
So to everyone who's put out a super chat, no matter what it is, it's all helpful and very, very much appreciated, no matter what. Just as you see Neil with his super chat, $1 is a generous super chat in any sense of the words, because I mean, you know, it's still a contribution.
Yep.
So it's greatly appreciated. And yes. This is not the first time any panel on here has been called the weirdest ensemble of people.
That's what we strive for.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the show.
Yeah, it's not an insult. I mean,
it's like the whole point of the show.
It's literally the purpose of the show.
I mean, you don't want to be boring, do you?
Although I didn't see this night going into a GIF battle, but hey, or a meme battle, or Brian Kelly.
Oh God!
Oh, it slipped.
Oh, don't! Jeez.
It slipped.
You did that on purpose.
It slipped. It's like a Tourette. You know, it's like a.
It's like Tourette. Oh, that's not nice. That is not nice.
I'm going to put Neil back up here. As I said, I was going to leave Neil up there the whole night. But thank you again, Lemansky, because you've been dropping super chats tonight. And it's greatly, greatly appreciated.
All right, I'm gonna look.
But yeah, we haven't seen Neil around a whole lot, so it's always good to see Neil around, because he's always busy and doing things. So it's always great when Neil gets to come into a live show.
Oh, I like this one of Mike Leach. This is good.
There's so many things about Mike Leach.
He's amazing.
I'm going to watch Mike Leach videos today. Just I want to search the Pac-12 one where he talked about the mascots of
Oh
like how
yeah,
to fight all the Pac-12 mascots.
that was good.
It's like the Trojan. Well, he has a sword, so that's formidable. What the hell is a
Yeah,
Sun
it's
Devil?
formidable.
What power is the Sun Devil have?
We're gonna chop that tree right down. Didn't he say that or something like it? I can't remember.
Something along the lines of that. And he's like, the duck,
Yeah.
it'll just fly. The duck will just fly away.
Yeah.
Like the husky. Oh, we'll see about that. He's like, no, a brew and a bear. He's like, okay, a bear is pretty, formidable creature.
I think
Yeah.
it's the one where Gardner Minshew is putting the mustache on him.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw him earlier.
He just stood there and he looked at him like, what the hell are you trying to do?
I like the one about what's the name of that announcer? Where she was saying she was getting married. He's like, go elope. Anyone else remember that?
Yeah.
Oh
He's
yeah,
like,
the
"Don't get married."
reporter. It was in 2022, I believe.
I can't remember the woman's name.
She's on SEC Network. Good grief. I don't know.
SEC.
Yeah.
Yeah, because 2022 he was Mississippi State, so still,
You see,
of course, I mean, all the Texas Tech classics. I mean, those are
the female
those are
reporters
hard to beat.
for Allie LaForce SEC.
Is she still doing it?
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
she did CBS. I don't know if she's still on.
This kid.
I'm not familiar with the SEC, all the SEC reporters.
I thought she
Okay,
was
so-
an ESPN lady. I
Okay,
can't
so
remember.
Daryl says Alyssa Lang. I've never heard of her.
Oh,
okay.
okay.
Listen. That's interesting. Yeah, Mike Leach quotes over the years are just constant. Again, just one of the most classic, of course, is like, well, I can't help it if they don't want to play. They got to go home to their fat little girlfriends.
Yeah.
I mean, just to reporters, like just nonchalantly, like that would get some coaches just straight, reprimanded, fired. But it's just Mike Leach.
They
So,
tried to fire Mike Leach. They tried. You can't fire
Did
Mike
they?
Leach.
Well,
Did
and
they
technically
really?
Just remember
they did, but not
Texas
because of
Tech.
that.
Yeah, you
It's
can't
like,
fire
technically
Mike Leach.
they did, but
He just comes back stronger. Or did they fire him? Oh,
yeah, technically
they did. I think they did actually.
Yeah,
You're right.
they did. But not because of that. I don't think it wasn't because of his comments.
And of course, there's always candy corn. That quote's always one of the best.
Didn't he have like marriage advice or something?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
God dang it, Neil! Don't they have any low res Nevada gifts? Things are like.
I mean,
all the good ones are-
even Gardner Minshew when they did the talking about Mike Leach, like his memoriam for his college contributions, and he was like, man, you never knew what you were going to get with him. You'd go to talk football and like an hour would go by and you wouldn't even talk the damn thing about the game. And then he'd be like, oh, by the way, we're playing this Saturday. So yeah, here's the game plan. And that was it. Like they would just have I mean, what was it, Tim? He had a seminar, like a weekly class at Washington State about battlefield tactics, comparing it to football.
Did you watch, you guys? There was like a really good I don't know if it was like after he passed or before, but there's a really good this like not interview, but just a little clip about him and how he walks to work every day. And damn, I wish I could find that. That you guys should check it out. It was, I think it's on YouTube. I'll go look for it now. So I'll drop it.
I would say he was one of the most like just genuine, like original type of people. He just didn't care. He just did what he did.
Yeah, and if you didn't like it, too bad, right? I love that about him.
Yeah, when he left the Pac-12, I was like, oh, we lost Mike Leach when he left. I was like, no. I didn't like playing against him, but
I remember I think it was Bob Stoops who told the story, like when Mike Leach was at Alabama, or at not Alabama, I'm talking about Oklahoma. He apparently drew up like a fake chart or notes, whatever, about what plays they were going to run, and they dropped it by accident with the opposing team.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Then they were like, "Why isn't this working? Like none of these plays aren't right."
Okay, so this is what's beautiful. You look up Mike Leach. It says, so Mike Leach tribute on top, right? Then it says Mike Leach wedding advice, Mike Leach fat little girlfriends, Mike Leach playoff system, Mike Leach mascots, Mike Leach Halloween candy, Mike Leach Friday Night Lights, and then
Friday
candy
Night
corn.
Lights. I don't remember that one. Friday Night Lights.
Committee, coffee, marriage
Oh.
advice. Oh my god, dude! Like that's
Yeah, what was
that's an absolute rabbit hole right there.
Yeah, what was the Friday Night Light one? I'm trying to remember what that. I
That's
know
not
I've
ringing a
heard it.
bell.
I'm trying to remember what it was.
I
Yeah,
don't
now
know
I'm
what-
gonna be stuck on searching Mike League and watching all of these today. Damn it! That's gonna take a while.
Mike Leach. What was it? Friday night. What was it?
It said Mike Leach Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights.
Are we really doing a 24-hour? Because I got to go to bed soon, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
getting ready to head out of here.
I want to honor Neil's donations with a final send off for all the it'll be I don't have one, so I'm just giving you a final Michigan tribute.
Oh,
With all of our Michigan stuff, and finish
there
it.
better be no khakis in there.
What'd you say?
Oh,
Khakis?
oh,
And then just explode out of here. So thank you, Neil. Thank you, Neil, for your donation.
wait, there's a new panelist here. Who's the new panelist?
Hey guys, what's up?
It's Austin. What's up, man?
Hey,
What's up, Austin?
Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing much. I just seen you all causing trouble, and I thought maybe I could come help because we know how Will loves Brian. We know how Will loves Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh.
Mike. I had to do it.
oh God! Quit saying his name.
Oh,
That's a beautiful thing, isn't it? There's one I wanted to find it. There's the one with him. He breaks it down in an airport. He starts dancing. I couldn't find that one either, but
in an
that would have been
airport?
beautiful.
No way.
Yeah. He's like with it looks like he's in the airport or somewhere, and he's like recruiting, bumping and grinding some kid again. So I mean, it's just what can you do? Brian Kelly.
Okay, it doesn't count if you say his name. Okay, you didn't play anything.
Well, who?
Nice try.
Whose name?
I forget.
How long do you guys think Kelly's going to stay in LSU?
Oh,
Whether he gets
why? If you say just his last name, it's still going to take that as you said his name.
Wait, Ben's gone?
Oh boy.
The duck hunt dog. I remember that.
Well,
What the heck?
Tim, you wait till they find Lincoln Riley gifs. You're gonna be in trouble then.
I'm sure they will too. Was he driving?
Oh dear.
I think Ben went to sleep, guys.
Well,
Lincoln
all this talk about gifs, I mean, could put a lot of people to sleep. So
Yeah. Yes.
It's how we've kept these people watching for the last 2 hours.
we were trying to break a record.
because
that's
you're a
all.
great personality, Tim. They love you.
That's shit. Then we're really in trouble.
Well, the record is broken.
That's why I brought the gifts, because I didn't want to go that route. We let people.
I'm heading to bed, guys. I need some sleep.
We beat the record, I think. Our work is done.
Oh yeah, we beat the record by like 45 minutes.
All right. I just want Jim want to say good night to you. So good night, Mike.
Good night.
Oh dear. Well, good night, guys.
Oh, Neil wants us to go to 3 a.m.
Oh no,
No,
that's
I'm not
another hour
doing
and
that.
15 minutes.
No. I think he meant what? I hope you're on the East Coast. Are you on the East Coast,
3 a.m.
Neil?
Eastern, 3 a.m. Eastern, yeah, 12 minutes.
That's 12 minutes.
12
We can do 12
minutes.
minutes for Neil. We'll do 12 minutes of Surrender Cobras.
Gosh, I remember I was laughing. I was just laughing when I saw Trouble with the Snap.
Hey, Will, did you find any gifts?
I'm trying to find Lincoln Riley gifts. I put a couple in the private chat.
How
Oh,
dare
yeah.
you, sir? You did? Hold on.
I think one of them was like Michael Mayer.
Let me see. Oh, I see here. You put some.
Yeah.
Oh, that's I can't usually. Hold on. Do I click on it? Can I save it? I can.
We got Lincoln here. We got.
This is a good one. Oh, yeah. I'm afraid. See, a lot of the good ones tonight have been too big.
That's really a shame, you know.
It's weird. It's just it's only 4 megs. Is tiny.
Lincoln riding to USC.
That's just gonna nauseate people.
Well, Tim, after the performance your team put on in the Holiday Bowl, you deserve all the Lincoln Riley gifs you can find, good buddy, because you whipped us up and down the field. So
I'll tell you what. I remember we talked. I thought the only way we had a chance was with that offensive line, and sure as heck, it happened. Here's the man. Here's the man.
Mitchumania, woo, running strong.
Is he still in the league, Minshew?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's playing for the Colts.
He's been playing a bit this season.
Oh man. Okay, you want to get back at me? This is how you hurt me. Thanks, Will. Don't tell him, but this if you want to hurt the Trojan, this is what you do. You make me revisit these moments like oh, I gotta load it. Hold on. Moments like this one are kind of hard to get out of your. Oh, thank God, Will. It's too big. The Helton jumping him down is over 3 megs. That one was brutal. That one would have hurt a lot. Tonight's show brought to you by the Wolf Pack,
Indeed.
Nevada.
And we have easily, by far, broken the record here on the College Football After Dark. And I think we're also out of gifts.
Well, Neil put in a request for a 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern send off. So we have 9 more minutes.
9 more minutes. Okay. For Neil.
I will say though, guys, back on the subject of bowl season, Erica, when me and Jackson did our predictions for Tennessee, Iowa, I predicted 12-6 for Tennessee. And Jackson got to laughing, but I thought that was a pretty good prediction because Iowa could stop anybody, but they can't score either. So I was like 12-6, Tennessee wins by 2 field goals.
Oh.
Did you hear my thoughts earlier? Because Tennessee has lost a lot of people to the portal and the draft.
I think Nico could turn it over. I think you guys could win by Nico throwing picks.
Or by us sacking him.
Mm.
If we sack him enough, that'll get him bent out of shape.
Well, I will tell you, Erica, Austin can tell you, when Austin and I did our bowl predictions, I was not too happy when I saw that the spread was Tennessee minus 8.5.
Yeah, it's not anymore.
Guys, do not get Jackson started on the Tennessee hype, especially about Texas A&M, because he goes on a whole rant about that, especially the Jackie Sherrill teams. Look out.
I mean, it's just like, good grief. I don't know why I don't know why some people got all impressed with that Tennessee win over Texas A&M at the time. I mean, this isn't 1939 Texas A&M. Good grief.
1939.
I'm trying to find good Billy Napier ones. Maybe I'll look up Tennessee fans. I bet there's some funny ones.
I'm gonna look up Matt Campbell because there's one specific one.
Matt Campbell ones for some reason.
What's that?
There's a lot of Matt Campbell ones for some reason.
There are. Oh my God. Holy cow, there are.
Oh wait, hold on, you guys. Neil's in Tahoe. That means we need to be here for 3 hours and 9 minutes.
What?
Not that I'm just messing with you guys.
I was like, no, I don't think the math makes sense, but okay. Yeah. I was like, that's not happening. That's for sure.
Oh man.
This one's good. This one's good.
I'm probably gonna head to bed in a little bit because I'm a sleepy little owl.
Well, we've only got 6 more minutes.
Neil's hanging out in Emerald Bay tonight
Oh, we got
on his
actually
phone.
one. That's fine. No.
There's one. Hopefully that's small enough.
Kind of a great Brian Kelly picture, but you guys ever seen Running Man? No, not Running Man.
Oh,
No,
right.
what's the no, not Running Man. The one where he goes to when he goes to Mars. Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's the
Oh.
movie? Total Recall. There's a picture of that Brian Kelly picture I showed you, and then a picture of the Total Recall when Arnold Schwarzenegger's head blows up. Looks exactly. They're side by side. All right, never mind. Guess you had to see the movie.
Although you said the magic word.
So is Brian
magic
Kelly
word?
going to get a lot of hype after beating Wisconsin? There's a topic conversation.
I don't think
Nope.
that. I don't know. I feel like Kelly's not going to stay in LSU that much longer. I don't think he
Kelly?
wants to stay.
No,
I
it's
think
because
I think he knows he can't win without Daniels or Denbrock. And Kelly
No,
knows
he-
that for himself.
the reason why. Listen, Brian Kelly is going to Michigan. What do you think, Michigan fans?
That would be crazy, man. But I could see it for sure. I know I've seen rumors that he wants to go to Michigan if Michigan will take him.
I don't see that happening. That'd be a quiet moment.
I will say this though, Ole Miss though, what a great year they've had, and I know they're probably going to get a lot of hype in the preseason.
Yeah,
Because-
Ole Miss will have a lot of hype because of their transfer portal additions.
Mhm. And they won 11 games for the first time in program history. I wouldn't be surprised if they're in the top 10 and then lose it 4 weeks later to Bama again if they play Bama.
Oh, they don't have Bama on their schedule next year.
That's right.
Oh, good.
Neil's
They
actually
catch a
farther
break.
west than I am right now. Good
That's
point.
good for Ole Miss. They catch a break then, Jackson. They get away from you for a while.
Yeah, but they have to go to LSU next year, and they usually don't win in Baton Rouge.
Yeah,
Oof.
they could win this. They could. I think they'll win. That's my prediction. That'll be my prediction. I think they win in Baton Rouge.
I'm sorry, you guys actually talking football? Did you not get the memo? I'm just kidding.
But to be
Well, I
fair
mean,
though,
The
guys,
title does say voice of college football.
Also,
Yeah, it's not the voice
To
of
be
college.
to be fair, a lot of teams struggle in
Rich
LSU.
Eisen running the 40. This is a classic one. I'm trying to find the.
Oh, here you
Dabo
go.
Monday-
Ralph,
Oh
I think
my
Ralph
God.
might have it. I can see that.
Oh, that would be.
There you go.
I think Kelly would think of that as a step down, though. I mean, no
Well,
offense to Jeffrey.
No offense to Brian Kelly, but I think that he may not have a choice pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Especially-
He said his name.
That is the name of the game. You can't say certain things or it triggers a GIF. A meme. See how I avoided it so we didn't have to deal with that?
Very well.
Well,
done.
here's the thing though. Brian Kelly's going to match up with Lincoln Riley next year in Vegas, so
Oh,
we might as well
you're
get
not
used
allowed-
to that.
You're not allowed to say that person's name.
Is that-
All right, I think I found it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I think we're good, right?
2 minutes. No one's slacking.
Oh, 2 more
Nope,
minutes.
nope.
Okay.
Don't half-ass this, Erica. You've done so well. You've done good so far.
These next 2 minutes are brought to you by Nevada Wolf Pack. Thank you, Neil Campbell. Right. Let's see. I'm looking for a Lincoln Riley gift for all you guys. The
There are
Sooners,
some
and
out
the
there. I
Sooners,
would
and the
look
Michigan fans.
I was
I'm
like,
looking
is
for
there gonna
Bob's
be is there
Stoops.
gonna be a lot of is there gonna be a lot of Lincoln Riley ones?
I wonder if there's any Hayden Fry.
I said funny Lincoln Riley. Funny one.
I couldn't find any funny Lincoln ones.
No, they're all just him is
That
Oklahoma.
one, that's good.
All I know
Funny.
is tomorrow when Mark wakes up, Ben, you're gonna have an angry phone call with him. Be like,
No, Mark's
What the
gonna be
heck
happy.
happened?
Mark got a lot of money.
Yeah, no, Mark might have been like, what the hell? But everything
You
else,
guys-
he's like, I love you guys. That's all he'll say.
Mark, I don't want to burst his bubble, but Mark just don't watch any of this. Once he goes to bed, he's done. He doesn't go back and watch this stuff.
Yeah, he might be
Well,
like, what the hell?
I was going
You
to
guys
say
are on
that
wall,
anyway.
but-
He'll see the super chats and be like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, exactly. That's why he'll be like, oh, whatever. Really?
How are you still?
And
Are you
another
still on?
super
Because
chat.
some of us are committed to this, Sean. Unlike you, I know you had a rough day, Ohio State. It is rough when you don't score an offensive touchdown.
You say Ohio
Or a
State?
touchdown.
yeah. And you
All right,
let the
we'll see-
fourth
we'll
best
see
team in the
if,
SEC beat you. So
Yep.
it's understandable.
Another dollar. Another dollar.
So it was a rough day for Sean. That was a rough game to watch, as we discussed it. It was a pretty rough game to watch.
God, it was boring.
But to be fair, Ben, I had a rough day too, so I can't talk in that department. Thanks to Tim's Trojans, by the way. Thanks a lot,
That was a couple
Tim.
days ago. That was a couple days ago.
Yeah, you need to
I'll tell you what,
The
recover.
wounds never heal, Tim. You never heal. You can't lose to a Trojan.
Oh no! Hey, now you're getting personal.
I will say I mean I do get where Austin's coming from though. I mean it is kind of hard to go the expectation,
voice
kind of the
of
hype
college.
and the everything behind the team, and then to go on like a 3-game slide. It's
The
kind of
voice
rough.
of college football comedy hour.
Like it is kind of rough. Thinking of Trojan though, to lose to a Trojan again, I just will always miss now the Pac-12 announcers not being able to, or the announcer not to be able to go tonight. The Trojans versus the Beavers.
And we are past 2 a.m.
Oh wait, hold on. I got one for us. All right. Well,
Is it
Send us
Bob
out
Stoops?
style, Tim.
I'm trying to make the. 'Cause I know I made all the Michigan
Wait, is
fans
that
mad.
another
So
one?
this was
No,
for all the
I-
Michigan
I
fans.
said
to
I
be
was
good
gonna. I
sports.
said I was gonna leave Neil's up, so I'm just bringing it back up. That's the same ones from Neil, but in full respect for Neil and his contributions for the channel. I said
Yeah, it
we
looks
leave it.
like it's from a half hour ago. I see that now.
So I wanted to just. I said I would do it, so we're gonna do it.
So for all the Michigan fans that put up with all my bullying just now, we got one special one for you guys here. I'm just gonna say
Wow.
boogers. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god!
So that's
between that
that's
and
for all the-
Jackson's, I'm gonna have such a
That's for all the
nightmare.
Michigan fans that hung around through all of that.
Oh god! Take that off the screen.
Here you go.
Yeah. Okay, Ralph. The Beavers versus Cougars one is pretty good too.
That was
Today's the
horrific.
Beavers fighting the Cougars.
Oh man, you have to DM that to Mike. Oh man, that's
Did you
a good
see the
one.
one that I posted of Bob Stoops? Is that small enough?
Mm,
Let me see. Oh wow, the link is long enough. Holy smokes.
I know, right?
Okay, hold on, let's see. I like this one better. Oh, sorry. Where'd it go?
Ralph, well, we should all be happy we aren't all gifts. We've done embarrassing stuff.
true.
Oh my god,
Pat.
Neil!
No, Neil's back again.
Oh goodness.
Neil. Yeah,
Nope.
still
Underdogs the
Wolfpack.
holler.
Support your local teams, indeed. And Neil is definitely showing full on support of the
Wow.
Wolfpack, as well as the voice of college football right here.
This season of the After Dark show brought to you by Neil Campbell.
Yeah, no
I think he just
kidding.
paid for the next 10.
No kidding.
Thank you
Does that
again,
mean
Neil.
we have to plan for like 5 or 6 more weeks. I thought we were only gonna do like 3 or 4 for the season.
Where'd it go? Oh, this is for all the Oklahoma fans, for all my Oklahoma jokes. Although I'm going to tell you right now, I think you're you're gonna have to. Jackson, close your eyes, okay? Close your eyes.
Yeah, I saw that one.
He doesn't
I
like
saw that
saying
one
too much,
earlier, but I didn't want to
take it.
be mean.
If anyone's got some gift skills, you're out there. You guys can turn that into a Lincoln Riley one very easily, probably.
Oh, that was
Sure,
good.
that would be masterful in
That
Norman.
was so good.
What, this one?
No, Stoops.
It's awful.
Oh gosh.
No, not that one.
Well, I'm happy at least Tim can't turn my Cardinals into a gift that I don't like, so I'm good.
That is banned.
Are those Bo Schembechler's khakis that he's wearing for good luck?
Oh Lord.
No, again, those are still the same ones he's had since Stanford. You know, he has like 30 of those just hung up in his closet.
I've never seen that Ryan Day one though. That's pretty dang funny.
Oh God.
All right, yeah, that's a really good one.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, not as good as the Brian Kelly's. Oh crap.
Uh oh. Here we go.
Ben, stop saying Brian Kelly, okay?
Oh no, it's a 2
Is
for
that
1.
two? Wait, did you do a twofer?
The twofer. It's just so bad. It's
Will, how are you not living through this? Because you and Brian Kelly have a love-hate relationship.
Uh oh, he just said it again.
Darn.
But here's the thing though, because that's not Brian Kelly that made this video. Somebody in their athletic department thought this was a good idea. That's the terrifying thing. Someone that
not
gets
just
paid
someone.
good money.
a lot of people thought it was an okay idea.
Yeah. This was not a good idea though.
The things that some of
Oh
these
my
universities, the things that, I mean, really, you think about how much money some of these universities waste on stuff like this, and I know they're like, hey, some recruits love this, but I'm like, oh God, what are you going to do 20 years from now when you look back and go, remember that time? Like, yeah.
Remember that time I had a job actually in an athletic department? I did this video. Yeah. Yeah, that time.
I haven't been able to get a marketing or video job ever again.
Mm.
I loved you.
Oh my goodness. There's one of, oh man. They turned Bob Stoops into Yoda. That just popped up when I searched for Bob Stoops. What the heck?
Said Bob Stoops?
We have too many trigger words now. I can't keep up with how many of these we have.
You guys gave me a great idea for my show now. I think I'm gonna have that. I don't know if Matt will let me do it, but I'm gonna have it like a gift for all the schools. If someone brings up a school, I'll throw the gift up.
It's like now we have too many of them. I'm like,
Here,
oh,
let
God.
me share Yoda Stoops here.
All right, we're gonna see Yoda Stoops. But
Oh wait, that didn't work.
God,
out.
why is that such a long ass link?
Good Lord.
Like, damn.
So that's a Tolstoy link.
Oh, here. Wait. I think I found. Yeah, I found a shorter link. Hold on a second.
Oh, we have to
Right.
send this one to. This is a good one, Tim.
Oh wait, hold on. I just found a good one. Oh no.
Oh my God.
This is out of control.
I know.
Oh,
I was like,
no.
all right,
Oh,
we're
no.
gonna do the Yoda one, and then we'll call this a day. But
I got one.
then
This is,
everyone's like,
this is
hey, I
pretty
got one.
cringe. This is
Here's the
cringeworthy.
Yoda.
Hold on.
Yoda Stoops.
What's even better is that all these are uploaded, so now Mark's going to see this all in his folder. Tomorrow and be like,
what the
what
heck
is all
happened?
this?
He's going to erase this one quick. I mean, I'm thinking. Hold on, let me pull up. See if yours is okay. Yoda Stoops.
I've
Oh,
stooped
Sean-
to a
Sean-
whole new
Sean, how-
level.
Sean, half the show has been dedicated entirely to CFB gifts, almost at this point.
This might be. It's a video. It's an MP4 video. Hold on.
It's a video, really?
Yeah, it came up
Doesn't look
as a video.
But if you click on the download,
Oh, GIF. All right, yeah, you can do it. Okay, my bad. I see
Yeah,
it.
Neil, whatever clock YouTube uses is just off your time zone on your computer. That's just how it registers. Your time zone on your computer. At least that's what I think it does. Or does it go off the internet? I think it goes off your just time zone on your computer. That's just how
Sam,
it
did you
registers.
see mine? Did you like mine?
Oh wait, hold on. Let me I
didn't
got so
see
many now.
yours. Where's yours?
Okay, so this is Yo. Oh wait, where'd it go? Where's Yoda Bob? Yoda Bob here.
Yoda Stoops.
Yoda Stoops. And let me pull up yours. Okay, so one more from each of us, and then we're gonna call it a day.
Yes. Good Lord.
Oh yes, please.
It's like,
Here's a good one.
We have New Year's Eve plans, people. We got to move it along.
Well, I'm sure you know what of this guy. I'm sure we can find more.
Oh my goodness. Will, what did you post? Good Lord. I'm having a nightmare about that one.
All right. That's a famous one. I've seen that one before, but here we go. So, brand. Okay, so first we'll do your Yoda Bob first here.
I can't tell if Jackson's still alive or if he just freeze framed.
Oh no, he's alive. I saw him blink.
It's like he hadn't moved.
It's probably past Jackson's bedtime.
I'm trying
Here's
not to
Yoda.
go to
Yoda Bob.
There's Yoda Bob.
Oh,
I'm just
geez.
And
trying
now-
not to go to sleep.
You thought that
Oh,
Ryan couldn't.
no.
You thought it couldn't get any worse for Ryan. Oh, but it can. Oh, but it
Poor
can.
Ryan.
Oh my
Lord.
God. What the hell?
Oh, when coaches dance, please
Yo, dude.
stop.
Oh no.
Erica,
That's why
I
they
just
put
feel bad for you now.
You know what you should do? We should have
I feel
a
bad.
coaching dance off.
Oh no, that'd be so.
Who said Brian Kelly? Who said Brian Kelly that time?
Oh,
Stop it.
jeez.
Stop saying his name. Oh my god.
Coaching
that's
dance
so
off.
terrible.
And then to finish the night,
No.
this is Will's contribution. UCLA fans, here's your coach.
I hate when Chip Kelly did that. Who would do that?
Only
Oh,
Chip
God.
can do that.
Oh,
He
goodness.
he's always always doing that on the sideline.
Oh, here's one
All right, good night, everybody.
Yeah. It is after 2 a.m. here.
That's it.
But I think we've gone through the GIF world. We should do a show just of GIFs or the dance off. I think
That
that's
would
a good.
be
I think
amazing.
that's a good one. There's some cringe coaching dance videos, and
We could do
That's
that during the off
inevitable.
season.
no one said the
what we do
word.
during off season.
No, but you said dance off. You know, we could. We should have. We should, and we could have everyone. We could do a poll, and everyone could vote on who's the best dancer.
We need
Or
more
worse,
candidates. We only have like 2 candidates.
I know,
there's
but they're two
multiple.
great candidates, aren't they? You know, trying
We
really
can find
hard.
more candidates now.
How
Yeah,
drunk
but
is Ryan Day in this
Sweeney is
picture?
Another one.
Yeah, he probably has drank a couple.
What about Dabo Sweeney for the dance off candidate?
Ralph's, I love
Oh.
Ralph's idea. Throw
Yeah.
some Bee Gees music up.
We could have Mark do a community poll or something like that
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh my
for
god.
nominations, and
Do
then
you
we
guys
could do an
like Ralph?
opinion poll of it.
Do you guys like Ralph's idea?
All right with me.
Where'd he go? Dabo dance. Coach off.
He says, throw some Bee Gees music up.
Damn, dude, I had Dabo dancing, but it's too big. Dang it.
Got it. We can do some of the stuff. I just gotta watch the copyright. I think the GIFs just to play in the files is fine. Especially no audio.
Yeah, because there's no audio. Yeah, that saves us.
The audio is what gets you immediately in the copyright.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember that Mark did that Super Bowl that one time, and it wasn't the actual game; it was the damn commercials that got his Super Bowl.
Commercials will also get you.
I brought another
immediately.
Dabo dancing one in, Tim, in the private chat.
They had, wait. You're saying they have
my
the Dabo
God.
dancing?
Oh my God.
my
You have to
God.
get that up there. That is hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
That's the third candidate. Absolutely.
Wait,
we have
do you have the?
we have Dabo hitting the whip on this one. Dabo hitting the whip.
What? Let's see. Oh
Dabo
my
hitting-
Oh
Jeez.
my God, Will.
Dancing Dabo. Okay, Ben. I promise this is the last one. Ben,
I'm gonna cry. That's so
we're down to
funny.
38. We're down to 38 people. We're driving this thing into the ground.
Really? We lost all our viewers? Darn.
Well, we weren't exactly killing it to begin with, so we're okay.
It's worth it to
Hey,
see
listen.
Dabo dance.
We don't want lots of people. We want the hardcore people here. That's what we want.
We want the true ones, right?
That's right.
I can't believe there's no Bob Stoops dancing yet.
Oh dang, dude! The whip. No, it's the whip's not going. It's too big.
Darn. I'm
Oh,
gonna
wait,
see if
hold on,
there's
here's-
Ferentz dance.
Okay, here's one. Here's a good one. Way
Oh,
too big as
God.
well. Clemson Tigers.
Ben, just hit the end button. Just hit it. There's no end in sight.
No. Well, I'll let you do this one. Then I'll do the little outro, and then I'm gonna have Tim play just one specific one just to roll us out with, and we'll just.
Oh wow!
leave it running.
It says you're limited to 100 images. I gotta get rid of one. Okay, hold on.
That's why I was like, how many of these are going to be in there? Mark's going to be like, what the hell?
All right, I'll get rid of this one.
I hope it wasn't the one I'm going to want.
Oh my goodness!
If it
Where'd
was,
go?
oh well.
Dude, what's it called again? Okay. Clemson Tigers. All right, so this is our dance off.
Oh no.
Oh
We'll
God.
do a quick one and we can vote. We got 35 people.
Is it for the best or the
The numbers
cringiest?
went up, didn't they? Wasn't it 32 a
Just-
minute ago?
Let's do the one that creeps you out the most. How about that one?
Oh no.
God.
Oh
Okay,
no.
so we have two Dabos, we got two Kellys, and one Ryan Day. Okay, for your play. And I have an extra. I have a wild card thrown in as well.
Oh.
Oh
All
God.
right, here we go. So here's Dabo number one.
Oh.
Gosh.
Okay,
That's
here's
awesome.
Dabo number two,
Enjoying that.
Oh no.
and then here's everybody's creepiest favorite.
Oh God.
And
Push the
just when you
slow-mo
thought it couldn't get creepier, it gets creepier. This is where he's behind the poor kid, going full John Travolta.
Exactly.
And then the bonus, dance.
Oh no. Oh, that Mr. Khaki.
It's the khaki dance.
Damn it.
And to think, Will, Brian Kelly used to be Notre Dame's head coach.
Yeah, don't remind him.
I found one
That's
that
a-
might be small enough here for Brian Ferentz. Hold on.
That's a tough one out of those though. The
I
Dabo
know.
one with the Orange Bowl thing and the tiger photo in the background, just the backdrop setting of that makes that one just creepy.
I thought that the Ryan Day dance would be a candidate.
Oh shoot! Did I leave Ryan out? I
You
forgot
did
Ryan.
leave Ryan out.
He might win it. I don't know what he's doing there.
You look totally.
It's true. I don't
Mark-
know what he's doing.
He looks like he's intoxicated for sure.
Oh God, yeah. How much do you drink?
You guys don't like this one?
We're
Alright,
never
okay,
gonna be able to look at these coaches the same way again.
It's great.
Oh,
It's great to
dear
see
God.
these go like this too, and wonder and especially on mute and go. I wonder what song they were listening to while they were dancing. to this."
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, I don't know which one's my favorite.
Oh.
Erica, you got
So many
you
good
literally have 30 seconds to get that gif up, or I'm gonna say the
Which-
outro, and we're gonna put up the final one from Tim to
Okay,
just
let's
roll us
see if
out
it's
with.
small enough. Hold on. Let me put it in the private chat.
This
It's
is by
another
far the
long
record,
URL.
and
I can't find a shorter URL this time.
yeah, this record for the After Dark show will never be broken. Hopefully,
Well, if it does, we're just gonna have to do like a full on gift session or something. I don't know.
I like how Tim's yawning. It's like this is your fault.
Oh, I found one of
This
Kirk
is your
Barron's
fault.
dancing. Oh my God.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Look, the
Oh, that would explain why he's still the head coach of UCLA. I mean, there's no telling what he'll hit.
Oh,
God.
my goodness.
Terrible. It's the same one. Relax, everyone. I'm just putting it back up as I promised Neil, because he's been. It's good to see Neil in the chat, like we said, because.
Oh my gosh. I'm never going to see any of those coaches the same way again. I don't know who said that, but whoever said it is right on the money.
That's why I appreciate a coach that doesn't do anything completely embarrassing.
Yeah, next time I see Brian Kelly on the sideline, I'm gonna be thinking of him doing his dance.
Yeah.
I'm going
I've
to
seen
burst
that
out
before
laughing.
too, but now I see. I've seen that one from Brian Kelly and stuff before, but now it's just ingrained in my mind. I've had to see it so many times. Now it's permanently just.
Ben,
stuck
wait
there.
till Dan Lanning gets one of him dance behind his players.
Oh God, I really hope not. What if the assistant coaches do that?
Wait, do we have a landing dance? Oh, let's see if we've got a landing dance.
Oh no.
I would look up. I would look up Lincoln Riley, but he's too like stiff to do anything like that. Oh, there is.
I think how
there's a Dan
Landon is
Lanning.
too. I think he's a little too.
No, Dan Lanning dancing. Here we go.
Oh, is it?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, there's not one.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know. I think he's pretty kind of like just like a no nonsense. Like, nah, I'm not gonna do that type of
No,
that type of
he's not.
shit. Although then again, I wouldn't have thought Brian Kelly would have done that type of shit either. So
I mean, this is the closest I've got for Riley.
In the private chat.
Yeah.
oh my God.
What is this?
All right, everyone, stop googling gifs. Stop
He's
googling.
just
gifs.
patting guys on the back. And
Yeah,
that's the
that's
Cotton
not
Bowl.
cool.
I'm not revisiting the Cotton Bowl. We're not doing that. Sorry. You're just trying to hurt me now.
All right, I'll try
All
to
right.
find planning one.
No, what we're gonna do is you're gonna have 30 seconds. I'm watching the clock. You have 30 seconds.
To do what?
Otherwise, I get the outro, and then hopefully Tim didn't delete the one gift just to play us out with.
Maybe
Instead
you
of
should
the normal.
double check that
instead
it's
of
still there.
Well, out of all the ones that he uploaded, if he accidentally deleted the one out of all of those.
No, I'm not deleting anything that was already here. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that crazy.
Well, no, this
I
one
know-
was played a while back. Oh my, it's still there. for sure.
I know the image. I know the one you're talking about too. So I'm not doing that one.
Well, if you enjoyed this GIF session, everybody, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Click on the notification bell so you never miss another great video from Mark and all these guys above me, because they do great work, and we'll be back.
You don't ever want to
I'm not
miss a Ryan Day Booger GIF. Hey, can I get rid of the
precisely?
For sure. If you
Can I
love
get rid of the-
exclusive live streams, watch parties, predictions, betting advice, and insider looks in all of college football, go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV or become a YouTube member of the Voice of College Football, where you can get some of the best insider knowledge in all of college football.
Not to mention the best gifts too.
Exactly. And some of the best commentaries as well.
The Pop-Tart is back.
We were
Oh my
we were
God.
just getting ready to leave.
Yeah, hold on. I got it.
Hold on.
Oh,
There you
the
go.
Pop-Tart.
No, that's
man.
what I wanted to be. I wanted to play out with that one. Just leave that playing.
this
and
one?
we exit the show. Yeah. It's so sweet. It's still there. Good. I literally just put it in the private chat. My laptop is lagging so
I put it
bad.
on the bottom.
It took
It's on the very
like a
bottom.
What the heck is that?
Oh, it didn't play the whole thing.
It
I
looks
don't
like,
know. Davos.
yeah, I don't know what that is.
That
I
was-
checked in his armpit, I
be a
think.
bicep.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Thanks
That
again,
is
Neil.
Yeah, Neil, you're the
Yes.
champion tonight. You're the MVP.
Well, and
All
not
right.
just that
Gifts
too,
over.
as we've had Lomansky be a good
Yep.
contributor, very good contributor tonight as usual, showing his support as always. We
Yes.
always appreciate that. We have had multiple other people. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, after a while you kind of forget it. Yeah, Casey Anthony right here in front of me gave a super chat. We had a couple others, but yeah, Neil by far, of course, it's always good to see Neil around. He's been here a long time, always supporting of the channel. And this record of the After Dark show, again, will never be broken. I will be damned if it ever is, unless it's for an actual good reason.
Never repeat it again.
It was fun while it lasted, though.
Unless we get challenged with like some 24-hour challenge or something like that. It's about the
Oh,
only reason.
God. 24 hours of
It would have
gifts.
to be like a legitimate, and we couldn't just stay here for 24 hours. That would be impossible.
And Sean, do we ever get Sean? Do we do this? Sean Garner? Sean Garner
Yeah.
put one in as well.
Sean also put
Yeah.
one in, as well as Tony.
Tony. Yeah.
Tony also
And
put one in.
Lomansky had Lomansky had like 7 or 8.
Yeah, Lomansky had one, and then there was another one for a few bucks, as well as one. There was a couple, I think, at the very beginning. From unfortunately, again, their names are now escaping me. That was 5 hours ago, almost.
We've been going for almost 5 hours. That's nuts.
Like that was literally almost 5 hours.
Wait, hold on a minute. Wait. We've been on for 4 hours and 56 minutes and 45 seconds. I think we can have for 3 minutes and 15 seconds, make it clean 5 hours.
If we can end it perfectly.
3
It's
minutes.
gonna be like 5 hours. It's gonna be like 5 hours 00001. I'll be like, damn it. Now we have to redo it.
Just make sure
Get
you
back
have
on.
Pop Tart ready.
Yes, that's how I want to. I screw the Mark photo. I want to leave that one on just to play it out. The Pop-Tart one's so good.
Ralph would like us to do 24 hours of mascots versus fans versus coaches.
That would be one hell of a medley.
Now I want to watch that. Now I want to watch that one where the NFL does it, where the mascots play the kids in that football game, and like the mascots are really like tackling the fucking kids. That's just so good. Isn't that the Vikings that do that at their stadium or whatever?
I literally filled up Mark's entire video and
Oh,
picture caches.
Oh, did you really?
I bet.
It says it's full. It says you're limited to 100 images.
I bet. I mean,
Mark's gonna come on and get so pissed off at us. Mark, I'm so sorry right now. I'm sorry. They made me do it, Mark. It's
We
their
didn't
fault.
make you do anything.
trust me, I go into the banner file and I'm like, hey, I need to make this banner. It's like, you can't add another banner. But I'm like, well, I don't want to screw with anything. So I'm like, which one can I get rid of? And
Oh, I
very
found a Phil
carefully
Parker.
choose one to get rid of.
There's a Phil Parker gif. Now that's cool.
No.
I'm surprised Will is still awake. Will
This
is
is all
usually the first one to tap out.
This is
Well,
every
yeah, I mean,
Michigan
I'm
fan in the
kinda-
chat.
I've messed up during this winter break. I've just messed up my sleep schedule. Like I woke up at 12:45 Eastern. What?
Oh yeah, the camera like
the camera's pans really quickly away from.
yeah, it's like oh shit.
That's the best part, Ben. The best part is the camera. Like, hey, oh, oops. That camera
I
got
had to
fired.
move off the screen when you put that on. I have no idea what GIF you just put on.
I remember I was watching the Penn State Ole Miss game, and like after I think it was like after Drew threw a pick, like one of the fans was like, "What the f was he thinking?" I was like, "Oh," and then they like quickly like panned off.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like when the fans are all chanting obscenities and they have to like mute the stadium sound on the mics because they're like. But
Right.
hey, we're at perfect timing here. So once again, appreciate all the super chats. Neil always is being here. We will be talking to you in the Discord. Everyone, please consider joining the Discord. Hit the like button if you haven't. We appreciate all of you being here. One, have a happy holiday. Happy New Year. We will be back next Sunday at a normal time. And this is it for the After Dark. Pop-Tart, play us out.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.